Good afternoon and welcome to the May 18th, 2021 meeting of the Arlington County Board. I want to begin with a number for everyone's reference, and that number is from yesterday. Yesterday we had 0 new COVID-19 cases in Arlington County. We've been in single digits for the better part of a week, so that is some good news to be sharing with each of you. So now we will go this afternoon. We have several reports, as is our custom, on the Tuesday at our Tuesday board meeting. And I will start with the first, which is a recognition that it is Mental Health Awareness Month. I have a few comments, and then we'll go to a proclamation with some recitals, whereas clauses, as they are known. Today, we are recognizing Mental Health Awareness Month, which is celebrated annually in the month of May. In the wake of COVID-19 particularly, millions of people have uncovered or had exacerbated new mental health conditions, and millions more have had their existing challenges magnified. Here in Arlington, many of our neighbors have faced challenges with mental health and substance use during the pandemic, which too frequently can have dire results. Currently, the Department of Human Services and Community Services Board programs are serving more than 5,400 Arlington children, adults, and seniors a year. Before I get to the official proclamation, I want to provide a special thank you to our Community Services Board, community members appointed to oversee services provided by the Department of Human Services to persons challenged by mental health, developmental disabilities, and substance use. Thank you to each and every one of you doing this work. I want to thank the professionals at the Department of Human Services who are providing these services, as well as their partners at Arlington Public Schools and the many organizations and professionals in our community providing behavioral healthcare services to Arlington residents. Thank you, each and every one of you, so very much. Now I will move to a proclamation. We have a series of recitals that I'll move through pretty quickly, but I do want to mention them because this is such an important issue every year and a particularly important issue this year. Whereas mental health is an important part of overall health by sustaining an individual's thought processes, relationships, productivity, and ability to adapt to change or face adversity, while mental illness adversely affects those abilities and often is life-threatening in nature. And whereas 1 in 5 adults experiences mental health problems each year, and such problems can contribute to the onset of mental illness, and whereas 1 in 20 adults lives with major mental illnesses such as depression, bipolar disorder, or schizophrenia, whereas approximately 1/2 of chronic mental illness begins by the age of 14 and 3/4 begins by age 24, and early identification and treatment can make a difference in the successful management of these illnesses. Whereas in Arlington, the Department of Human Services and the Community Services Board programs serve more than 5,400 Arlingtonians a year. And whereas the pandemic has brought new behavioral health challenges to individuals, families, and communities, whereas it's important to maintain mental health and learn the symptoms of mental health illness in order to get help when it is needed. And whereas every person and community can make a difference in helping end the silence and the stigma that has surrounded mental illness and discouraged people from getting help. Now, therefore, I, Matt DeFranti, Chair of the County Board in Arlington, Virginia, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2021 as Mental Health Awareness Month and encourage every person in our community to learn more about the importance of mental health and to encourage to encourage the identification and treatment of mental illnesses. Thank you, colleagues, for bearing with me as we mark this very important month. And we have a couple of other proclamations that we will mark. I know this mental health issue is important to each of you because I've heard each of you speak passionately about it. And so with that, we'll go to Mr. Karantonis. I believe you have a couple of proclamations as well.
I do, Mr. Chair. The first is a National Public Works Week, and This is not, it's a very different area, but it's in a very different topic, but not less important. So this is the week we come together to celebrate and honor the contribution of public works that makes, I mean, through planning, building, managing, and operating our community's infrastructure. I want to thank specifically the dedicated professionals at the Department of Environmental Services who work to provide this infrastructure of services in transportation, water, wastewater, stormwater, public buildings and spaces, solid waste, fleet maintenance, and emergency management. I believe it was during the budget process that we heard that, if memory serves, 65% of the workers of this department had to work in person during the pandemic, which is a very important fact. So these were our frontline workers throughout 2020 and continuing in 2021. So these services are exactly what provide this togetherness that is needed for all stakeholders to collaborate into on capital projects, infrastructure solutions, and these workers are providing the quality of life that all Arlingtonians are enjoying. So the proclamation goes as follows. The recitals first, whereas public works infrastructure, facilities and services are of vital importance to sustainable communities and to the health, safety, and well-being of the people of Arlington County. And whereas dedicated public works professionals in Arlington County are responsible for planning, designing, building, and operating public works facilities and services, including transportation, water treatment and supply, solid waste systems, and other essential public works activities. And whereas Arlington County recognizes the contributions of public work professionals and extends sincere appreciation for their commitment to excellence in their efforts to improve and enhance health, safety, welfare, and prosperity of our county. And whereas 2021 marks the 61st annual National Public Works Week sponsored by the American Public Works Association, which continues to promote an understanding of and appreciation for the role of public works projects that they play in sustaining economic growth and vitality. Now, therefore, you, Mr. Chair of the County Board of Arlington, Virginia, proclaim May 16th to 22nd, so the current week and this year, 2021, as National Public Works Week in Arlington County, and urge all residents to share their appreciation for the contribution of public works professionals and the services they provide to the community and the environment. So that was the proclamation on Public Works Week. There is a second one.
Go ahead, Mr. Antonis, go ahead.
So this is the Business Appreciation Month. May is Business Appreciation Month. And this is an annual month-long celebration of in Virginia throughout May that honors our businesses. I want to recognize that all of Arlington's businesses are the base of our economy here. They are the absolute lifeblood of our communities, and they make Arlington such a great place to live, work, and play. We know how difficult the last year has been for them, for most of them, and we are very focused on seeing them coming back from this pandemic and thriving and participating in a great recovery. So with this proclamation, we ask to join us in this important observance and salute local businesses all around Arlington County. Here the recitals, whereas Arlington businesses play a pivotal role in strengthening our Commonwealth by embracing job creation, innovative technologies, and employing a diverse workforce to preserve the economic well-being of all our citizens. And whereas Arlington businesses provide almost 231,500 jobs to our citizens throughout the county and offer a variety of services and products worldwide, and whereas Arlington's businesses operate in diverse industries, including cybersecurity, aerospace and defense, information technologies, and emerging tech, media and nonprofits and associations. And whereas Arlington is currently home to 5 Fortune 1000 firms and 27 companies with annual revenues in excess of $100 million, and whereas the county is pleased to recognize the accomplishments of our existing diverse businesses, entrepreneurs, small minority and women-owned businesses, nonprofits, and the major employers that contribute greatly to the economic recovery of our county. And whereas it is fitting to offer the citizens of our county unique opportunity to recognize Arlington businesses for the essential role they play in driving the Arlington economy. Now, therefore, you, Mr. Chair of the County Board in Arlington, Virginia, do recognize May 2021 as Business Appreciation Month and calls this observance to the attention of all our citizens. That was the proclamation for our small businesses. I also want to remember that more than 90% of the businesses in Arlington are small businesses. They have less than 50 employees, and they are, of course, included in this appreciation here.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis, for both proclamations with recognizing the importance of public works and our businesses and small businesses in particular. Appreciate that. Now we'll move to the chair's report. And my report will be brief. It will focus again. If I could ask the clerk to pull up, we have. It seems that each time we get a picture of a kid, we get one that's at least as cute as the next. And so this is the picture for this month. And I just have a couple of updates on the next slide. The Food Security Task Force has kicked off. It's held 2 meetings. We have a good, robust group, and we've done a SWOT analysis and analyzed data. We're starting this work, and there'll be much more to do, but the first 2 meetings have been excellent. Thanks to Stephanie Hopkins, who's been leading this work on our staff, and more to come. The baseline study is part of what's next as we go forward. CPRO is coordinating feeding our families with vendors. As you can see, CPRO has been involved, as have a lot of our partnerships in serving those in need and those that are lower income families. Arlington Presbyterian Church has been sponsoring 110 residents at Gilliam Place. It's worth stopping by if you can find a moment and connect with Arlington Presbyterian Church. Over the last week, my biggest effort last Wednesday was to go to Our Lady Queen of Peace, and they have a group that has been just amazing. There's that whole gym is full of food, and they have a really well-running machine that is there from probably 5 o'clock in the morning on Wednesday until after 10:30 or 11 every week, and has been for more than a year. So that's part of what I did, and worth taking a visit, colleagues or those interested to volunteer. We are also serving the Social 60 Cafe at Langston Brown is near capacity, and we're serving seniors. So that's just an update. On the right, you'll see, for those not aware, it is important to know that USDA has made school meals free for the entire 2021-2022 school year. So that's huge news that came about a month ago. I want to make sure that everyone is aware of that. So that will conclude the chair's report for today. I think we have board member reports, starting with Ms. Crystal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I think we have just one slide. I wanted to just briefly share 2 Saturdays ago, obviously this past Saturday, we were together in our lengthy board meeting. I had the opportunity to attend the opening of a facility that is going to be a tremendous asset for our community. This is a local iteration of the Innova FACT unit, which is definitely a community resource that my colleagues and others in the community have heard me talk about before, several years in the making, leading in 2017 to Innova being able to open the doors of the FACT unit, which provides forensic analysis, medical services to those who have survived sexual assault, intimate partner violence, or child abuse. This is intimately connected to the issue that is often reached state and national headlines, which is to say the need to test evidence collection kits in circumstances of assault. It has been a long frustration that Arlingtonians had to drive long distances, sometimes accompanied by our police officers, to get these services rendered. And so it was incredibly exciting to be able to open in partnership with ANOVA and in partnership of some state funding, as well as local elected officials from around the region, the clinic in Fairfax. This is even more exciting because this is their newest unit right on the border of Arlington and Alexandria. As you can tell from the heavy Alexandria City Council presence in the photo, it is just on the Alexandria side of the line in King Street, but it's very near Wakefield High School and incredibly accessible for Arlington residents, even more so, at least for residents of South Arlington, than the Fairfax location. This is home to an extraordinary group of what are called SANES, sexual assault nurse examiners. And ANOVA, with our partnership, is actually one of the few places in the country that has dedicated SANE nurses that do this as their sole job, not being pulled off shift when a crisis arises, but actually able to spend the dedicated time with survivors, give them all they need, and importantly, participate in criminal justice cases that may result as the evidence collection they participate in, or the evidence collection that they engage in. The FACT unit is a critical partner to our sexual assault response team, spearheaded by the Commonwealth's attorney serving Arlington and Falls Church. They are a critical partner to our CAC, which is an amazing facility that provides a compassionate place for young children who may be victimized by abuse to give testimony about their experiences. In short, this group of nurses not only does an amazing job for the clients and patients that they have to see, but they do an amazing job contributing to our community networks to bring justice quickly, to bring survivor-centered care to those who need it, and above all, to prevent these types of crimes in our community. So it was just wonderful to open those doors. This was one of the first public events I've done in a while myself, and for it to be something as important as this was really meaningful. And I'll conclude on this note, it is as good of an opportunity as any to make sure that everybody in this community knows that help is only a call away at 703-237-0881. That is our 24-hour hotline run by Doorways, our partner, for instances of intimate partner violence, sexual assault, whatever services you need, whether they are forensic evidence collection, medical care, counseling, crisis accompaniment, housing, anything else you might need. That 24-hour hotline will get you to the right partners with compassion. So thanks for the opportunity to share, and we're just delighted to have this great resource just across the border.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. We'll move now. Before we're going to head towards regional reports in a minute, but first we'll do our advisory appointments. I'll go ahead and move. It will not require a second. I'll have several to read, and colleagues, if you'll bear with me as I get through these names and the appointments that we will be making. So I'll move the following appointments to the Arts Commission, that we reappoint Terry Bauman for a term ending on June 30th, 2021. To the Commission on the Status of Women, that we reappoint Sasha Whitney for a term ending on February 29th, 2024. To the Crystal City Citizens Review Council, that we designate Darren Buck as Transportation Commission representative for a term ending on May 31st, 2023. To the Economic Development Commission, we reappoint Thomas Denning for a term ending on February 29th, 2024. To the Historical Affairs and Landmark Review Board, we appoint Robert Menden for a term ending on May 31st, 2025. To the Joint Facilities Advisory Commission, we appoint Brian Harner for a term ending on May 31st, 2023. We reappoint Claire Noakes for a term ending on that same date in 2023. And we reappoint Stacy Snyder for a term ending on May 31st, 2023. To the Neighborhood Complete Streets Commission, we reappoint Giles Crimmy for a term ending on April 30th, 2024. Apologies if I've mispronounced your last name, Giles. To the Sports Commission, we reappoint Megan Shekels for a term ending on May 31st, 2023. We reappoint Christy Sawyer for a term ending on March 31st, 2023. And to the Technology Commission, we reappoint John Burke for a term ending on May 31st, 2024. To the Transportation Commission, we reappoint James Lantelmi for a term ending on March 31st, 2024. And that we make the following two appointments to, this will be part of that same motion, that we appoint Ryan Robinson and Spencer Murray as animal shelter officers. That is the list of appointments for this month. We do not require a second, so I'll go ahead and ask for a vote on that. We'll start with Mr. Karantonis.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Mr. DeFranti votes aye. Congratulations. Each of you has been appointed, and also thank you for all you do and will do to serve Arlington via our commissions. Really appreciate each of your leaning into serving our community and helping us in the respective commissions you were just appointed to. We will now turn to regional reports, and I think it's first the COG update from Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to update you on the recently adopted COG work plan for the upcoming fiscal year, just so that you know what's going on at that body. The primary priorities are, concerning recovery from the pandemic, of course, which is top of everyone's minds, but specifically the COG focus is going to be on improving regional resilience and helping our member jurisdictions manage the impacts of recovering from the pandemic. And that includes issues such as the nature of telework and how it's going to impact our office space and our communities that are built around daytime office uses, the transportation network, of which there's been a lot of really thoughtful observation and analysis that we've been able to see in the local newspapers, the impacts very applicable to the chair's task force on food insecurity and how that's going to continue to manifest long after states of emergency have been declared over, as well as the human service impacts on housing insecurity, and then the overall impacts of climate change, given all of the churn in various elements of our communities. There's also going to be a focus on equity in the upcoming year. COG has been a central convener in helping communities like Arlington get staff to be trained through the GARE program. That work is going to continue and intensify. And it's also going to be brought to the COG internal organization through staff trainings and development over the course of the next fiscal year. There is always the COG emphasis on transportation and specifically transit-oriented communities, so that we can continue to make sure all of the various partners, federal, state, local, are coordinated in maximizing the land use strategies in our region so that we can take advantage of those transportation investments. We can create the opportunities for there to be an increase in the housing supply to meet the regional targets that we adopted a couple of years ago. And that also really communities that are not as familiar with transit-oriented development as Arlington can recognize the benefits that it will accrue to their own specific communities. There's also going to be work that's going to be undergone this year on a fair housing analysis of the region. And that is something that is required through the Department of Housing and Urban Development to ensure greater housing equity. You may recall that there were some ambitious guidelines for that proffered under the Obama administration. Those were significantly curtailed under the previous administration. We are going to pursue a regional effort that is in keeping with the spirit of the Obama era initiative, so it will be robust and hopefully much value added to all of our planning efforts on housing. And then when it comes to Homeland Security, public safety, it's to continue the COG work of providing support for emerging stakeholders. And I know it's a topic that's been near and dear to Ms. Garvey's heart for a number of years. I think there's going to be some renewed resources brought to that so that maybe some of the ideas that you and others have had can be better implemented. And that concludes that report.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. And actually, your we're segueing next, I believe, to Ms. Garvey, and a conversation that I think I got to listen to most of, but I really am looking forward to this report as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's just going to be brief. First, I want to thank Mr. Dorsey for his report, and it dovetails completely with the Region Forward group that I'm leading with COG. It's really exciting. I mean, I think this is the kind of conversations that COG really can usefully help us have as we all try to work our way through. So it's good to see how I think everybody's kind of stepping up right now and in a good way. I just wanted to report a little bit. Mr. DeFranti, you were with me, I think, at the NVRC Military Community Partnership meeting. And I don't have something so specific to report, but I realized it was a meeting that stayed with me, and I think worth just reporting for that reason. Nothing super specific, but on the screen here is just what the Military Community Partnership's about. It's been going on for some time, and they're great things that we do, but they're often things like a military base goes together purchasing sand with like Fairfax County, and it saves everybody money. And there are a variety of just kind of nuts and bolts kind of things that we cooperate on, which is really important. But our chair and the NVRC as a whole has looked at this, really decided to kind of tackle the issue of racial equity. And this was our second meeting, I think, where people were invited to talk mostly from the military to talk about their experiences. And these are people of color, either retired or working now with the military, to talk about their experiences being people of color, being Black. And in this case, it was pretty much exclusively Black, although somebody else chimed in also. And I just found the stories, I don't know about you, Mr. DeFranti, I found the stories really moving and helped me. I mean, I've been on this journey for a long time, helped me understand even better kind of what's happening and why this is an issue, why it's systemic, what people face, and how important it is that we move forward. I find myself, I think I've said this, probably people are getting tired of me saying it, but I kind of went through these efforts back in the early 70s and the late 60s, and we made some progress as a society, and then we kind of backslid and we didn't get it nearly as far as we needed to. And I'm finding this discussion feels so different from that time in a very, very good way. And so I just kind of wanted to say I was just inspired. I was hopeful. I've connected Ms. Bird with someone who gave a particularly good story about being a parent of Black children and moving around this country and overseas and all of the things she thinks about, which I kind of knew, but it just really made it real to me. And I think it helped energize all of us in what we need to be doing, why it's important, and how we can be doing it. And I felt very supported that this whole regional group is totally on it. And then some of our colleagues, Black colleagues, have been comfortable sharing some of their stories, and those have been really interesting and moving, and just kind of helps everybody recommit to the work that we need to do, because this is not a one and done. This is going to be a long-term thing. But I came away feeling hopeful, and I guess that's what I wanted to just pass on, was a good feeling of hope and optimism on this front. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. And the stories that we got the honor to listen to were inspiring in that call, and inspiring on very important issues that we are continuing to work on and also work together on. So with that, that we will our next report will go to Mr. Karantonis, I believe, on another COG committee. Is that right?
Yeah, that's on air quality, Mr. Chair. Maybe the county clerk has the few slides that they have. So from time to time, I represent Arlington in the air quality committee of the COG. And, this is from time to time, I report on what this committee does. You can advance the slide, Ms. Jacobs. Thank you. So we are now in May, coming June and July is the time where we assess. It's called the ozone peak time. Ozone is for those who may not know that, is a gas. It's oxygen with 3 atoms in its molecule. So it's an unstable form of oxygen, very high oxidant. It is found in the atmosphere, and at ground level, ozone is an air pollutant that affects the health and well-being of all residents. Actually, in high concentrations, ozone is really very harmful to the health of people. It damages the lungs. It causes throat irritation, shortness of breath. It is a major asthma trigger. So it is also one of the major determinants of our air quality. So over time, and you see here a little, there are limitations of how much ozone we should have. And you see in this chart, it says NAAQS. And NAQS is the National Ambient Air Quality Standards. And they limit, under the Clean Air Act, the maximum concentration of certain pollutants. And in this case, we have from the EPA, we have a target line. This is the red line, the horizontal line. That was this is the concentration we should attain. So everything underneath this red line would be a better air quality, and this is where we should be. But as you see, even if we have progressed over the years, and this graph goes from 1997 all the way to today, we have progressed, but since 2015, we basically are asymptotic, and there is no way with our current plans and actions to get underneath this line. Even in a year like 2020, where we would have expected that our emissions would be low enough to allow us to be compliant. So the bottom line here is, you can change the slide. Next slide, please. So the bottom line here, you see here that we still have moderately bad air quality days, and the little dots that you see here in April and May, they're mostly ozone concentrations that are affecting negatively our air quality. So even under the conditions of a pandemic year, we still are lagging behind, and we cannot tame and cannot attain the goals, the air quality goals that we have put ourselves as metropolitan region. So next slide, please. And here you can see the red line here shows that in the months of March and April, the blue line is 2019, and the red line actually is 2020. And you can see that 2020 is marginally worse, or not only marginally worse, is visibly worse than 2019. This has many reasons. Point is that we are borderline, and we haven't achieved to improve our air quality and attain the goals that we've set ourselves already in 2015. Next slide, please. So the ozone in the PM 2.5 is particulate levels. These are 2.5 micrometers small solids in suspension. They're over higher in March and April. Warmer and drier than normal weather might have contributed, but it's not only this. And we are investigating if there are only local emission sources or also regional, broader emission sources responsible for that. The bottom line is, though, that in August, we will have to report to the EPA, and as a region, we will be found non-compliant, and not only marginally non-compliant, but moderately non-compliant, which means that we will have to adjust our regional plan to attain better air quality standards. And as you know from many of our own meetings here, we are always talking about always improving and tweaking on environmental standards, where it is in transportation, defossilizing construction, decarbonizing transportation. All these things contribute. It is a constant row or a constant sequence of many small actions that will get us over the goal, over the line, and into a healthy territory in terms of air quality. So this is why we have to, talk more and more focused in a more focused way about trees, about the tree canopy, about all types of reducing fossil fueled transportation, electrifying our transportation, etc. All this works together, and this is one of the measures that shows that we're still, even in a pandemic year, not achieving the goals that we ourselves declared as having to be attained. So thank you. That was my report from that, and more to come when a new draft plan will be available.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis, and important work as we all feel more often in July and August, but still important at any time of year. So next we have a regional report that the manager, and I believe Ms. Cowan, is a VDOT Route 1 presentation. And I'll send it to the manager unless Ms. Cowan just appears magically. And I also see a VDOT on the screen, but first to the manager, and then we'll bring in VDOT for a presentation. Mr. Manager.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm gonna not stand in the way of Lauren going ahead and making the presentation. She has a number of slides to go through that talk about the steps that the Commonwealth is taking in assisting with perhaps re-envisioning the way Route 1 works. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Mullerup. Lauren?
Thank you. It's really great to see you all. Some familiar faces I haven't seen in a while. So it's our pleasure to be here today. Again, I'm Lauren Mullerup. I'm with VDOT. I'm actually the Assistant District Administrator for Maintenance, but I'm also the Executive Project Lead for this very exciting project. And on behalf of Secretary Valentine, Commissioner Britch, and Deputy Commissioner Carey, I just want to thank you for having us present our progress on the feasibility study for Route 1 and the corridor within Crystal City. We are well aware of the importance of the project to the community at large and improving the quality of life for those that live and visit Arlington County. And we are focused on transforming Route 1 to a future multimodal, pedestrian-friendly, great corridor that comes together with multiple stakeholders such as yourselves. We've been working with your staff a lot, also the BID, the citizens, Amazon, and others as we move forward in this process. And I know we're short on time, so I want to hand it over to Nick Roper, who's actually our VDOT Nova Assistant District Administrator for Project Development, and he's going to go through our short slide deck and present the progress that we've made on this study.
Thank you, Ms. Mullerup. Mr. Roper. Let's see. I'm not hearing you yet. Are you on mute? Are you there?
You'd think I would know better after a year.
No, don't worry. All of us. Go ahead.
I was saying that, let me just echo what Lauren said and thank you for the opportunity to be here this afternoon and give you an update on our feasibility study for Route 1 in Crystal City. So let's go ahead and get into the slides and the presentation. Next slide, please. You're one too many. Can you go back, please? There you go. So the feasibility study we're currently conducting aims to provide sufficient information to make the best decision on a future project on Route 1 in Crystal City to meet transportation needs with the coming of Amazon and other related developments. The limits of the study are from approximately 12th Street to 23rd Street South. We do have an urban boulevard focus. We are evaluating the conversion of Route 1 to a proposed at-grade urban boulevard to identify and analyze the challenges, complications, and costs associated with that effort. We are also evaluating the conversion of Route 1 to the elevated urban boulevard concept that's in the Crystal City sector plan. It has its own set of challenges, complications, and costs associated with that effort. We are evaluating the improvements to the existing elevated roadway, basically a no build with slight modifications configuration. And then we intend to compare the results. Our efforts to date have really been focused on the urban boulevard, and that is a topic for this update. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the configurations for the at-grade urban boulevard and then for the elevated urban boulevard. And we'll talk the at-grade urban boulevard first. The significant thing here to point out to you is that the alignment is shifted slightly west at 15th Street for two reasons. First of all, it's done to slow traffic. It's coming southbound off the interstate and off of Route 110 as it enters Crystal City. And you can accomplish that with a little bit of a curve. And then second is to ease future development of surplus right-of-way that's made available by removal of the interchange. By shifting the alignment slightly west, more land can be made available for future development. The elevated urban boulevard is shown below. And it shows the interchange that's been reconfigured in accordance with the Crystal City sector plan to have interior on and off ramps instead of the exterior on and off ramps that you're familiar with. Wide sidewalks have been added to this in accordance with the Crystal City sector plan. Landscaping would be added. The bridges would be rebuilt for the widened sidewalks and as single spans to remove the piers at 15th Street and 18th Street that are underneath. You can see here at 18th Street and also 15th Street, in order to meet ADA requirements, ramps, stairs, elevators need to be added to the bridges to enable pedestrians to move between the at-grade and the elevated level. So when you think about the elevated urban boulevard, the key thing is don't picture exactly what's there today because it would be a very, very, very different configuration. Next slide, please. Beginning in July through a public information meeting we held in early March, the study really set the stage for evaluating future conditions. You can see some of those topics there that were covered. Since then, analysis of those future concepts has been underway, and that's the meat of our update. So let's go ahead and get into that and go to the next slide. So what we began with was testing of different at-grade intersection configurations, predominantly focused at 15th Street and 18th Street, where the existing elevated conditions would be lowered to at-grade. And we certainly uncovered issues that we would have with changing them to an at-grade configuration. You can see that we produced a lot of red, and that can be solved taking a conventional approach, but it can only be solved by adding more turning lanes. And it was mostly the turning movements that were causing that red. We did not consider that to be conducive to pedestrian operations or consistent with the vision for Route 1 in the Crystal City area. So we made a decision to set a maximum number of lanes and then proceed with detailed traffic analysis to assess the impact of those configurations. So what we have is our first configuration has 7 lanes at an intersection. It permits all turning movements at 15th and 18th Street, but limits ourselves to a single left-hand turn lane. The second configuration that we were going to proceed with has a 6-lane configuration, and it prohibits left turns from Route 1 onto 15th Street and 18th Street intersections. And I'll talk more about that as we go through a couple of the upcoming slides. And thirdly, we decided a hybrid option, which would permit left turns at 1st and at 15th Street and prohibit left turns at 18th Street at the request of Arlington County staff has been added. What's key with these is if we're not going to support a volume of 60,000 vehicles per day, which was our 2040 volume, well then what volume can we support with 6 or 7 lane configurations with an at-grade intersection? And so we will be looking into that to perform that type of sensitivity analysis. Key question too also is if you have less capacity on Route 1 or restricted movements on Route 1, how much diversion of traffic will occur and where will it go? Next slide, please. We are also mindful that within the National Landing area, there are significant transit and mobility improvements that are currently planned. Significant state investment is in the 6-year improvement plan for enhanced rail and transit in the Crystal City area. That complements local, regional, and state investment for road and transit. Ongoing development is less focused on accommodations for vehicles such as parking. There's a potential then to offset reduced vehicle capacity with use of other transportation modes. And if you look at that map, you see we have the Potomac Yard Transit Way, we have the Crystal City VRE station, we have the Crystal City Metro station, not shown on the map, but just near the bottom right corner, Long Bridge is being planned. So for people who travel to or through Crystal City today, in the future, before the end of the decade, there's going to be lots of other modes that are going to be available to them that aren't available to them today, which might make a consideration that you have less than 60,000 vehicles. There's something that is realistic for you to accommodate. And there's also potential that increased teleworking resulting from the pandemic will be sustained as we move forward in the future. So next slide, please. So a few things here on what these cross sections look like. For option 1, where all turns are permitted, this is the 7-lane pedestrian crossing. What you see here is it's a 140-foot section. That's the basic section that's called for in the Crystal City sector plan, and we are sustaining that where possible. With the 7-lane configuration, you have one dedicated or 2 dedicated through lanes in each direction, 1 combined right turn and through lane, and then that 1 single dedicated left turn lane. And that section that you're looking at will be mirrored off of on the opposite side. It produces a 24-foot wide sidewalk and pedestrian zone on each side of Route 1, so 34% of the space is then allocated to pedestrians. Next slide. So this is our second concept, which has no left turns from Route 1, so it's a 6-lane pedestrian crossing. It's very similar to what you just looked at for option or concept 1, with the exception of that single left turn lane is removed. But doing so, you take that extra space, and that extra space is added into the sidewalk and pedestrian zone on each side. So you have nearly a 30-foot wide sidewalk and pedestrian zone. So almost 42% of the space is then allocated to pedestrians with this option. Okay, next slide. So to give you an idea of how no left turns from Route 1 would work, and focusing on 18th Street just as an example, basically it requires you to go around the block, okay, in order to cross Route 1 at 90 degrees. If you've ever heard the term of a quadrant intersection, it works very similar to that, but in this case, we would be using the side streets to accommodate the same type of movements. So if you were coming southbound on Route 1 and you wanted to make a left turn towards Crystal Drive, you would instead at potentially 18th Street make a right turn and then another right turn to go to 15th Street and then turn again, so you could then cross Route 1 at a 90-degree angle. So, and again, very similar to quadrant intersections. Now this section shows the elevated concept that's the sector plan configuration. It is wider than the other two, needs to be to accommodate the additional ramps at the 15th Street. And this is a section that's shown at 15th Street. So the section increases from 140 feet to 175 feet. You can see we have 3 travel lanes that are above, and you have 2 on or 2 off lanes down below at the at-grade level. Again, you're adding in since it's an urban boulevard, you are sustaining wide pedestrian zones. And so within that space, we have a 20-foot wide sidewalk and pedestrian zone at 15th Street. You would have more as you proceeded south as you get away from the interchange ramps. So that number would increase. So it'd be very similar to concept 1 at grade. All told, 23 to 28% of the space then is allocated to pedestrians within this option. And you can see here also that on the right-hand side of the screen, where pedestrian ramps have been added, or as another option on the left-hand side, you would have elevators and a staircase to enable pedestrians to move between levels with this configuration. Okay, next slide, please. So where do we stand? So I'll go through these topics all very quickly. Plan development is underway. With regard to pedestrian accommodations, we're looking at wide pedestrian thoroughfares along Route 1, approximately 20% to 40% of available space allocated for pedestrian use. Each concept would include pedestrian refuge, wide crosswalks, and sufficient time for crossing Route 1. Bicycle accommodations, predominantly with bicycle routes, with bicycle movements being accommodated on the parallel routes to Route 1. For this study, we're looking at making sure that we address those crossings. And so we make sure that we have appropriate markings for bike lanes crossing Route 1, although we will also be looking at the traffic on the side streets that are produced to make sure that's not impeding bicycle traffic. With regard to transit, there are bus bays underneath 18th Street, which at the at-grade configuration would need to be relocated. And we also will be looking at the impact of traffic on Bell and Eads, since those are predominantly transit routes within the Crystal City area. Under traffic, we currently have 3 simulations for the at-grade options being prepared, and we are using the MW-COG model to evaluate changes in the route selections. With regard to right-of-way, surplus right-of-way, which is a mix of VDOT and Arlington-owned parcels in Crystal City, will be available for redevelopment, both the at-grade and elevated configurations, with more surplus right-of-way being available with the at-grade. Existing utilities are underground in a corridor that follows the footprint of the Clark Street overpass. These utilities will be relocated underground into the Route 1 footprint to facilitate future development. It's good to build this either under the at-grade or elevated option. It would be about 6 phases of construction, but different times would be required with them, although we don't have any durations for those completed yet. Constructability and cost estimate analyses are currently underway. So next slide. So how do we compare the different configurations? These are measures of effectiveness that were identified at our public information meeting in March, and they have not changed. But what the takeaway on this, I think, is that we're not just looking at vehicle operations or even just pedestrian operations, but we're looking at a whole host of different areas to help us make that best decision for a future project on the Route 1 in Crystal City. And finally, where we are with regard to our study schedule, we are focusing on an upcoming public information meeting that is planned right now for the 16th of June. Following that, in mid-July, we plan to have a final draft of our feasible study report, with a final report that would be ready in mid-August. And that concludes our presentation on the update for the Route 1 feasibility study in Crystal City. So we'll turn it over to you for questions.
Thank you, Nick and Lauren. And I see hands already. I know there will be a lot of questions. And let's start with Ms. Crystal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Mahler, so nice to see you again. And Mr. Roper, thank you for taking the time and for the presentation. This is absolutely an issue of interest to this board, as I know you all have heard quite a bit from stakeholders already, as you discussed in your presentation. I will put my cards on the table, so to speak. I know that there are strongly held opinions about elevated or at-grade. My biggest interest is that it be as safe as possible for all users. And I think that there are versions of elevated and at-grade that are as safe as possible for all users. And I think there are versions of elevated and at-grade that are considerably less safe for users other than motor vehicles. So I have a few questions sort of in that spirit, and maybe I'll start with one and then we can do another round. One of the biggest questions I have really about the study, where this study is at this point, is how we're thinking about impact to vehicular operations, which I know you mentioned and I appreciated was not the only consideration, but it is a consideration. And I think we recently heard, for example, this afternoon, from some neighbors in the area who are thinking about how to balance those two things too. Certainly, I have to say I'm very attracted to the idea of removing the left turn lanes, for example, narrowing it down to as few vehicle lanes as possible. We know, we just adopted our Vision Zero plan on Saturday. We know that that is so much safer for other users. We know, left lanes, right? They're responsible for something like 50% of crashes when you've got a crossing lane issue, compared to less than 5% for right lanes. So these are really kind of dangerous areas. But I know that those things do present concerns about, if you remove left turn lanes or if you skinny down the number of lanes altogether, is that going to displace traffic onto neighborhood streets? And so my big question for you all at this phase of the analysis is, how do you measure traffic displacement? Do we assume that everyone who is a vehicle on Route 1 right now is going to stay a vehicle trying to make its way, single occupancy through the corridor? Or are we able to draw on, precedent examples of where other cities have, pulled down major highways and replaced them with urban boulevards? Are we able to, is there any analogy here, for example, with 66? We expected when those toll lanes went into operation that it might, create a lot of spillover on Arlington Boulevard and Lee Highway, and it just sort of didn't, right? So are we assuming that the cars, if you reduce the number of lanes, the cars have to go somewhere else? Or are we able to draw on precedents that suggest that maybe driver behavior can change when the number of lanes is reduced?
Well, I won't say we're looking at precedents so much, but what we are using is using the MW COG model to try and get a feel for that. So, for example, with Route 1, and we can work with the model to give that different conditions. We could change Route 1 from a major arterial to a minor arterial, of sort of rejecting more traffic because it has a different classification. We can also give it in the model, but instead of modeling 3 through lanes for Route 1, we can model 2 lanes, which kind of mimics the effect of having reduced capacity. And then we could see, well, how much volume then diverts to other regional, other local roads or regional roads. 395, Georgia Washington Parkway as major ones, and then within the local streets, Bell, Eads, and Crystal Drive. And so we are looking at those, and we're also performing a simulation model, which gives us really good feel for how that how traffic will redistribute or be impacted by reduced capacity on Route 1. So, for example, the MW, one of the things we will be looking at with under the MW COG, finding from our simulation, excuse me, whether or not if there's adverse effects on EADS, then we could take that around and mimic that in the MW COG model so that EADS does not act as a magnet for traffic that's would potentially be diverted from Route 1. And we don't have full answers for that yet. That analysis is currently underway, but that's the way we are approaching trying to judge what kind of diversion of traffic would reduce capacity or restricted movements on Route 1 cause.
And so to just clarify, and then I'll yield the floor, when we talk about that simulation or plugging into the MW COG model, does it assume no changes in driver choices or behavior? That a vehicle that is commuting on Route 1 at 7:55 on a Tuesday morning is going to be trying to commute through the corridor at 7:55 on a Tuesday morning. It doesn't sort of model out that people might change when they commute or even their ideally, right, even their form of commuting as a result of these changes, the way we saw, for example, with 66.
Well, it does take into account, and will redistribute some traffic. If Route 1 operations, if Route 1 is not operating efficiently, and if you're coming from originating from points that may be further away, it would evaluate whether or not traffic could divert to George Washington Parkway or to 395 and take a different route. So
okay, but it does assume that car that's on the road at 7:45 is going to be on the road at 7:45. It doesn't assume that driver changes when they're commuting or their form of commute.
That is correct. It does not do that.
Okay. All right, I'll yield for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. I saw Mr. Carantonis next. It occurs to me that there'll be lots of questions, and I think everybody knows we have pretty full agenda. Did want to surface this, and so appreciate the report. I could envision lots of ways to follow up. I'll just say that without wanting to limit questions. Mr. Carantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In fact, to be honest, I was a little bit surprised that this, still thankful for the report, and but a little bit surprised that it came in this form as a report during a Tuesday meeting. I was expecting more something like a work session on this, because there are many issues that we have to discuss. And the number one question for me is, what is Arlington's role here towards the finish line, when towards the forming of your draft report? So what kind of input can we provide to you? What is expected there? How do we influence or, provide feedback?
We are meeting with Dennis Leach and Sarah Crawford and the Department of Environmental Services on a regular basis, weekly, as a matter of fact, with meetings among leadership, and then follow that up by meetings among staff. So Arlington County is absolutely a key partner for us in this effort, and your concerns are going to be heavily weighted. As mentioned earlier, it was requested that we add a hybrid option, and so we've done that. So, it's you're certainly going to be with VDOT all throughout this journey that we are on.
Okay. For me, the concern here is whether we are planning for a more, car-centered set of conditions or more of a pedestrian. So my concern begins with seeing how any proposal that we make serves first and foremost those who live there. So we know, for example, that 1 out of 4 households doesn't own a car in the National Landing District. We know, for example, that about 3/4 of all trips are inside this district are not car trips, are pedestrian trips. So, and to add to Ms. Crystal's characterizations of centering our focus on safety, I would also say there is a lot of investment going on. In transportation, in other transportation models, it's more than $3.5 billion. So it's also about making it an inviting place and connecting instead of having a kind of a highway that's a barrier and a separator between two parts, two neighborhoods. So how do you evaluate that? How does this flow into your consideration? And first and foremost, where is the 60,000 projection of 60,000 trips coming from? What is the driving factor for that? We have seen a decline until now in the last 20 years, rather than an increase in this sector.
Mr. Carryover, Nick, I just wanted to jump in and let you know, just add to answer your previous question, and then I'm going to let Nick kind of chime in. I mean, honestly, we couldn't agree more with you and these concepts you're bringing up. These are things we're working through right now with community members, Arlington County staff. We're just here to provide an update, and then we will continue to engage. We're heavily engaged with the BID, the 22202 community leadership, Delegate Lopez, but like many others. And we have an upcoming public information meeting in mid-June, June 16th, I believe it's scheduled for. So this is definitely part of that process. And you and Ms. Crystal brought up some great points. But go ahead, Nick, on the traffic modeling.
Well, before I get into that, just to amplify onto what Lauren said, those type of considerations that you have laid out were key to our decision to refrain from keep adding lanes to an intersection, understanding that we were going to be making the pedestrian crossings just uninviting, too large to use, and realizing that was not the vision that's planned for Crystal City. And so those considerations were key to saying we're going to limit ourselves to no more than 7 lanes and try to come up with a configuration that's even less than that, so that we do have the shortest possible pedestrian accommodations while still having reasonable traffic accommodation. With regard to the 60,000 vehicles a day, that's a number that's been coordinated with Arlington County staff. It was based largely on work that Arlington County had initiated in the Pentagon City study that's currently underway. So that's a number that's been coordinated with Arlington County.
Okay. Thank you for that. Can I ask you just one, and then is there any chance to expand the study a little bit further? Then, for example, the 23rd Street intersection is, I believe, critical to the success of this plan, just to name one. Or is that really, is that set in stone that this has to be that the footprint of the study is the one that you presented?
Well, the footprint for the existing study has been set, and we're almost completed. So I think that one is pretty well on its way again to completion, but it doesn't roll out additional study. And I would say too that we did make our decision with regard to project limits, understanding that Arlington County actually has a project for 23rd Street that I think is due to begin within the next several years, and will probably precede this project, that is meant to address some of the intersection operation issues that currently exist there.
Okay, fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carryover. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you. I'm interested in the same line of conversation that Ms. Crystal and Mr. Carryover started. So maybe perhaps Arlington County staff would be best to address this question, given Mr. Roper's previous comments. So does that 60,000 number in any way factor into restricted parking in the district, expanded opportunities through VRE, transit-oriented development in communities farther out jurisdictions that currently drive traffic to Route 1. Can you just give us a greater sense of how that number is calculated to grow, the composition and share of it over time?
It takes into account future land use as is planned for in Arlington County's plans, but it does have some limitations. You know, as for some of those transit improvements, I think that are currently underway, then how they could influence people's choices in the future. Those or the current impact of teleworking as it's affecting traffic. It does not include those type of considerations at this time. With regard to the latter, I think the transportation industry hasn't quite been able to decide yet whether or not the teleworking is going to be something that's sustainable and it's going to be something that could allow us to adjust our future planning projections. So it's takes into account those future land uses. It does not take into account some of those things that we really can't quantify yet, but we know that are ongoing.
Yeah, I appreciate. Part of the reason I raise it is because we're almost having the conversation that these are things that we have to have a wait and see approach to figure out how they affect travel. In some ways, they can be affected by policy decisions. So telework can be encouraged, parking can be restricted, transit can be expanded. You know, all of those things are policy levers that you could pull. So I'm just wondering, in my own mind, the utility of engineering a study to meet an expected volume of X when that volume perhaps can be manipulated through other policy levers. So I'm just letting you know what I'm working through and thinking of, not looking for a particular answer.
Well, I would say that ultimately we by making the choices that we have with the ACT grade configuration, we've decided not to design for X. We've decided to design for X minus some other type of number. And what'll go along with that is which we will need to include in report is what type of mitigation strategies are we going to discuss? You know, a transportation demand management strategy that encourages people to take alternate routes. It's certainly something that I'm sure you'll have heard that term TDM for that. And I know it was included, say, with the Arlington National Cemetery Southern Expansion Project, a very detailed strategy to inform people of where construction is and how to adjust their travel times. Something very similar, but maybe on a more regional basis, is going to likely be necessary for Crystal City if the ACT grade option is selected to operate, where we're going to be encouraging people who currently may travel through Crystal City to DC to take a alternate means of transportation to accomplish their commute.
And Nick, on that note, you know, we're partnering you with CSX and, you know, other transit projects in the corridor. You showed it on one of your slides. Within the next, you know, decade or so, I think there's going to be a lot of integrated multimodal choices. And Arlington has always been such a progressive place to live and be. And I think that, you know, with all of that development, along with the transit multimodal emphasis, I can only really see this coming together, you know, really well. I think this is a wonderful opportunity, you know, for all of us once we're done with this study, which we still have a couple months left, to really look at how everything is connected and, you know, hopefully provide different choices for people. So it's not all car oriented. And you can see that from, you know, what Nick has already presented today.
Thank you both. And Mr. Dorsey, I see Ms. Garvey and Ms. Crystal. I also don't know if there was I think part of your question, Mr. Dorsey, also was for our staff. And so we'll go to Ms. Garvey while we see if a member of our staff wanted to sort of add.
Mr. Chair, in the interest of time, this is something that does not have to occur as a conversation now. It can occur through briefings, so we can move on. It's fine.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. So Ms. Garvey, and we'll go to you.
Yeah, thank you. And I think briefings later, fine, but I'm going to just continue. We keep adding on to each other's questions and conversations. You may have said, and I might have missed. So when you're doing the modeling about these 60,000 trips or whatever, does that include where they originate and where they end? Do we know of those 60,000 trips? How many are, you know, going, I don't know, 20 miles or something, and how many are actually going back and forth within, say maybe where I'm headed here with this is the innovation campus. And I think the future Amazon office, because I think there's going to be a lot, and I think there are going to be different ways of doing that. So probably where these trips are coming from and going to is probably really crucial. And do you know that?
We have some information on that, not necessarily from the MWCOG model, but from other means of assessing where traffic is going. What we have so far to date is that 60% of the traffic traveling through Crystal City originates from outside Crystal City and goes to destinations beyond Crystal City. And approximately 40% of the traffic that's using Route 1 in the Crystal City area is originating within the National Landing area, the Pentagon City, Crystal City area.
Wow. All right. That has a lot of implications. And particularly, we were talking about our own levers that we have to pull to encourage people to use different ways. If 40% of the traffic is right in there, it means there's a huge opportunity for us. So thank you for that. And again, we won't belabor this here, but I really would like a kind of a work session or a briefing with our staff, maybe both probably, to kind of figure this out. I'd like to say, Mr. Roper and Ms. Mollerup, who I get all these emails from you, by the way, Lauren. It's so nice to see you. Anyway, it's great. I appreciate your flexibility, and you're working with our staff and working with the 22202 livability group, who are really, really have got a lot of background and a lot of information and good thinking. So thank you for your flexibility. And yeah, we need to be looking at what we're doing. So I look forward to that. I do want to say was in a briefing about, maybe a month or so ago, a webinar with folks from Europe talking about pedestrian safety and how they design roads. And there were some questions about crossing like lanes and the width of the streets. And the response was, we never plan on pedestrians crossing more than 2 lanes of traffic. Never more than that. You wouldn't want to do that. I mean, it was like beyond their scope. And here we're talking like 7, 8. So that's kind of an interesting, different way of looking at things. And I think I'll end up, Ms. Crystal, if you don't mind, where you started. I think safety is my absolute, that's kind of the bottom line. Thank you for working through this. I will add not only safety for the pedestrian experience, but how pleasant it is. So it's like not with in the glaring sunlight with, exhaust in your face the whole time, so that it's kind of a pleasant experience, because I think we really do want to change how we move around. And again, I'm going to just mull over that. 40% of if 40% of the trips are right there, I think that leaves a lot for us to be able to do. And I appreciate, I keep saying I'm going to stop. This is the last one, I promise, Mr. Chair. Your willingness to do some other studies is really huge, because I really think it's going to be kind of that Amazon, maybe Pentagon, nexus down to the Innovation Center. I just think that's going to be a major back and forth, and any kind of plan for something in between that doesn't take account of what's going on there probably won't be the best information we could have. So with that, I'll end it. I look forward to talking to you all again, and thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Garvey. We surfaced amongst that a number of questions, and perhaps a briefing may be of interest to several of us. But this forum at least has surfaced questions about the underlying assumptions that are going into this study. Ms. Crystal.
Thank you so much. I actually just wanted to say 2 things in closing. These are great opportunities for us to not only learn from you all, but I hope it's helpful for you all to get some feedback from the county board. Certainly, we've been following this project with a lot of interest, and so we appreciate the chance to share that. So to that end, I just wanted to say, I really did appreciate the conversation about the modeling and even kind of getting into the weeds of the inputs to the model. I hope that's something we can keep working on, even if it's not possible to change how the simulation runs, just being able to facilitate those conversations with our own residents about what we have seen from, related projects. And again, I keep citing the 66 example, not because it's perfect, but because the fear was exactly the same in that project among Arlingtonians that would be here with reduced lanes, which was, spillover traffic, our arterials are going to be impassable, et cetera. The only other thing I wanted to flag for our own staff, I know there's been some interest in community meetings about understanding how this project could have an impact on or interplay with a future elementary school and the walk zone for that elementary school. I am sometimes a little skittish making any plans based on things that are going to require determinations of our colleagues on the school board and their CIP. But in this case, I actually love that as a way to kind of study safety on Route 1, because it might be both literal someday if there is a future elementary school and we're trying to ascertain the walk zone, but it's also a great sort of kind of metaphorical or values-based way of making these decisions, which is, are we creating a Route 1 that feels safe to walk across with an elementary schooler? And so if we could get our hands on the criteria for how APS sets the walk zone, I think that could be an interesting just sort of piece of analytical criteria or data that we could use in these conversations productively. Whether there's anything that could be done to Route 1 that would make it safe enough for APS to include in setting the walk zone, and if it is within our power, how should that affect the lens through which we evaluate a couple of these proposals. So I think that's just a request for follow-up for our team to try to get their hands on from APS. Thank you again for the opportunity to share thoughts as well as for the briefing. I know this is balancing a lot of different interests, but what is encouraging to me is that I think, be it the business community, the surrounding neighborhoods, this board, I would even suggest, many of the auto users, the priority of making this a safe environment really is number one. And so I imagine it sounds like you all are taking that as your North Star, and we can do that in evaluating recommended alternatives when the time comes. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. Mr. Karantonis.
Just very briefly, definitely, this is an area that will experience growth. So an elementary school is probably absolutely critical. There will be one, and you guessed correctly that there will be other things like, for example, cultural assets, a theater, a lot of destinations for walkers across a street where, I remember the old joke when you try to cross 23rd Street on a bad day, sometimes you don't see the other side because of the curvature of the earth. So that's a problem. This we need to fix. And talking about the contribution of traffic volumes, 40% comes from national landing. So this Saturday we approved 2 buildings that are residential and have a parking ratio of 0.32. So we are already doing that, and on top of that, the Commonwealth and us, we are investing $4 billion in mass transit and the best served areas. So and I think on top of that that the south part of this corridor is 2+2 lanes already, right? And the north part of this corridor is basically a bridge. So these are the thoughts with which I look forward to the briefings and to the community engagement here. So thank you so much for bringing that to us today, and I look really forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Ms. Ballerup, do you want to close us up?
Yes, I was just going to do that because I know how packed your board agenda is. And I just wanted to say that in conclusion, we really do remain focused on recommending a project that will, improve the quality of life for those in and near this important multimodal corridor. And we want to develop a project that prioritizes people, whether that be walking, cycling, scootering, riding transit, or driving a car, and those elementary school kids, whatever it is. This project represents a tremendous opportunity to reimagine the corridor along with you all and the community members and bring everyone's ideas together to evaluate the study's final recommendations, which are still in process. So just want to let everybody know that and leave on that note, and we're happy to, answer more questions in the future. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Ballerup and Mr. Roper. Thank you both, colleagues. There's follow-up that is plentiful in this case. So we will go on, and thanking you both, we'll go on to the manager's report. We have colleagues, I think you probably know, we have a number of items that we'll want to hear. And so, Mr. Schwartz, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Today, I'm joined, my first item, I'm joined by the co-chairs of the logo review panel, who are Monet Kane and Kelly Reinfuss, along with Jennifer K. Smith, and they're going to update us all on the review that has been done by the panel. And when Monet finishes up, I think she'll send it back to me and I'll have a few questions for you. So I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer K. Smith to start us.
Great, thank you. Give me just a second to pull it up. Let's see here.
There we go.
All right. Oops, wrong area, wrong slide. Hold on. Let me see. Let me pull up the other one. Okay, here we go. This is the latest, greatest. Okay, there we go. Thank you for having us today, by the way. So I'm going to start things out and just give a little bit of background, kind of the pre-panel part, I'll say. Just a little bit on timeline and process, part one, and then the co-chairs will take over after that. Back in November and December, we had an assessment related to the dialogues in race and equity. And in that assessment, we actually had a question related to the logo. And at that time, we gathered nearly 3,000 logo-related responses. Go forward a little bit to December 15th, and that was the county board meeting. I think most of you will remember. I think Ms. Crystal, you were out for that one, but most of the folks there recall that the county board endorsed a logo development plan, specifically with a June deadline. Some of the other guidance that was part of that plan was to replace the current logo and seal as soon as practicable. And again, the goal was one single logo for the county board and county departments versus two separate logos. Today we have the seal and the logo, but instead end up with one. Then in December and January, we had a call for applications for logo review panel members. We had a lot of applications, 149 actually. It was a tough decision, but the county manager in late January did appoint a 14-member logo review panel that really represented different ages and ethnicities and races and neighborhoods and even professional backgrounds. And again, that was in late January. And then we also had, starting kind of February, March timeframe, for about 4 weeks, a community-wide call for logo art or concepts. And we had nearly 250 people send in their ideas. And then the logo review panel, starting in February, really began its work. So I touched base on some of the logo review panel members, but I just thought I want to give them credit where credit is due. They really have worked hard and had a lot of meetings and a lot of fantastic discussions that you'll hear more about later. But these are the folks that have really put in the time and energy. And might be interesting to know, actually, at least 4 that I know of are actually in communications and marketing or were. So really a great group of people. Also, when we did our call for logo art and concepts, again, that was over about a month period of time. We tried to go far and wide and do extensive outreach and gather as many ideas as possible. We sent information out through the arts communities and cultural fairs and put everything on social media. We work with Arlington Public Schools to get it out to school kids. Civic associations, you know, the list goes on and on. So we really tried to go far and wide. And then the other thing I'll mention, as part of this project, and it was part of the process that the board recommended, we have worked with a professional design firm, and I thought it might be helpful to share a little bit about what their role is. Of course, they attend all the panel meetings and any other kind of planning meetings, really providing some branding, logo expertise, and guidance. They have worked with us to redevelop and refine and professionalize the 5 concepts that are out for voting right now. And they've worked with the concepts from the community, but really based on input also from the logo review panel. And again, they've done different iterations for different designs as well. And then finally, once the board decides which logo we'll be going forward with, they will be working on the very important style and usage guidelines document. And that includes how to use the logo with county department names, fonts, color, that kind of thing, just how to use it properly. So I think that takes us to the end of my part, and I am going to turn it over to Kelly Reinfus, who is one of the co-chairs, and let her take you on this journey on part 2 of the timeline and process.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Ms. Reinfels.
Thank you. And thank you to the county board for having us here today to give you the brief update. We have been very hard at work, as Jennifer had said, and working together as a panel with a lot of different backgrounds and diversity in terms of professions and neighborhoods and ethnicity and race. All of that plays into how we got from, 254 logo designs to where we are today with the 5 that are now being considered by the community. Just real brief here on the timeline. The logo committee met approximately 6 times as a whole over a course of about 8 or 9 weeks. We did take off spring break, but other than that, we were pretty diligent. And we did have a subcommittee meeting, which I'll get more into in detail in a little bit. But through those iterations of different meetings, we were focused on developing a criteria, looking at different aspects of logos, considerations, and really just honing it down until we had what we felt were 5 good representations of the various logos that were put forward. As you know, Jennifer mentioned, we're currently selecting input right now from the community. And once that closes on May 26th, the panel will get together again and look at the community input and review and make a final recommendation to present to the board back in June. So we look forward to being back here then. And Jennifer, if you could fast forward one, I'll just kind of get in a little bit more of the specifics. As I mentioned, prior to even the closing of the community submissions, we met as a group, as the panel, to help develop a design criteria that we would use as a basis moving forward for all of our meetings. Monet will get into that a little bit more in detail. But what the criteria did is it really helped us develop 2 things. One, what were best practices from design for consideration? As you know, design is very subjective. So some of us on the committee have formal design backgrounds in marketing, and others just are very vested interest in Arlington County and making sure that their voice is represented as well as their vision for Arlington County. So that was the other criteria that we looked at, is really how did we want to Arlington be represented in terms of a symbol or a logo, but also how we did not want Arlington to be represented, and if that weighed into it at all. So once we had our 254 logos, just a first cursory through the logo design, and as with any public input, there were submissions that were not taken seriously, whether they were inappropriate or they weren't applicable, or they were duplicative of logos that are already in existence. And so not to distract the panel's focus on the mission at hand, we wanted to eliminate those and take them out of discussion. So we unanimously decided to form a subcommittee who would go through those 254 and did just that. Anything that wasn't appropriate or wasn't a viable logo for consideration was eliminated. And that took out about 20% of the logos. And from there, the panel had about close to 200 to review. We actually did go through all 200 of the logos and had discussions on each and every one of them. Staff was really great to categorize them to make them easier to digest and reflect on in terms of themes that may have arisen from either the guidance that was in the initial call for submissions, or just by nature, people submitting things that had similar concepts and themes. Everything from our state flower, the dogwood, the cardinal, bridges to and from DC, monuments, memorials, children, all different types of things. So we looked at them in clusters from that and discussed them as a group. Then we went away and voted and made our top selections offline so that we could each get each logo consideration, as well as review the comments that were submitted from the designers, which was really important because there were not only a diverse panel, but diverse submissions because some people had their kids put in a concept that might have been a great concept but wasn't quite at the design level, and so it gave us the ability to read what the artist or the designer had in mind, and sometimes that concept may have been adapted into a later iteration of either that logo or of a future one. So that being the case, each of us were given an allotted amount of scoring systems to weight against the the remaining 200 logos. And from that, we decided we wanted to try to get to a number around 20. And I want to make it clear that 20 was not a hard stop, the top 20, because it wasn't like number 21 missed it by one vote. There was actually, so we were flexible on that number that we would move forward with, and there was a real clear delineation between the first 20 and then the others that had far, far fewer votes for it. So from that 20, when we got back together as a group, that's where we really started to dig into how would we narrow this down. Working with our design consultants, we had them do some iterations along the way. We looked at things that were very similar that may have been combined. We looked at things that were similar, and there was clearly one out of a choice of 5 concepts that rose above, so we put that forward. And back and forth over the course of the 8 weeks, narrowed it down to 5 logos that represented the panel's mission in terms of the guidelines that we followed and taking into consideration what we were putting forward to the community from different design aspects, but different themes. And that's where we are today. We put those, they're out there, as I mentioned. We'll take a look at those, and we'll certainly look at the considerations of the community that they input about, in addition to, let's say, voting, their top 2 selection, probably about, 18% or so have actually submitted comments with that. So we'll look at that as well. And from there, we hope to have a clear choice to move forward with that and taking any considerations from the community. If anything needs to be tweaked or updated prior to submitting it, we are certainly open to that or adopting them as is. So with that, I will now turn it to Monet, and she can kind of go over the criteria that we established and a little bit more into our next steps.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Go ahead, Ms. Keane.
Okay, thank you. I hope you can hear and see me okay.
We can.
Okay, thank you. As Kelly said, we had a very long process using a very diverse panel of people who brought in expertise and sensibilities from all over Arlington. So I think we got a very good sense of, as good a sense as we could as a citizen group, of the variety of feelings as well as the technical expertise that we needed in order to look at this. The criteria that we use, and I would just read them down, you have them on the PowerPoint. We were looking for a logo that is meaningful, that is inclusive, and by inclusive, we really wanted it to represent Arlington as a community, the people who live in Arlington, that is timeless, it won't go out of style anytime soon, and that has a consistent brand. It needed to be visually appealing, and it also needs to be visually appealing. It needs to be readable and also scalable, so that it would look good on a flag, would also look on a small scale, would look good on a big scale. And also something that would also work in black and white as well as in color. We wanted the logo to be versatile, and we wanted it to be distinctive, not easily confused with any other logos that are out there. So we also wanted to give you a sense of some of the discussions that we had in order to arrive at the 5 that you have in front of you today. And some of the main things, because we know we've gotten a lot of feedback from people, and I think one of the most interesting things about the feedback, which I think is good for us, is that it's touching on the very things that we spent weeks and weeks, hours and hours discussing. The first one is the issue about the federal monuments and memorials and facilities. So we know that Arlington is right next to Washington, D.C., and Arlington houses some very iconic federal monuments and memorials. We talked a lot about this. Do we want to just use one of those? And the feeling of the panel was that we wanted a logo that brands Arlington in a distinctive way, so that Arlington is more than just DC's little sister. We wanted something that shows the identity of Arlington as a community, a vibrant community where many people live and, you know, where communities live. And we felt that using one of the iconic federal monuments would detract from that. It would be difficult to sort of to then have our own identity. And in addition to the federal monuments, there is also of course, a lot of military monuments. The Pentagon is here, the Iwo Jima, there are several monuments that relate to the military. And on that, we again had a very long discussion. One of our panel members is actually, many of you know him, JD, he was in the military. And there were two concerns with that. One is that if we used any one military monument, it would not be right, because then why didn't you use any of the others? And if we started to put in all the military monuments, then, as I said before, this logo has to be small, has to be scalable, and it cannot get too busy. We had suggestions that included a lot of things, and they just don't work. It's not scalable, and you put too many things in a logo. And then the issue also was the same thing with the buildings, in that there's an iconic skyline. If you're standing on Key Bridge and you look at Roslyn, you know, that's an iconic skyline that represents Arlington. We discussed that a lot as well. There are many beautiful, iconic buildings in Arlington, but do any of them really represent the community of Arlington? You know, Roslyn is not Woodmont. It's not another part of Arlington. So again, we felt that it was better to move away from any building rather than trying to choose which building we're going to put up there. The other issue that came up that we actually talked about a lot was the issue of the colors that we use on the logo. It was important to many members of the panel that we find a way to show a commitment and a celebration of diversity in our community, especially because of the history. The reason that we're getting rid of the existing logo is related to the Lee House, and it's related to this sad chapter of American history that we are trying to move beyond. And on a logo, there are very few ways of effectively showing something like diversity, because, as I said before, it has to be simple, it has to be iconic, it has to be scalable. So we felt that using many colors would be a way to signal a type of diversity. And we're looking at racial diversity, ethnic diversity, but those colors could also allude to other types of diversity that unite us. They could allude to dynamism, environmental connection, so that you can do things with color even when you're not able to put many different elements in the design, so it doesn't look too busy. And of course, with the 5 that we ended up with, there are also logos that look good in color. We hope they look very good in color, but also work if they're used in black and white, in monochromic, so that they're more usable in different ways that way. They're more versatile from that point of view. Jennifer, can we go to the next one? In terms of the federal monuments and the federal buildings and the connection to DC, the one big exception that we decided to use was the concept of the bridge. And we know that the bridges belong to DC, but we felt that we could use the bridges as a metaphor, you know, the way Arlington is linked to the rest of the country, to the nation's capital. The bridges can also be a metaphor about linking the past to the future. They can symbolize connectiveness. So for us, we felt that we could use the bridge as one way of actually acknowledging our presence here and DC without overwhelming the logo, because, as I say, you know, these are the metaphorical ways of looking at that logo. So it symbolizes connectiveness, change, progress, innovation. The way in which one of the logos looks, it can be a bridge, it can also somehow be a rainbow. It has a sense of a rainbow, which signifies hope and optimism. So that was the thinking behind the ones that we ended up showing you. And as Kelly mentioned, there were many other Virginia symbols that we could have used the cardinal, the dogwood flower, the heart, because Virginia is for lovers. We felt that these symbols are not necessarily related to Arlington. They're for Virginia, but we're trying to find something that is just for Arlington. And we didn't want to use something that would dilute it, would be, that it is used in different places. It doesn't really talk about Arlington itself. And yeah, so I think that that is an overview of our thinking process, and of course, we're looking forward to hearing your response. And then I will go over what the next steps that we had in mind, subject to whatever it is that we tell you today. So we are continuing to accept public input between now and May the 26th. And then we are then going to have the trademark infringement review for the top choices. This is an expensive process, which is why we didn't do it at the beginning for everything that we considered. We wanted to wait until we had maybe the top 2 or 3 in order to do a thorough job on those. And we're cognizant of the budgetary implications of doing more than that. We intend on June the 2nd to meet as a review panel to discuss the recommendations that you may give us, and also to discuss the public input, the votes and comments in order to guide our final recommendation. And as Kelly mentioned, we've had a lot of people voting, and we've had a big number of comments as well. So we're looking at those comments and taking them into consideration. And then as of this moment, there's a June 15th County Board meeting where we're going to then present our final recommendations to you so that you can then come and make the final decision. And after which, we would then go back to the design consultant who would then use whatever guidance you have to develop both the logo and develop a style guide for it and the usage guide for the logo. So thank you. So that is what we wanted to say.
So Monet, thank you. Mr. Chair, just briefly, I want to thank Monet and Kelly and Jennifer. So before I send it back to you, I wanted to pose 2 questions to you. One is whether, given the number of comments that were made publicly, and by the way, I have no art sense whatsoever or no sense of what is right or wrong, and I have a lot of faith in this group and the work they've done. But if the board wanted to provide any guidance at this point, that guidance could include to continue with the current process, finish it up and come back next month, or alternatively, guidance on the key questions about changing any of those criteria and perhaps reopening it for new submissions for a couple of weeks, which would then allow more choices to be sent to the public for votes. And I would recommend at that point that the recommendation come back to the board in September. So back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. So we appreciate you framing it with those 2 possibilities. Certainly open to questions as folks have them. And I see we'll start with Ms. Garvey. Oh, you're on mute.
I clicked, it just didn't do it. Thank you. Anyway, yeah, I want to thank everybody. I'm just reminded about how difficult it is to do something like this. This is really hard in a whole lot of different ways. So I have one sort of question, comment, and then I'll pass it on. And I found in looking at them and looking at what we've gotten that I really like the AED logo that we had developed some years ago that AED is using for Arlington for their own department. And I was looking at that and thinking, I wonder if something like this could do for, Arlington County's logo, maybe. Was that considered at all? And so I'd love to hear your thoughts about that.
Sure, thank you. I can address that. One of the initial criteria when we had the subcommittee go through the logos is to eliminate anything that was not unique, that may already be in use by someone or someone else. So that's got eliminated very early on. I think the consideration of the AED logo represents the proximity to DC as the focus. So had it gone forward, it may have been eliminated like that as well. And as you know, as a staff member at AED, we are actually currently going through our own rebranding and logo design. It's served us very well, but it's been 20 years, so we're updating. And my recommendation moving forward from a marketing standpoint is it would be difficult for another entity to adopt that logo and rebrand it as its own in its current state. If that was something you'd like to pursue, I think there's a lot of options that could be provided along those lines. But I think there'd be a lot of confusion between a new logo being used at a broader use and who it represents.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And yeah, I mean, obviously you'd want to change it and update it. And I get the fact that it's kind of it's got a geographic connotation. But when I look at all of the different things we're trying to do, I mean, part of the problem with Arlington, it's our greatest strength is our diversity. But when it comes to branding and logoing, it's kind of our greatest weakness, because who are we? We're a wonderful blend. And I thought the geographic, and part of our deal is that we're right by the nation's capital. Although one of the things I liked about the logo is, yeah, it's geographic, but Arlington's the major thing. It's not DC, it's us. So, I personally, and I guess that's why we talk to the board. I don't have better art sense than anybody. But personally, I would love to have some kind of look at that, because it seemed to have a lot of things that I liked, that it just sort of solved a lot of issues that we're facing. So obviously you need to make some changes. It's interesting to hear that AED is looking at some changes too. So that's my 2 cents, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. We'll continue with questions. That logo is of some interest to me, but I also am mindful of all of the work that has been done, and I wholeheartedly agree with it's easier to critique than to show my artistic sense, limited as it is. So I think Mr. Karantonis was next. I see Mr. Dorsey as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Kane, Ms. Ringfuss, I sincerely thank you for all the work, especially for the very thoughtful cascade of criteria you got through. I mean, these are 10 different criteria. This is a lot of filtering that this group has been doing. I really appreciate the work, and of course, say about taste and about colors, there is no point in this. No dispute is possible, actually. But the issue here, and I have to be frank, I have 2 questions for you. The number one is you talked, Ms. Kane talked specifically about involving multiple colors as a proxy or a symbolic tribute to our diversity. On the other side, colors for a county logo sometimes don't work very well because they cannot be reproduced in the usual 2-color reproduction of this color of this logo, which is probably 90. I don't know. I'm just out of 90% of the use of the logo will be somehow black and white, or a 2-color representation. The second one is, has the group gone through the logos that other communities have, picked something that the group would consider exemplary, or a good example of a good rendition of a color of a logo?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. On the first question of the issue of the many colors, you're right. It does become challenging. The more colors you use, the more challenging it is. And we talked about this a lot with several panel members, feeling that it was important enough for us to make the extra effort to use the colors, even though it makes it complicated. The issue was, how strongly are we committed to signaling, this thing about diversity? Is it worth it? The ones that we did choose were the logos that we felt could be rendered in color and could also work in black and white. So what we're showing you today for the top 5 is the multicolored one and the monochrome one. And the monochrome one, they're related enough that we felt that it would work. We did look at several other community logos. I don't have, I cannot pull up for you right now exactly who they were. We looked at different logos, different cities, and of course, different brands, with a lot of help from the design experts that we had, looking at what worked and what did not work. And also, what we did not want to do to look exactly the same as somebody else. There's Arlington, Texas, that also uses the A, but in a different way. So we looked at that, and I hope that we were able to, based on that, that also informed our thinking on what would work, what would not work. I don't know whether, Jennifer, you might want to add something to that.
The only thing I would add is really just to echo what you said. I mean, there are all kinds of logos all around the country, from big, New York City sorts of logos and, small towns, and there are very, very good ones and not so good ones. And it's kind of all over the place. And somebody used the word subjective, I think at one point, or Matt, you talked about, easier to be a critic. It's just a wide variety of types of logos. That's the only thing I'd probably add.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Smith. I see Mr. Dorsey. I'm mindful of time, but I know we also have the sort of framing question from the manager. But Mr. Dorsey and then Ms. Crystal.
So Ms. Kane, Ms. Reinfus, and Ms. Smith, thank you so much. This was really helpful getting a peek into your process. It was really thoughtful and comprehensive, much more so than I ever would have expected. And to that end, I'm curious as to whether or not your assessments of the response from the community. We talked about it in terms of numbers, 250, 200 that were qualifiable. Were we able to ascertain how many of that number were design professionals or artists? Do you have a sense of sort of the submission universe of people?
We did ask some demographic questions. Okay. We didn't, I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, Jennifer, we didn't ask what is your design qualification, when you make this comment. We looked at very many of the comments were, a lot of the comments were related to the exact issues that we're talking about here today. And I think it will be, it will be good if the public knows that this is the response to their questions. And I think even this meeting with you today is one way of getting it out there. This is the response to the questions. People asking, why don't you have the monuments? People asking, what's with the colors? People asking, why is the cardinal not there? Very many people saying, why don't we just do something different to the Lee House so that it looks different? Will you be happy with that? So, those were the sort of categories of comments. And I don't believe that we received many comments that went to the technical aspects of what we're trying to do. And if we did, then the design company definitely dealt with them. But I don't know, Kelly or Jennifer, whether you remember any comments that went that were technical in nature.
Yeah. Well, I do know, while we didn't ask for the professional of the individuals who submitted, that we do know unofficially that several were created by design firms or designer individuals, just from feedback that we got. Yeah. Mm-hmm. We purposely, as part of the initial process, left it open to the general public, knowing that we would be working with a design consulting firm. So again, the submission by a child that might have a great concept had the same option as moving forward as a professional that may have submitted it, working with a design company who would refine it and professionalize it so that it was in a mode that could be a viable logo.
And just to be clear, because it sounds like you all are trying to interpret what I meant, I want to tell you what I meant. I wasn't saying that what we got was not of professional quality. I'm more thinking about the universe of just people who submitted. And one of the things that you always want is for your group of people to select from the broadest possible group. And I'm wondering to what extent we actually had involvement by people who had design backgrounds. It's not to suggest that your work nor the submissions themselves were not professionally done. So I just want to be very, very clear about that.
Gotcha. Yeah. And I think that in terms of the diversity of the skill sets that were brought in by the people who actually made submissions, it's hard for us to tell. But what we did do, we did get some designs that looked, as Kelly said, that they'd come from professionals, all the way to the designs that looked like they came from little children. And most of the designs had a narrative underneath. It's showing what the artist is trying to do. So we were able to use that narrative to do something with ideas, even the ideas of little children. The designs that came from professional people, we were able to look at them as they were, and to consider them that way.
That works for me. I was just making sure that we had cast a broad enough net that drew in submissions from all across the universe, amateurs, pros, and everyone in between. The only thing that I would see as something that would maybe invite a further call for submissions would be if, for example, pros didn't feel like this was something for them and therefore didn't participate, or something of the like. But it sounds like, from what I'm hearing, it came from all over the spectrum.
Yes, it did.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey, and for sharing where the logos came from. I want to go to Ms. Crystal. I will have an instinct after you go, you speak, Ms. Crystal, as to process. I think we got a lot of input. I also feel that that some of the conclusions with respect to my preference aligns with yours on the monuments, because of where we've come from, is that I would not want to go in that direction. And I share the sort of branch of the military concern as well. So I have an instinct that I think a lot of great work has been done. I do have a question as to whether a little more work could be done because of the unfortunate nature of public engagement sometimes. Until, you can do a ton of public engagement, but that doesn't always mean that it's widely known in the community, because it turns out not everybody watches every minute of county board meetings or looks at a notice. But Ms. Crystal.
I largely just wanted to say thank you to Ms. Kane, Ms. Renfus, especially Ms. Smith, for staffing it, and to the members of the committee. At risk of being grandiose about a logo committee, I will say, this is our form of democracy, right? We have representative democracy, and we say that, not everyone has the capacity or the ability. It would be unwieldy for us to all be involved in the details of every decision. But what we hope is that we get a group of people that is representative, that is skillful, that melds subject matter expertise and different perspectives, and that above all is thorough in their work and asks the right questions and is transparent about their decision-making criteria. And that's what we've gotten in spades. This group it was very inspiring to hear about your conversations and the way that the full spectrum of the community was represented. Ms. Kane, I think your point about, even this presentation, right? I hope there'll be some way we can get that on the logo committee website. I know there are recordings of all the meetings if folks want to really follow along, but even just at a high level, the way that you've already wrestled with some of the many questions that others have brought to it, I hope will build confidence. It certainly has built confidence for me. The only thing I had some kind of remaining heartburn about was that trademark issue. And so knowing that that's still to come, and knowing that, as in all other decisions you've made, there was a very good reason for that, which is their fiduciary responsibility to not spend a lot of money on, as many as 20 or more different options. So I will say, I'm happy to go with the will of the board. I don't need to speak again. If colleagues want to add more to this process, if we want to move forward with the process as it's done, I'm fine with that too. I mostly just really want to thank the group. I think this is extraordinary work from what sounds like a really interesting group of people who volunteered their time. So thank you to you all.
Thank you. Thank you. And I would just add that in terms of going back to the community, which, speaking very much for myself, because I haven't spoken to the rest of the panel, I would understand if that's what the board wants to do. A second option, we have only showed you the top 5 of the things that we considered. We could also show you the top 10 or the top 15 or the top 20, because I do think that we've received a huge number of submissions from a very diverse group of people already. And I would feel that it might be worth your time to actually look at the broader choices that we have, and then decide whether you still want to go out to the community. So that I'm just throwing that out there as yet another option. We could give you, we started off as, with 250, and you don't want to see, believe me, you don't want to see most of those, down to 100 that were okay, but then, down to 20. And it's such a personal, it's, taste, it's something like a logo. It's so much a matter of taste and a matter of preference that it's very difficult to explain why we chose this one, why we did not choose those, besides the criteria. So maybe you are looking at the top 20 or you are looking at the top 15 might give you a better sense of why we narrowed it down, and may or may not, you might have a different sense of the things that we did not bring down to the top 5.
Sure, that's very helpful. Go ahead. Ms.
I just wanted to add, well, 15 to 20 can get unwieldy. There's also consideration looking for the top 5. The top 5 in and of itself are good design and concepts, but sometimes when you have a large committee, they morph and change over time. So while the concepts may have been stronger or tighter originally, by committee input, they can change and develop and kind of stray from what the original intent was. So without going back quite as far as Monet may suggest, it might just be reconsidering the 5 that we submitted to the design company as well, and could those be further refined? So I just put that out there as well.
Thank you, that's helpful. Ms. Smith.
I just wanted to add, we had a certain amount of time we were working toward, which is we wanted to keep our promise to the board, which was to bring something to you in June. So, in a different iteration with a little more time, we might have done multiple voting rounds, for example, with the community. But we were, also trying to make sure we kept our commitment to the board as well.
So in addition to a robust process, you were timely, which we have to be particularly thankful for. You guys have done a lot of work. For my part, I do like the idea of looking at a few additional logos. And I feel that if we're going to do that with the last 10 or 15, for my part at least, a brief process of opening it up for a couple of weeks to get, because I've seen online where people had additional suggestions, and I think that there could be some benefit to that, because I think in addition to your great work, providing this one additional short opportunity where people could submit might give us broader ownership of this decision. And so this is thanking you for a job really, really well done. And unfortunately, now considering asking you to help with 1 or 2 more meetings, and I guess to answer the manager's question, that means a difference between June and September. And I'd kind of be interested if the manager, I see Ms. Helfer, might be willing to come back and do just a little bit more work. I see Ms. Garvey's hand, but often, Ms. Garvey, you're okay with going to staff. So we'll go to Ms. Helfer. The one thought that I have is I really want to reiterate the respect for the colors point that you made, and I know that's important to the group from conversations, and really want to listen and honor the process while just seeing if we can be thorough and kind of expand it a little bit to have full consideration. But Ms. Helfer.
Yeah, just a question for the panel, for the board. If we go back out with 10, the 5 that went out did have the design firm really work with the panel to kind of elevate the professional aspects of those 5. So if we go back to 10 or 15, it wouldn't, this is a question for the board. I would think, and out of fairness, we would have to do that and spend some money to do that. So if we go back to 10, it's double the cost. 15, triple the cost, and the amount of time for the design firm to be able to elevate and professionalize similarly to what they did with the top 5. So I just put that out there as a consideration. We can skip that, but there's been 4 weeks of work with the design and the panel. So just throw that out there for your consideration.
Thank you for mentioning it. I see Mr. Schwartz, and then we'll go to Ms. Garvey, if that's okay with Ms. Garvey. Mr. Schwartz.
Yeah, I'm going to offer a suggestion here, which is that what we do is, we can come back by the end of this week with a firm timeline, but what I would recommend is rather than closing everything off on the 26th, we extend the time for citizen submissions, which had closed 2 weeks beyond the 26th, get those citizen submissions in, ask our group to go back and sort of pour through those. And then I'll let you know, I think that the point about taking, we need at least another 5 for the community to consider. Let's see if there's any nuggets that come to us, new nuggets or old nuggets that we can send back to the designers for further work, and then come to the community with 10 to vote on and come back to you in September. Just trying to put out a proposal.
Sure. That works for me. I'm mindful that we're 5, but go ahead, Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, so that works for me too. So there we're 2, Mr. Chair. So we're getting there. I appreciate that. I wanted, one of the things I've noticed in all my years, which I think we all have noticed, you do incredible communication, all of these things, and no matter how much of that you do, when it actually comes down to a vote and it's an issue before the board, all of these people come in. You didn't tell us. We didn't have time. We didn't know. And I think there's just something about, it's not until it's actually there and before as it gets in Arl now or whatever, that a lot of people pay attention. So, and you still won't get everybody, but I think that's just another reason to kind of give it give people another chance, because there are a lot of people who suddenly really are paying attention. And I think that's great. I also like the idea of seeing if we can get some nuggets and stuff, but not, don't go to the firm yet. I kind of like the idea of sort of picking like where we are before we go back to the firm again. Maybe we come down to 2 or something, but I think that makes more sense. So that's, again, my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. I don't see, I heard flexibility from a third board member. I think where we are is thanking again, towards the manager's proposal. And if I were in the shoes of having done so much work and done it on time and talked about colors and been relentless, I want to just reiterate the thanks. But I think each of you, we all kind of know the human condition, which is until we see something to be against, it can be easier to be against something than to be for. And so just a big thank you. And I would ask the manager to kind of work with Ms. Helfer and you as leaders, the 3 of you as leaders, to craft something that is workable, that provides a little additional time for public input, for some additional suggestions, and that comes back to us. I do think it's important to emphasize that we want a process that is a fixed endpoint, because the letters we're signing have no logos on them, because I don't want anything that I write to have the current logo, frankly. And so that's the proposal. Mr. Manager, can you make the magic to help work with our 3 leaders to make it happen?
Absolutely, and we'll update the community by the end of this week on where we landed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kane, Ms. Reinfuzz, and Ms. Smith. I know it has been a lot, as well as Ms. Helfer. I know you were thoroughly involved with a lot of it. So big thank you to each of you.
Absolutely.
Thanks, everyone.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let me lower my hand here. Mr. Chair, I'm going to call out to the next 2 presenters to see if we can get this all fit in nice and neatly into 20-minute segments. But as part of the Jennifer Smith Show Part 2, we have our other Jennifer Smith along with Anthony Fusarelli here this afternoon to discuss something that we gave a lot of thought to back. We had conversations with the board, and it turns out that we're at a time right now where I think it's especially appropriate, which is those regulatory changes and flexibility that we needed to address under the pandemic. Which of those are worth keeping and carrying forward, and how would we go about doing it? And then also, given the changes in the office market, how do we handle that and address the post-pandemic future? So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Smith for the first part of the presentation. Jen?
Thank you, Mr. Manager, and good afternoon, board members and Mr. Chair. And just bear with me here. I'm sharing my screen. Hopefully you can see that. And great. Okay. And I'll be back with you after I get through my notes here. So, Mr. Manager, thanks for setting the backdrop for these two presentations today on the shifts in the office market, and as well as those for the temporary outdoor seating areas. For my part, I will share the general information about what is happening in the office market and a few of the early steps that we've taken to address these shifts, and then use the remainder of the presentation to focus on renovation and repositioning proposals that and convey what we think we may be needed from a planning perspective to maintain a strong office market in Arlington coming through and out of the COVID pandemic. So just to set the stage here again, in what do we mean by these shifts in the office market, to say that Arlington is and will continue to be well positioned both regionally and nationally to attract a depth and quality of office market tenants. This is due to a number of factors, including our location, transportation infrastructure and amenities, the access to high quality labor force, and other internal drivers of employment growth and business expansion. However, taking into consideration, this market strength is within a larger market context of significant and sustaining headwinds, and we are seeing a continued waning of regional office absorption due to structural shifts in demand, increased regional competition due to emerging and re-emerging submarkets, and the unknowns of how the office spaces will be utilized in a post-COVID environment. So within this context of market shifts and unknowns, we expect Arlington's office market will continue the observed trend away from spec office construction and investment to a more opportunistic and strategic approach by property owners. And in order to adapt to this environment, Arlington's land use and regulatory framework must provide increased levels of flexibility. So this observation is reinforced by perspectives being shared individually, in focus meetings, and also as we engage in public hearings. We've long heard from applicants that our approval processes can be lengthy, negotiations are difficult to reach conclusions, and expectations are less clear on the front end, and the outcome of a public hearing process can be unpredictable. So these uncertainties could be considered as barriers to success for Arlington coming through the pandemic. And knowing that our regional counterparts have strong office markets and are also making adjustments, it's important for Arlington to take measured steps in the near future to remain competitive. So looking at these requests a little bit more closely, building owners and tenants are making three main types of requests in response to changes to the office market. First, we see the conversion of proposed office use entirely. This has been proposed more often for buildings that have been previously approved but not yet financed or constructed. Secondly, owners of existing buildings are contemplating how they can refresh and renovate buildings to maintain high occupancy and attract new tenants. This is happening at a time earlier than the owner would contemplate full redevelopment. And lastly, owners may be considering repurposing an existing office building for other uses. Perhaps that might be hotel or residential units. To aid in reviewing the first grouping that I mentioned, the conversion request for unbuilt projects, just as a reminder, staff recently prepared a guiding document to lay out the evaluation considerations necessary during this type of review. We have this document available to review online, and we're currently using it with two processes, one of which is a site plan application, an amendment application for down in the Potomac Yards area, and that site plan amendment application will be before you at your upcoming meeting in June, and also as part of the ongoing planning study in Clarendon, where there's a reconsideration of a site that had been previously earmarked for office. Again, being considered for an additional, an alternative use to hotel. Additionally, we are working on two other processes that will help support the commercial and office market, including an evaluation of the uses specified for the Columbia Pike corridor. We're evaluating how the form-based code zoning could be adjusted to meet community needs for diverse uses and create more efficient review processes as tenants seek to find and begin operating in this corridor. And then also, we're, as part of our normal procedure, staff is updating the standard site plan conditions this summer, and we'll continue to evaluate conditions and seek ways to update them to address new policy. Some of that may be what has been in place today in terms of how the ground floor space conditions may specify retail, and making sure that we have the ability moving forward to allow for retail equivalent uses that may be consistent with the retail policy. But shifting more to the central focus of this presentation, here we are identifying the ways building owners are seeking to refresh the building and reposition the site to improve leasing and or tenant retention. Depending on a number of factors, including building age, the office market location, competition for other offerings in the neighborhood or nearby, the extent of vacancy, the building tenant requests, among other reasons, building owners are contemplating a wider range of changes. These are from full or partial building renovation, potential additions resulting in increased density requests, introduction of new amenities within the buildings or on roofs, and partial use conversion in the ground or upper story space. So, as Arlington's early generation of office towers continue to age, we've seen a number of requests to renovate or reposition office space, just as that range that I mentioned. In reflecting on these and other case examples, we're considering how these requests are impacting the public realm, the broader community, and in keeping with adopted plans and policies. And we see some differentiation. We've selected these 5 case examples that span from 2011 to 2021, but we are seeing an uptick in requests for renovations similar to these case examples. And based on this experience, we're considering whether we have the correct review process in place today. Our early observation is we have a number of requests that improve existing conditions and have few to no impacts to our goals for vibrant urban environments, accessibility, and achieving a balanced land use mix. As a result, there are opportunities to reevaluate the procedural steps needed to review and approve these requests. Others, however, may be more impactful to our plans or substantively change the public experience in and around these buildings. So in those instances, we would expect that a more forward-facing public review will continue to be appropriate. So these next few slides will show a few of these cases in more detail. The first being Jefferson Plaza in the Crystal City neighborhood. This full building renovation was approved in 2011. And as you can see, the owner updated the building exterior and also added approximately 30,000 square feet of new office space to the building, bringing new workers to the neighborhood. This was considered a major amendment due to the proportion of the added density to the whole. It was reviewed through the Site Plan Review Committee of the Planning Commission, and it required public hearings. Next, in looking at the Commonwealth Tower in Roslyn, this project considered a minor amendment, but it also required public hearings. This recent proposal will be implementing changes soon to the building entrances and terrace to give more porosity from the sidewalk, and will add amenities on the roof and create additional office space within the existing building walls. The 2300 9th Street project on Columbia Pike, also approved this year. This aging office building is proposed for full building rehabilitation, and no new density was requested, no density expansion. The proposal includes modest changes at the base of the building to remove a bank drive-through, and overall that would improve streetscape and exterior experience for the building tenants and those passing by on 9th Street. And as you can see, it will also receive a new refreshed facade design. This, like others, garnered community support. Fourth, the Arlington Tower in Roslyn. This was on your agenda for this past weekend. This example showcases how space on upper floors can be occupied by use other than traditional office. Here, a university will use a portion of the floor for college level education. This approval required both a site plan amendment to change from office to an alternative use, and also required a use permit for the educational use. So in these 4 examples where existing procedures require additional planning and community review and public hearings, this creates processes that are no less than 60 days. Although these projects were approved and garnered support from partnership organizations like BIDS and community members, there was uncertainty at the beginning of the process and required additional time and expense by the applicant than perhaps needed in this current environment. This final example is worth highlighting, Roslyn City Center, as this was also a request for additional density, but not above the existing structure as we saw with the Jefferson Plaza example. It was an expansion above existing plazas and terraces that could further delay and affect the realization of the sector plan and key recommendations for a key pedestrian corridor. So although the increment of requested density allowed this application to be considered as a minor amendment, the request would have had more substantive impact on the realization of the sector plan goals. And as a result of that, staff took the liberty of sharing this request with the community through SPRC before scheduling public hearings to ascertain the level of community support. And given the concerns elevated by staff early on and the feedback received from SPRC, the applicant chose not to move forward and withdrew its site plan application. So based on these pre-COVID market shifts and now more impactful pandemic changes, along with these observations, we believe the time is right to reevaluate the criteria and procedures for these renovation and repositioning requests. As you may expect, the Arlington zoning ordinance defines the request and organizes them by review type. Some of this is clear, other areas it's less clear, and that takes time for staff to meet and consult with the zoning administrator, the county attorney, return and provide clarity for the applicant who may still have additional questions. So in consideration of these challenges that we're facing in the Arlington office market, we believe it's necessary to reconsider these definitional triggers or thresholds. So while we would need to maintain a prescriptive set of thresholds to achieve some uniformity, we believe that we can reconsider the application types and build in additional flexibility in these circumstances. We need to think through those details further. We don't have all of that worked out for you here tonight, but we would be guided by a goal to make the procedures and outcomes more clear and predictable for applicants, staff, the community, and you as the board, and see where we can make adjustments accounting for requests that are less disruptive to the site conditions, the neighborhood, and the community. I also want to mention that we'll consider how we should be regulating upper story uses across the different mixed use zoning districts, and would expect to seek flexibility for alternative uses in addition to the traditional office use. We think that may help fill vacant spaces and create synergies in the marketplace. So finally, we're also contemplating additional updates that would assist with older site plans, again, having older condition limitations, and our objective would be to update conditions perhaps in a proactive, comprehensive way, where we would see it appropriate to apply a universal approach for flexibility rather than solving each request one at a time. So that is our global approach. So in conclusion, for my part, I just would like to say, while we have additional steps to take in updating and discussing the Planning Division's work plan with you, we are flagging this topic as one that we see being prioritized going forward. The complexity of evaluating the definitions and developing new review criteria and thresholds will require more consultation with the zoning administrator, community, and commissions. We are expecting this process could be undertaken in approximately 9 months after scoping. And that process would allow for staff analysis, community review, and the public hearing process, of course, to change the zoning. And staff will be recruiting for the vacant principal planner position that was fortunately authorized in this year's budget process. And we would hope that this staffing assignment will give us greater confidence in our ability to launch this work later this year. So I'm happy to address questions as time allows with support from other CPHD and AED staff. And thank you for that. And I'm going to turn things over to Anthony Fusarelli to shift into the work on the temporary seating.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. And Mr. Fusarelli, I think your first day as in your new title is still to come. Is that right, Mr. Fusarelli?
That is correct. I think that'll be happening in the early June timeframe. So,
okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me pull up the presentation. All right. So good afternoon, Chair DeFerenti and members of the board. Today, I'm pleased to update you on staff's current and upcoming efforts as we consider the future of temporary outdoor seating areas, or TOSAs, as well as related items. Today's update will be in two parts. First, we'll briefly cover an overview of the TOSA experience to date and provide a status update on where things currently stand. But second, we'll provide an update on staff's proposed next steps that are both immediate and ongoing, as well as intended near-term and midterm efforts in our timeline horizon. So as of today, there are 96 TOSAs approved across Arlington on both private and public properties, including county right-of-way. The TOSAs are temporarily providing for more than 2,800 additional seats and 920 additional tables for food and beverage establishments across Arlington installed over the past year. Additionally, staff is currently working on approximately 16 applications under review, and these are either for expanded or newly created TOSAs as well. Statutorily, Arlington is permitting these TOSAs through its continuity of government ordinance, adopted at the onset of the COVID pandemic in March and amended several times since. Last spring, the ordinance was amended to allow for TOSAs and other items related to commercial operations, such as PUDOs, also known as pickup drop-off zones, carry-out and food delivery services, and hours associated with loading dock operations for certain commercial uses, as well as construction of the right-of-way. As you know, this ordinance is valid for up to 6 months after the emergency is declared over, though recent legislation could potentially allow for the ordinance to be further extended if needed. While case counts and vaccinations are moving in a positive direction, no one exactly knows the date that the emergency will be declared over, and as such, staff has been actively thinking about and developing an approach for how to address TOSAs for the remainder of this year as well as beyond. Over the past year, staff has gained an understanding of the general community sentiment about TOSAs and areas where there's areas of strong support as well as concern. From the business community, we've heard support and appreciation for the county's flexibility and timeliness in setting up the program, and some have also advocated to us for TOSAs to remain beyond the end of the emergency. Meanwhile, we also have heard and understand concerns about the effects of TOSAs on furthering competition over already limited space for non-vehicular modes of travel, including pedestrians and bicyclists. We've also heard from some residents who've indicated a willingness to tolerate TOSA noise where it did not exist previously near them before, so long as the TOSA and the associated noise it's brought with it would come to an end when the emergency ends as well. And fortunately, in just a few instances, there's been some conflicts and complaints between adjacent businesses over each of their TOSAs. While TOSAs have generally been successful in allowing restaurants to serve more customers during the emergency without major repercussions thus far, they have also come with certain challenges. Changes to how these areas have been used have required additional county resources in many ways, such as for the review, approval, inspections, and enforcement actions associated with TOSAs. They have also temporarily reframed key questions, such as what is the appropriate balance between public and commercial uses of public space, and what do we want these environments to look like ultimately, and how should they function? Across the landscape, the TOSAs have taken on many forms, with a small selection of them shown here, whether they be in parking lots, on sidewalks, in the curb space, and with or without tents. And so transitioning to what comes next, this afternoon we'll address that in 3 distinct parts, which will include immediate messaging to restaurants, a staff-conducted review of the TOSA program to date, and finally, an intended more thorough exploration of potential policy and regulatory changes associated with the future of outdoor dining. So in the next slides, we'll review additional details on each very briefly. But for parts 2 and 3, it's important to highlight the key question that these components really seek to address, which is what elements of TOSAs, if any, should potentially become permanent components of Arlington's outdoor dining environments into the future, and which should prove just to be temporary. So for part 1, staff has developed a communications message to convey a few key points to the restaurant community. And perhaps the foremost point here is that TOSAs in Arlington will continue through the balance of 2021 and perhaps longer. This message is designed to serve several key objectives. Provide businesses the info they need to make well-informed decisions for their operations for the rest of the year. Clarifying that if physical distancing limits are changing, and we understand or we anticipate that will occur later this month, that TOSA revisions could potentially be considered to fit more tables and chairs if they could fit within the same footprint and meet occupancy limitations. Also, this would serve to inform businesses of future work that staff will be looking at, whether certain TOSA elements should become part of our outdoor dining provisions on a more permanent basis. And finally, in this messaging, we will reiterate that while the county can permit the TOSAs to physically remain up to 6 months after the emergency ends, as it relates to the alcohol sales and consumptions in those spaces, that will continue to be separately handled by Virginia ABC. For the second part of our approach, staff is currently working on an assessment of the TOSA program to date. For this, we're taking a careful look at what has worked well, what could have been better, across the entire spectrum of the TOSA program, including the review process, implementation, noncompliance, and enforcement. As primary outcomes, we first want to identify whether there are details or provisions we should change for the TOSA program as we continue through this year. But additionally, we plan on using findings from the TOSA review to inform alternatives to examine and consider as part of our intended work with part 3. And so for part 3, staff proposes to undertake with the community a more complete exploration of how certain TOSA elements may be incorporated into our established regulatory provisions for outdoor dining. We propose to build from the findings of the staff assessment completed during part 2, identifying positive features or aspects of TOSAs that would be candidates for inclusion into the county's outdoor dining provisions, as well as determining what elements of TOSAs would be very difficult or perhaps impossible to allow permanently, and where mitigation strategies may address any adverse impacts. We would engage directly with the community on this effort for feedback and input. Potentially, this phase of work could lead to recommendations that might also require zoning ordinance amendments, policy changes, site plan amendments, or changes to other county practices or processes. And while the start date for part 3 is to be determined, we'd expect this effort to take at least 6 to 9 months, ideally getting any changes in place prior to the 2022 outdoor dining season. This timeline may be assertive, given the full range of issues that should be included in the analysis and vetting of options, and many of those are listed on this slide here. We'll look forward to further discussions on timing and resourcing of this effort, in conjunction with the previous item on office market resiliency and future broader work plan discussions. That concludes today's briefing, and we'd be happy to address any questions.
So, Mr. Chair, back to you, and I hope you appreciate this work session on the planning work plan.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Thank you, Ms. Smith and Mr. Fusarelli. Looking at the presentation, this is the sort of work both on the office market and on TOSAs that I want to know is happening, and to see it is really helpful. I think both probably know that we're pretty short on timing right now. So I don't want to cut off any burning questions. I do want to honor the amount of work that is going on. I think the signal on TOSAs for the rest of the year is critical. I was in a forum where someone asked me precisely the question, Ms. Smith, that you were working on over the last 2 weeks. So this is, I think, very important work, and a lack of questions on my part doesn't reflect. I'm comfortable that you guys are digging in and working it forward. So, you know, I hope that you can tolerate that, but that truly is the thinking. And I suspect we may have follow-up. I don't know, colleagues, if we have any questions. I'm open, but I'm also trying to keep us moving forward. Maybe we could also follow up with emails afterwards. Mr. Karantonis, go ahead.
We certainly will, Mr. Chair. Ms. Smith, Mr. Fossarelli, many thanks. I find both presentations very interesting, extremely even intellectually stimulating, and putting us on a trajectory of really looking at the recovery and reacting to things. I have only, and I look forward to briefings and updates as we go along. One thing I wanted to ask you, that goes mostly to Mr. Fossarelli's, the discussion about TOSAs. During the pandemic, we had also, as you are evaluating the TOSAs right now, we had also several restaurants and small businesses that really couldn't deploy the means and the resources to have a meaningful TOSA. Yeah, and I do think that we should put on the map also those who, if allowed, if accommodated, could take advantage of that. These 2,800 additional tables, this is a lot of opportunities of income, and I would just ask you to, I mean, I'm sure that you will do, but I'm personally very interested to see what some equity and very small business footprints we have there, and we can follow up. I know many small businesses who would love to do that. The pandemic was so draining that they didn't dare. They didn't have even the sufficient money to buy these tables and everything they needed, or to put up a decent operation there. And if I see how interesting the retail environment has changed, I mean, not only in Arlington, but also in Alexandria, DC. So I'm very interested in having this comparison and see how we can help the smallest of the small. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. We'll take that back and factor it into our future efforts. Certainly tying equity back into our work is part of part 3, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Ms. Garvey. Oh, you're on mute.
I'll be real quick and just say I think this is great. This is great work, and I really appreciate the innovation that got us to get these TOSAs going, the flexibility that you're working on and trying to figure out here, which is going to lead to resiliency. So there we go. A couple of buzzwords, and then the overlay, of course, of equity. I think it's great, and it's really going to be interesting to watch. Thank you. And be part of, not just watch.
Thank you both again, and we will move on to the next portion of the manager's report. Thank you, Mr. Fossarelli and Ms. Smith. Go ahead.
Okay, I want to thank Ms. Garvey for setting us up with the word equity. I'm going to bring Samia Bird in and Elizabeth Hardy. They're going to have a pretty exciting but brief presentation about our racial equity dashboard, which was released last week along with a bunch of new tools. So I think I'm going to turn it over to you, Samia, because I don't know if you're speaking first or Elizabeth, so it's over to you.
I am speaking first, thank you. And I am very excited to share with you. We have a little bit of a show and tell for you. A new tool to support us in our efforts, the community as well as the staff, to advance racial equity. So next slide. So just a reminder about that our definition first for racial equity is closing the gap so that race is no longer a predictor of one's success in any area of life, while also improving outcomes for everyone, and moving beyond services to focusing on changing policies, institutions, and structures. And so as part of our Realizing Arlington's commitment to equity, race, our strategic framework here, just a reminder, based on the vision that Arlington will be a place for all are valued, educated, healthy, and safe, regardless of race. And our mission that as an employee, resident, or business in Arlington, advance racial equity as a countywide priority to eliminate, reduce, and prevent disparities in our policies, procedures, practices, engagement, and interaction with the community, as well as with one another. And as you've heard, our 4 main goals: normalize, organize, operationalize, and assess, shown in a circle here. And we are doing all of that. And what I'm really excited about is, over the course of this meeting, having heard equity and racial equity as the root of probably a lot of things that we have been talking about today. And also just a reminder that the board's adopted equity resolution of 2019. There was a commitment for several actions in advancing racial equity, and I just want to lift up 3 of them here. One was really committing to having the conversations, engagement, and education needed to share information about disparities which do exist based on race, as well as collecting and disaggregating data to identify where disparities and gaps in service and administration exist. And then assessing and analyzing whether our plans, programs, services, and policies, as well as public engagement efforts, exacerbate disparities given their orientation to respond to community complaints or concerns. So next slide. So just for a little context of the dashboard that we'll be sharing with you, it's important that when we talk about operationalizing racial equity, to understand who we are and where we are as a county. When I first started in the role, I really wanted to better understand just that. Who are we as a county when we talk about racial equity and race and the nature and extent of disparities? And I thought it would really be great to have something that documents the state of communities of color, and in asking for data to understand that, the very thing, the state of Black and Brown people in Arlington, what does our community look like, current and existing disparities, when considering indicators of success based on race, which, we may consider that to be income, education, housing, all of those different factors. And so just in being able to share that with staff, what does it say, the data say, in shaping the narrative to form the conversations that we need to have about race and racial equity, to do the normalizing? And what is our starting point to understand where and how we need to focus our efforts and determine the benchmarks and performance standards and metrics? So establishing a baseline when considering the status of people based on their race, and how we can use this information to inform our thinking, our decisions, and strategies moving forward. This is the Race and Ethnicity Dashboard. It provides the basis for normalizing, as well as getting us to operationalizing racial equity and being mindful from a behavioral and cognitive sense, but then being strategic from the perspective of making policy decisions and resource decisions, and asking the questions of our lens, our equity lens, of who benefits, who's burdened, who's missing, how do we know, and then what do we do? I just want to share with you that the Gemini Group, a definition that I refer to often for equity lens, refer to it as a critical thinking exercise to help us cultivate and maintain an equity mindset. And it's the umbrella under which a racial equity tool is devised and used. And so it means to think about operationalizing equity. And so what we're doing here, this starts with understanding our underlying assumptions. So the dashboard as a tool gives us information about for conversations needed on racial inequities, a baseline to use as we apply our equity lens, and spurs us on to be mindful of the assumptions, and I will use the word here for assumptions, sometimes biases, that we make as inputs to inform the outcomes, the decisions, the policies, and otherwise. And so with that, I really want to turn it now to Elizabeth Hardy. And before she goes to the next slide to show you that dashboard, I do want to thank her, as well as Emily Garrett, Jennifer Sco, and Anthony Fusarelli and CPHD for their work and efforts in really taking a thought that was in my mind and developing this great tool so that she can now show you what it's all about.
Thank you, Ms. Bird. Ms. Hardy.
Great, thank you so much, Samia. Just to give you a little bit of the data side of things, We used American Community Survey data, 5-year estimates from 2019. So it's the latest information from the Census Bureau. We plan to update this dashboard annually. Data is released from the Census Bureau every December, January timeframe. So that's when we hope to update it every year. And we looked at 22 different data categories. And each of these categories, we looked for each of the race categories. So it's a lot of data, a lot of information. We looked at the data, we tested reliability, we looked at margin of errors and made sure that what we're putting out provides that clear and accurate picture of Arlington's population. So there is a dashboard. There's also other pieces to accompany a dashboard. There's a narrative called Introducing Arlington's Race and Ethnicity Dashboard. So that provides more of context. And if someone prefers to read about the dashboard and how it relates to initiatives in Arlington, that's a great place to start. We also have data tables and charts that accompany the dashboard. So while the dashboard looks at each race, ethnicity individually, if you want to take even deeper dive, you can go to the data tables and charts and look at the comparison among the different race ethnicities. So this is a screenshot of the dashboard, and it's going to take me right to that web page. I don't know if it's sharing. Let me see here. Let me stop sharing and reshare.
We see.
Can you see the web page now?
Yes.
So here's the main web page. And if you, this is again, the link to the dashboard. If you scroll down, there's also links to the companion documents, which is the data tables and charts. You can download the data in Excel. We have data definitions. And if you want to, again, read the Introducing Arlington's Race and Ethnicity Dashboard, you can click here and get there. But I just wanted to open up the dashboard. And there's 22 characteristics here. One thing to note, so these are the race breakdowns. We have Arlington County as total, white, Black, African American, Asian, other races, and those of Hispanic or Latino origin. A few things to note here, because of reliability issues, and when we break down the population by race and by other characteristics, the finer we get, the higher the margin of error and the reliability gets kind of poor. So we wanted to make sure that the reliability is as good as it could be. So that other race category includes American Indian or Alaska Native, Native Hawaiian, other Pacific Islanders, other races, and those 2 or more races are multiracial. And another thing to note, those of Hispanic or Latino origin can be of any race. They can be white, Black, Asian, or any of those races I just mentioned. So I just want to start here. This is Arlington overall. We have, population. We have population distribution by census tract, breakdown by age, place of birth, if they're native, born. Has the person moved in the last year? What's the poverty level? How well do how well do people speak English? Percent with disabilities, population without a computer, bachelor's degree or higher. We look at households, median household income, per capita income, occupancy characteristics, household income, household type, travel to work, labor force, and unemployment rate. So it's a lot of information. I'm going to just go down a couple of these. So this is how when you select the different race, everything updates. That is for the white race. And you'll start to see things change as we move to the other races. That's Black or African American. You can see that things update here, and it changes as we go to the Asian population. You notice the distribution, the map also changes as well. Other races, and Hispanic or Latino origin. So that's a brief demonstration of the dashboard. Anyone has any questions?
Thank you for the presentation. This is, when this came out the other day, I was eager to look at it and really appreciate that we're taking time to get the presentation on it. I know that my ease with the American Community Service, the ACS census data is probably less than yours, Ms. Hardy. So I really appreciate you doing this. I think probably all of us are going to want to work with it a little bit, and I think we can trust the manager and Ms. Bird to make sure that you guys come back. It may be that we look at it and then we'll have lots of questions on it. But open if there are any questions here. Mr. Schwartz, you've appeared. Did you want to offer comments or thoughts, or do colleagues have?
Well, I would just say, you all know how much I love everything that Elizabeth does. She's just phenomenal. And there's a lot of data here. And I think that I would just encourage people to take some time and look at it. And Ms. Hardy has promised me we're going to get the 2020 census data in here sometime early in 2022. She's canceled all vacations for next year, so we'll have even deeper analysis. So I wanted to thank her. I know we're short on time, and so if I could just move on to the last item.
Well, I do see one hand.
Mr. Dorsey, sorry.
Mr. Dorsey, you're okay? Okay. Then we will all start to take a look, and we will hold you, Mr. Manager, to coming back on this topic, but also coming back, we'll have questions on the dashboard. I know we have a number, probably 5 of data nerdish board members here. So over to, sorry for that,
Right.
but it's the case. So
Yeah.
thank you, Ms. Bird and Mr. Hardy, and over to you, Mr. Schwartz.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Bird, for the concept here. It worked out wonderfully. I did want to conclude with 2 slides, and I know this itself is a characteristic of the time we live in, which is that we started our meeting at 3 o'clock. It is now 5:51, and I'm going to spend 2 minutes giving you an update on the pandemic, which is just a statement in itself. So we'll go to the first slide here. I want everybody to know that we have a number of vaccine clinics, and we have on this slide here showing, which is moving around. So I'll try to, okay, there it goes. That all those clinics are available for people ages 12 and over. Those who are between 12 and 17 need to be accompanied by a parent. And you can see we've broken it out by walk-in or schedule. And this is available on our website. You can see the ones highlighted in green are focused as neighborhood walk-in clinics. And also, to go to the next slide real quickly, we have updated what I call our sideways syringe to show you that now that we've changed the denominator, the number of people who are eligible for vaccine in Arlington County to close to 208,000, we have slipped ever so slightly below the 60% figure. We're about 26 people short. This data is as of the 16th, so I'm confident that we're actually above 60% by now. You can see the dark blue is the number of people in the county who've been fully vaccinated, and then the 15.5% of people who've been partially vaccinated. That number continues to reduce. Now, we're at the point, and I'm just going to say it again, you got to find someone who you know who hasn't been vaccinated and get them vaccinated. We have an obligation to do that. So with that, I'm going to turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. The timing of this presentation is relevant. I do think if it's possible to just remind us that the president asked us to get to 70% by July 4th, and I am very hopeful that we'll find one and keep looking to get out that word to make sure we get there as a county well before July 4th to 70%. So more work to do, but it is a good sign that we had 0 cases today, and it's great that you can walk up and we have these clinics and 12 to 17-year-olds are getting vaccinated. Mr. Dorsey.
I'd just like to know, Mr. Chair, I think the president's call was for 70% of adults by July 4th. And given the expansion of 8,000 to the denominator, I think we're probably knocking at the door pretty soon. So I think we're well on pace.
Absolutely. And as it gets warmer, anything positive about the progress we made is welcome, because we've all lived through the past year plus. So thank you for that reminder, Mr. Dorsey. So now we have, I think that concludes the manager's report. We are ready now to convene as the Ballston Quarter Community Development Authority, as we do each year. So I'll move to recess the county board meeting and convene as the Ballston Quarter Community Development Authority. Is there a second?
Second.
Great, then we will call the roll to make sure that that motion passes. We'll start with Mr. Carantonis.
Aye.
Mr. DeFerranti votes aye. Ms. Garvey?
Aye.
Ms. Dorsey, excuse me, Mr. Dorsey?
Aye.
And Ms. Crystal?
Aye.
All right, that motion passes. Just so that we're, I'll click us out and gavel us out of the county board meeting. We're recessed, and now we're convened as the Ballston Quarter Community Development Authority. The first item on the agenda is the election of officers. I move to elect Matt DeFerranti as chair, Katie Crystal as vice chair, Kendra Jacobs as secretary, Michelle Cowan as treasurer, and Mark Schwartz, in this case, as assistant secretary / treasurer. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I'll call for a vote on that. We'll start with Ms. Garvey.
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
And Mr. DeFerranti votes aye. I'll now turn to the assistant secretary treasurer and also known as our county manager, Mr. Schwartz, to introduce and discuss the other items on our agenda for the Ballston Community Development Authority, also known as the Ballston CDA. Mr. Schwartz.
Yes, what I learned long ago is in being Michelle Cowan's assistant is I will send it over to her to continue the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Ms. Cowan.
Great. So, good evening. This is the annual meeting. Can you all hear me? I'm sorry, my apologies.
We can. Yep.
Okay, great. This is the, I think now, third annual meeting of the Ballston Quarter Community Development Authority, I think is introduced, where we are asking you, in convening as your role as a CDA to approve, as we just noted, the officers, but approve the financial statements. And then also we have members of Brookfield and our special consultants here just to give you an overview of how the development is doing very quickly, I promise. And then also authorize the imposition of a special assessment in order to pay the bonds. As you recall, that the structure of this deal was structured so that the financing that was issued to support this great development would not come back on the county or the general fund. And so with that, I think Jason Freese is here, who is the primary staff person working through, as you know, all of our debt portfolio and things. And he can introduce the members of the development team that are here to present briefly. And then I think we just have to walk through a resolution,
Sure.
Mr. Chair, that just does all that takes all those actions that I just mentioned.
Thank you, Ms. Cowan. Mr. Freese.
Yes, good evening, Chair DeFerranti. This is Jason Freese. So you actually already took the first action, which we will also do again when we have, I'll be presenting the resolution towards the end, which will actually, approve the election of officers, as well as the other two items, which you will be considering this real quickly, which will be the acceptance of the FY 2020 annual report and acceptance of the FY 2022 annual revenue requirement and special assessment report. I did have a member from Brookfield, Rich Dinning, who was here. He actually had to leave earlier. Childcare called, so he had to leave early, unfortunately. He left me with some notes. If you want me to read just a quick update on what's happened at the mall, or I can move on. So it's whatever you prefer.
Thank you. I think a brief update would be appropriate just because of the financial burden and that is a result of the pandemic. I think it would be helpful if you could.
Okay, so I will go ahead and read what he sent me real quick. Shouldn't take too long. So here we go. As you can imagine, with the types of offerings at Ballston Quarter, the property was heavily impacted by COVID. Ballston is a place where dining and lingering are part of the core concept. Both were dramatically hampered over the past year, or year plus. As landlord, we've worked with almost every tenant to modify leases in some manner to help operators get through this difficult period. Throughout the course of the pandemic, however, we have been able to continue forward with deal making and have seen continued interest in the project from a variety of prospects. We were able to open a few new tenants in late 2020 and into 2021. These include Zophia's Kitchen, Superette,
and Bollywood Bistro in the Quarter Market, as well as Bar Taco on the Plaza. Heart and Paw, which is a vet grooming daycare service, will be open this weekend. Wino, which is an art gallery / restaurant wine bar, will open in June. Rewild, a plant and home decor business, and Removery, a laser tattoo removal business, will open later this summer. Regal Cinemas will be reopening later this month, and Punchbowl Social reopened last month. There are a handful of other deals moving in the right direction currently as well, so the future is looking brighter at the moment. Speaking of brighter, Quarter Fest happened over the weekend, which is hopefully an indicator of things to come. It brought very strong traffic, levels they have not seen since the beginning of the pandemic. People were out enjoying the beautiful weather and the offerings within the community, which was a very encouraging sign. With the number of fully vaccinated residents increasing daily and the new CDC guidance regarding masks, we're optimistic about turning the corner and getting back to our core concept of being a place for Arlington residents and visitors to gather, linger, and enjoy the benefits of such a great community. And that's the end of his comments regarding the property.
Thank you for sharing that with us. That's very helpful. It certainly probably at different moments inspired each of us to think that we need to get back there for some food or activities in Ballston, right there at the CDA. So I appreciate you doing that. And we would, as to what's next, I don't know if there are additional pieces that you wanted to present to us.
Just really quickly, I'll go over the two other action items, and then we'll bring up the resolution. Do you have a copy of the resolution that was distributed this afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
I do.
So the next two things will be the fiscal 2020 financial statements. So I'm happy to report there that the CDA again received a clean or unqualified opinion on its financials. There's nothing really significant to note on them unless anybody has any specific questions.
Clean is great description with respect to financial reports audits. And so not seeing any questions, we can continue on to the next item.
Okay, great. So the next will be the FY 2022 Special Assessment Report. And similar to fiscal 2021, the total increment revenues that are pledged to this project, which include certain real estate taxes, sales taxes, and meals taxes, are going to be insufficient to fully fund the debt service and administrative costs on the taxable Series 2016 B bonds. The major drivers of the lower revenues are primarily lower than projected property assessments on the parcels that are subject to the special assessment, and lower than projected sales tax collections, partly due to COVID. And meals tax collections, they've actually lagged forecasts, but they were a little bit more resilient throughout the pandemic when compared to those sales taxes. So for fiscal 22, the amount to be opposed on the parcels that are subject to that special assessment is $1,120,000. This is a slight increase from last year's assessment of $1,090,000. And just as a reminder to the board, the amounts are paid by the property owner, and that neither the 2016A nor the 2016B bonds are county obligations. They are only secured by the incremental revenues of the project, and for the 2016B taxable bonds, also by these special assessments. And so with that, that's a summary of the special assessment report. Chair Ferranti, we have that resolution that I mentioned, which would move and block all three of the items, which is the election of the 2022 officers, the acceptance of the 2020 audit, and acceptance of this 2022 annual revenue requirement.
Thank you, Mr. Freese. Then colleagues, I will go ahead and move the following resolutions. That means that we will twice elect officers, but for convenience, that's what we'll do, and we'll do it quickly. The resolution of as we are convened now as the Ballston Quarter Community Development Authority reads as follows, and there'll be several actions. The Ballston Quarter Community Development Authority, hereinafter the authority, proposes to elect officers, accept its annual audit report, and accept an annual revenue requirement memo and 2022 assessment year annual revenue requirement. Be it resolved, the officers shall be the following members of the authority are elected to the offices: Matt DeFranti, Chair; Katie Crystal, Vice Chair; Number 2, the authority appoints Kendra Jacobs, clerk of the county board, as secretary of the authority, Michelle Cowan, deputy county manager, as treasurer of the authority, Mark Schwartz, Arlington County manager, as assistant secretary treasurer of the authority. Each officer of the authority is designated and authorized authority representative for purposes of the authority's trust indenture. Annual report, the authority hereby accepts the annual audit report presented to this meeting, a true and correct copy of which is attached, will be attached to this resolution as Exhibit A. It was posted on the website. In addition, we take the following action regarding acceptance of the annual revenue requirement memo and annual revenue requirement Mr. Freese mentioned. The authority hereby accepts the annual revenue requirement memo presented to this meeting, including but not limited to the methodologies for the calculations of tax increment revenues as described therein. A true and correct copy of such memo is will be attached to this resolution as Exhibit B. It's been posted. According to the memo, the annual revenue requirement for the assessment year 2022 is $1,120,000. The authority requests the county bill and collect the annual revenue requirement in accordance with the memo and the special assessment agreement. This resolution shall be effective upon its adoption. In the resolution, capitalized terms not otherwise defined shall have the meanings given in the indenture. This is adopted at the duly called and held meeting of the Ballston Quarter Community Development Authority on May 18th, 2021. That's the resolution. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a resolution. It's been seconded. We'll call for a vote. I'll start with Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey.
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
Mr. DeFerranti votes aye as well. I believe that addresses that part of our Ballston Corridor convening. And now I will go ahead and ask that we reconvene as the county board. So the Ballston Corridor Community Development Authority meeting is now adjourned, and we will reconvene as the county board. And now that we have done so, I'll give the gavel so that we've moved back to our county board. The board will now move into closed session. We will return no earlier than 6:30 for those watching already. I would anticipate it would not be earlier than 7 o'clock, might be later. For your planning purposes, I'm pretty confident about that 7 o'clock. So I do need to make the following motion with respect to the closed session. I move that the county board convene a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code sections 2.2-3711A1, 6, and 8 for the purpose of discussing one personnel matter concerning an appointee of the county board and discussing the investment of public funds where bargaining is involved, where if made public initially, the financial interest of the governmental unit would be adversely affected, and for the purpose of consultation with the county attorney concerning the terms of the county's AHIF standard loan agreement as they relate to maintaining appropriate living conditions at the funded affordable housing property, and that the county board move into closed session to adopt an ordinance regarding the county board's authority to adopt an ordinance providing for collective bargaining by county employees and the permitted terms of such an ordinance. Is there a second?
Second.
So the question is on closed session. We'll start with Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye. Aye.
And Mr. DeFerranti votes aye. Colleagues, we are now in closed session. I would imagine we are running a little bit late, but I would also imagine that 5 minutes is reasonable so that we can all refresh, if that will work. Let's be back by 6:15. And remember, there's an other electronic meeting for this item. So we'll see you at 6:15 in the other meeting. Thank you, colleagues.
Thanks.
Arlington County Board back from closed session. And our first step, now that we've returned, is to certify. Under Virginia law, we have to certify our closed session meeting was limited to the subjects that we outlined in the motion before we went to closed session. So I move that the members of the county board certify that at the just concluded closed session, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered by the board.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We'll go ahead and see if the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFerranti?
Aye.
Ms. Crystal?
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey?
Yes.
Ms. Garvey?
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis?
Yes.
The motion passes 5-0. So we have now certified. For our public, I have a few announcements for anyone that may have joined us to speak on our agenda items today. While you're waiting to speak, please keep your microphones muted and your cameras off until you're called. The moderator can mute you, but cannot unmute you. If you are calling in by phone, press *6 to unmute. If you are using a computer browser or app, click the microphone button on the toolbar. Please listen for the tone to indicate that your time for speaking has concluded, and stop speaking then. And finally, after speaking, you may exit Teams, but you can still continue to participate in the meeting via the live stream online or cable channels Comcast 25 and 1085 and Verizon Fios channels 39 and 40. For those here to speak on item 33 or item 34, we have two consent agenda items that we hope will be relatively quickly, but those are first in our agenda. So we'll go to our consent agenda first. We're ready to receive public testimony on the two items that were pulled from Saturday's consent agenda. Madam Clerk, could you please call the first speaker on our consent agenda?
Yes, forgive me for the delay, I'm sorry. Our first speaker is June O'Connell, followed by Jim Harris.
Ms. O'Connell.
Yes, don't start my time yet. I want to make sure you can hear me because I am doing it via the phone because my computer won't do Teams. So can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Ms. O'Connell. Thank you.
All right. So as you may know, I sent an extensive e-submission yesterday, but alas, the e-gods blocked your receipt until sometime today. So I appreciate that you may not have had time to read it, but no matter what, there will be a deferral here, whether it's for 1 month or 3 months or 6. So you have plenty of time to absorb it and to get back with the manager on any comments that you have, because it's not about me and my questions. It's about what kind of questions you wish to raise. I urge you to defer the 75-unit apartment conversion to hotel for at least 3, if not 6 months, because 1 month is too short for a full policy review framed as a housing affordability issue. As I recall, not only has Arlington had a problem with rentals at or below 60%, it has also had a structural shortage in the mid-range of units at like 100 or 120% of median. So I ask you to frame this matter in terms of housing affordability. And by that, I mean how rents are affected by taking units off of the market by a supply chain, as Dittmar proposes. Otherwise, what happens when somebody reaches 60% of median? Where do they go? Do they go to Woodbridge, or is there a place in Arlington? Actually, I'm going to flag some things not in my e-submission, lengthy as it was. So why the 5-year request? Could it be that after your Ames Center approval for 225 units, Dittmar and its lawyers thought that 5 years versus 2 years was the coin of the realm? If so, at least 3 of you should at least have occasion to pause over another 5-year request. How many multifamily apartment buildings are there in Arlington? Ditmar has at least 19. Is this just the camel's nose under the tent? So if at the June meeting you approve these 3 minor site plans for 2 or 5 years, how many will you get in the coming months? Why wouldn't any building want to do this? And will the manager and AED propose some kind of a cap without a public, transparent process? According to the housing chair, Arlington at this point has an apartment vacancy rate of 9% wide and 11% in South Arlington. That would be if there are 30 or 300, that could be 3 or 4,000 vacant units now, with more in the pipeline. So why is Ditmar only asking for 25 or 75 in buildings that total over 1,600? They said it was because they were going to use their 30-day plus set-asides. But frankly, they can increase that number of set-asides at any time. So ask yourselves not only what would consider a major site plan amendment, 50, 100, nose under the camel, but if you approve these and Ditmar come in next month for 25 per site plan, they can go to the zoning administrator in September and ask for 5 more. So my time is up. What I'm asking for is a holistic approach with housing, aging, disability, all participating. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connell, and my apologies.
Extra time.
My apologies for not seeing earlier. We will go to our next speaker, Mr. Hurris. Mr. Hurris?
Just need to star 6 to unmute. There you go.
We can hear you.
So Arlington County is still leasing social services space for DHS at the Sequoia Center. The county board approves residential commercial space repurposing almost every county board meeting now. What can the bids, the real estate trusts, Arlington Economic Development, Arlington Chamber of Commerce do for this restaurant? No brainer. Move it elsewhere in the county where it's not co-located with a homelessness remediation center. Repurpose the concurrent restaurant space as DHS office space. Move the restaurant where it can thrive, not just survive. That would be a win-win for the restaurant and Arlington's taxpayers. Think about this. Think about this. What are you doing here? What is the future for these restaurants, bars, and upscale retail, upscale services in this county under that scenario? Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurris. We will now turn, so those, I believe that's, Madam Clerk, are those all of the speakers on the 2 consent items that have been pulled?
Yes.
Okay. Would you please call the first consent item?
Item number 2A through C are 3 site plan amendments for temporary conversions of residential units at 4001 9th Street North, 1200 North Beach Street, and 3444 Fairfax Drive.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Schwartz for the staff presentation.
Thank you. Kevin Lamb has a very brief verbal presentation. Mr. Lamb.
Thank you. So good evening, board members. This is Kevin Lamb, and I'm the Planning Division Lead for the 3 site plan amendment requests. So at this time, we're continuing to coordinate with the applicant on the site plan amendments, and therefore our recommendation is to defer these items to the June County Board meeting. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lamb. We will now go to the applicant to see if there are any questions in particular. We'll first do the applicant presentation and then we'll come to questions from board members. Does the applicant wish to make a presentation?
Nicholas Cummings here with Walsh Colucci. Mr. Rains and Mr. Bushkoff are not able to be here this evening, but I'm available to answer any questions. I think we've all discussed this matter at length, and we're looking forward to coming back in June. We are working with staff on some conditions that I think could make it even clearer that we're not trying to operate a hotel at this location and to protect against any of the perceived impacts in the housing market. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cummings. I believe Mr. Carantonis first and then Ms. Garvey. You're on mute.
Mr. Chair, I believe Ms. Garvey was before me.
Go ahead, Ms. Garvey. Thank you, Mr. Carantonis. You're on mute too.
It just won't respond when I click on it. Sorry. I had one quick question, which is for our staff. I think the reason the deferral here is I think is to work this a little more with the community, make some things clear, which is really good. That's great. Is June soon enough, or would it be smarter to take this into July? That's my question. Because I'm thinking that June is coming up pretty quick, and what we're trying to do, maybe just giving it another month might not be a bad idea.
Mr. Lamb, I believe.
Good. I think at this point we're still coordinating with the applicant. So we will come back in June with a recommendation.
But okay, I'll let my colleagues ask questions.
Sure.
It seems to me July might be better because then you'll have time. You coordinate with the applicant, and then we got to coordinate with our community a little bit, I think. So.
I see Mr. Cummings. Did you want to comment on that?
Again, without Mr. Bushkoff or Mr. Rains here, I can't speak for them, but you know, I understand that the June hearing is a bit early and it's May and we've got a holiday in between. I do think that we're close to being ready to present something that's going to help distinguish this from the other issues that we've seen with these hotel conversions. But if it's the board's preference to go to July, I don't think it's going to have a significant impact on what we're trying to do here. It would take over a year at least to convert these to get this up to code for the you know, flexible use anyway. So.
Yeah. Thank you. I have no doubt that you guys will be ready, but you know, will the community be? So I'm inclined to just change the recommendation to July if you guys are okay with it. Thank you.
I'm happy to stick my neck out and consent to that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cummings. Appreciate that. And I could make a motion if you'd like, Mr. Chair, but maybe other colleagues want to have some questions first.
Well, let's go. Appreciate that. Let's go to Mr. Carantonis. It sounds like we have July. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I yield my time. I wanted to ask the same that Ms. Garvey has asked with a footnote that this is not just about the DITMA request. We are asking for policy, you know, guidance and, you know, work on policy that affects the entire conversation that we have had until now with, you know, the lease up helps and this kind of interim arrangements of hotel use. So I think this warrants the question whether for all this that we have been discussing until now, the timing of June is not too close. But if this is up to staff to respond.
Sure, we did hear certainly from staff, and then we heard from the applicant, Miss Crystal.
Thank you. I similarly am ready with the motion, Ms. Garvey, if you'd like to make it, but I did want to just comment on. Okay, great. So let me frame this in the following way. I'll make a motion and then I'll speak to my motion. Should I have a second? Sure. Which is that we defer the site plan amendments regarding the temporary conversion of 25 units from residential to hotel use at the Randolph Tower site to the July 17th meeting of the Arlington County Board, that we further. Yeah, I believe that's the motion in total.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
There's been a motion and a second. We'll come to you, Mr. Dorsey, in a second, but first we'll give Ms. Crystal a chance to speak to her motion.
Fantastic, thank you. So I very much associate myself with what my colleagues have intimated and with what our Planning Commission has actually advised us on very clearly, which is that we are, as Ms. O'Connell said, finding ourselves making policy about the conversion of rental units to hotel units, but in incremental and disjointed ways. And I think it's time for us to look at this more holistically. The Planning Commission's recommendation was that we ask the county manager to add to the work plan of CPHD policy guidance, developing the policy guidance for conversion of dwelling units in multifamily buildings to hotel use. So I don't know that we need to take a formal vote in the way that the Planning Commission did when passed a resolution. I think board members from one-on-one conversations I've had with you all support this. I like the idea of deferring this item till July because at some point between now and then we will likely have our work session with CPHD on their work plan, and that's an opportunity to scope out such a plan. What I will say is that I think for this conversation to be sufficiently fulsome for us to really understand the impacts on our housing market of having units converted from apartment to hotel on 5-year bases. We've seen some requests for longer. I don't know that the results of that analysis and civic engagement are going to be complete in time to hear this item again from NITMAR. I think when it comes back to us, I understand exactly as the applicant's representative mentioned tonight, that they believe because this is more like a hotel to hotel conversion, it's sort of apart from that broader conversation, and I'm very happy to take that up in July. But I do think, as Ms. O'Connell well spelled out and as our Planning Commission well teed up, that this is probably going to be a little more extensive of a planning exercise, which is why the ask at this point for me is really about asking our planning staff to bring back their plan to do that engagement rather than to expect to have a tidy answer on that by July. But that concludes my comments, and certainly happy to support the motion to defer and appreciate Ms. Garvey asking the question about July.
Thank you. I see Mr. Dorsey, and I have been reminded by our clerk that our Planning Commission is here. Ms. Guerin is here to speak to this briefly. Did you want to go ahead, Mr. Dorsey?
Well, point of clarification, I believe in the motion, Ms. Crystal referenced just one of the 3 subject properties that the defer is applicable to.
Thank you for catching that. As I looked at the motion, I thought perhaps we'd had a typo. I should know better. We never have typos. And so if it is repetitive, it is for a reason. So as long as it's acceptable to the seconder, I will add further to the motion that we also defer the site plan amendments for the conversion of temporary conversion of up to 25 units from residential to hotel to permit short-term stays of less than 30 days at Cortland Towers, in addition to Randolph Towers, and further at Virginia Square Towers. Thank you, Mr. Dorsey, for catching that.
I see our council nodding. I'm good with it.
Yeah. So now I do want to still give Mr. Dorsey, did you have a substantive question that you wanted to add?
Well, if we're going to have the Planning Commission recognized, I'd rather wait and make concluding comments until after that occurs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Ms. Guerin.
Thank you, board members, for this opportunity. I don't have a lot to add. Ms. Connell mentioned where the Planning Commission stands on this, and you have our letter, our sense of the issue. We're just concerned that this has become a trend. We initially lauded the developers for coming up with an innovative way to get at fuller capacity, but now we feel like we're being asked to essentially make policy from the dais. We want a little more guidance going forward. We realize that we're looking at the 6th one and a 6th such request in just a few years, and we're concerned about the impacts on the market and if there's another issue here that we should all be more concerned about. Thank you for considering this.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Guerin, for bearing with us, and my apologies for not starting with you. Now we're to Mr. Dorsey.
Sure. I'm happy to support the motion. I just want to be clear and amplify Ms. Crystal's remarks that this will not occur in such time that we do have any reasonable study that addresses the larger issue at hand. This, to me, is sufficiently different from the others that it's being grouped with to consider on its own and on its own merits. So with full support for that larger analysis, just recognizing and tempering expectations that I do not expect that will be a part of the consideration when that comes back in July.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. For my part, happy to support the motion. We do need to have our planning work session, and deferring to July is, I reserve full consideration for that conversation. So with that, we'll call for a vote. The question is on Ms. Crystal's motion as amended, which was amenable, so to speak, to Ms. Garvey. And we'll start, we'll ask for the yeas and nays. The first question is, the first board member is Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey.
Aye.
And Mr. DeFranchi votes aye. The item is deferred to the July 17th agenda. We will now go to our next item. Madam Clerk, would you call the next item, please?
Item number 12 is the first amendment to the deed of lease between the County Board of Arlington as landlord and Vintage Restaurant as TA Ragtime as tenant for space located at 1345 North Courthouse Road.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will go now to Mr. Schwartz for the staff presentation. Or
thank you,
identify the
Mr.
staff.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Doug Radin is here with a brief presentation. Mr. Radin.
Thank you, Mark. So I am with the county's real estate bureau. I'm going to put up a PowerPoint presentation. Can you let me know, Mark, whether it's visible?
It is not yet.
Not yet.
Slideshow. It's supposed to, hold on, I guess I didn't select the right thing. All right.
There we go.
What about now?
Yeah, we can see it now.
Slideshow. Where is it? There we go. Okay, so Ragtime is a tenant in a county-owned building located at 2020 14th Street North at the corner of Courthouse Road. They were a tenant when the county acquired the building in 2012. Before the pandemic, they had a thriving business. During the pandemic, their sales declined as much as 90%. Although they have recovered somewhat, they're still a third below normal, and that level of sales has not been enough to pay their scheduled rent, and they have not paid rent since March of 2020. Most commercial landlords provide rent relief to their tenants, and the reason is that it's very expensive to replace a commercial tenant. The turnaround time between the old tenant, getting rid of the old tenant and getting the new tenant to pay rent typically is a year or maybe sometimes more. So that would be 1 year's lost rent, which would exceed $200,000. And when you throw in the rehab costs, the brokerage commissions, the tenant concessions, and all that, we're probably talking about something on the order of $300,000. This deal will cost us a third of that. The amendment would reduce Ragtime's rent to 9.5% of sales, retroactive to April 2020, and that reduction would stay in place for until they have 2 normal months in a row, or for 1 year, whichever happens first. And once their sales return to normal, they would pay back pay back their reduced rent since April 2020 over a 1 year period. The rent in excess of 9.5% of sales would be waived. By my calculations, if the recovery proceeds along the same path as now, we would probably end up writing off about $100,000. That would be about a third of our loss if we were to proceed to evict Ragtime. This amendment would allow Ragtime to stay in business and keep its employees employed. They are an excellent tenant ordinarily. They pay their rent on time. And so I see this as a true win-win. It's a win for Ragtime because they get to stay in business. It's a win for the county because the county saves a lot of money vis-a-vis the alternatives.
Thank you, Mr. Radin.
Thank you.
We will now turn to our Planning Commission for any comments from Ms. Guerin. If Ms. Guerin is
not a Planning Commission night.
Yeah, I did see on this item. So thank you, Mr.
Our real estate bureau. So
yeah. Thank you, Mr. Carantonis. My mistake. So the discussion is now with the board. We've heard from the applicant is not here, And we've heard from our public speakers and our staff. And so I believe it was Mr. Karantonis first. Go ahead.
I would be ready to make a motion if it's okay.
Sure, go for it.
The item. So the motion is to approve the amendment, which is attached to staff report, to deed of lease between the County Board of Arlington County, Virginia as landlord and Vintage Restaurant Incorporated, a Virginia corporation that was Ragtime as tenant for space located on 1345 North Courthouse Road, Arlington, Virginia, RPC 17-016-012. In addition, authorize the Real Estate Bureau Chief, Department of Environmental Services, or his designee to execute the amendment and any related documents on behalf of the County Board, subject to approval as to form by the County Attorney. So, and to my motion, I have to say, I wish all, I mean, I know that many landlords.
Mr. Karantonis, let's just, to your motion, let's just get a second, please.
Yes, of course.
Second.
All right, thank you, Ms. Garvey. Go ahead, Mr. Karantonis.
So just briefly, I know that many landlords have shared the burden and have shared the pain from the pandemic with their tenants, and Arlington County does the same. And as we see here in a very practical example, this is actually also good. It's good business sense and provides relief also from higher costs for the taxpayer. So this is a very reasonable deal. It's friendly to a restaurant that is definitely part of the courthouse square realm, and we very much hope that it will continue to be there and employ the people they employ and serve the customers they serve. So that's what I had to say for this.
Thank you for the motion. I don't see any hands. Unless there's no further discussion, I'll call for a vote. We'll start with Mr. Karantonis.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
Mr. DeFranti votes aye. The motion passes 5-0. We'll now turn to the next item on the agenda. Madam Clerk, would you call the next item, please?
Item 33 is a request to authorize advertisement of a public hearing of an ordinance to amend the Code of Arlington County, Virginia, to add a new Chapter 69 establishing a law enforcement civilian review board and independent policing auditor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll go first, as we do with all regularly scheduled items, to our manager for our staff presentation, and then we'll follow with public speakers. Mr. Schwartz.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair and board members. I'm very happy to be with you tonight to discuss the creation of the Civilian Review Board. Last July, when I came to you to suggest a police practices group, and you approved of the effort, I said the first item I wanted to focus on was not whether to have such a review board, but rather what kind. And so that's where we are today. That's the question before us. Reasonable people are going to differ as to the right answer. As the police practices group itself, the subcommittee that looked at it had a majority and a minority opinion on it, and took testimony on the different types of civilian review boards. I'm here tonight to say that I think we need the type of review board that reflects our values and our experience here in Arlington. The type of review board I would recommend if I were a resident of another jurisdiction might be different. So really, I think we're going to hear a lot of conversation tonight about what's the best fit for Arlington. So I'm going to read to you an excerpt before I go to the slides that comes from a document that I'm citing, and I'm sure that some of the speakers will cite. And if you just sort of listen up, it's about 4 or 5 sentences. A key lesson can be learned from history of oversight in the United States that there is not necessarily any best practice in the creation of a civilian oversight of law enforcement program. Rather, a jurisdiction should look for a best fit model of oversight. Every jurisdiction has its own social, cultural, and political issues, and every police agency has its own unique organizational history, traditions, and subcultural characteristics. While some police agencies may be proficient at holding their officers to account with respect to certain types of conduct, Other police agencies may struggle. Some jurisdictions may have ample financial resources to implement highly professionalized, organizationally complex forms of oversight, while smaller jurisdictions may have far fewer resources. Given these differences between cities and counties, it is likely that no single model of oversight is going to work for all jurisdictions. As a result, the best form of oversight for individual jurisdictions simply depends on the circumstances faced by the jurisdiction that is creating or updating oversight processes. So there you go. One other quote I'd like to put out there is evidence that any one civilian oversight approach or mechanism is more effective than another does not yet exist. Although the role and authority of a civilian oversight function often grows over time to meet emerging community needs and expectations. So with that, I'd like to go to my slides, if we could. And I'm going to ask, I think, Dr. Helfer to put them up if there she is. Thank you, Bryna. If we can just skip to what I just read to you is actually when we post the slides online, that what I just read to you is on the second slide, so we can skip that. And what I wanted to do was talk to you a little bit about what, before we talk a little bit about the ordinance, what it is that we've done over the last, actually since February, in the short amount of time since I received the report from the police practices group. Brian, if you can go to the next slide. You'll see here that, and I covered a lot of this in a video that I did last week. Since February, and right now we're in May, these are the new and updated policies and practices we've put in place regarding the policies and practices of the Arlington County Police Department. I will not bother to read all of them. You see them all here. We also not only have updated policies and practices, we've come up with additional data and commitments on transparency. And the county board took the action to endorse and adopt many of the recommendations of the police practices group in ways that will provide an immediate difference to our community by changing the way we go about providing mental health services and the training of our public safety team service members. If we can go to the next slide. So, Civilian Review Board, what is the purpose? You can see here that it's essentially to maintain trust among the department, the board, the manager, and the public, to provide the opportunity for fair and objective review and evaluation of policies, investigations, to provide assessments and recommendations that will promote non-discriminatory policing, and ensure that our community, through those actions and reforms, has the best criminal justice system it can. And I'll also, as you note, is noted on this slide here, recommend additional strategies. We can go on to the next slide. NACOL, which is the National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement, which I read a quote from a document they put together. They actually came and made a presentation to the Police Practices Group, Civilian Review Board Oversight Subcommittee. And they've laid out here, again, the reason why I wasn't even disputing the idea of having a civilian review board is that a civilian oversight can help protect civil rights, support effective policing, enhance accountability, help manage risks, build bridges, and increase confidence in police. Also, if we go on to the next slide, the kinds of things that you'll see in a successful civilian oversight board are one that's independent, one that has adequate funding, one that can access all the information it needs to access, and last but certainly not least, is a group that over time can develop through talent, fairness, dedication, and flexibility, a rapport with the police department and also the manager, in this case, the board, and also the community, an oversight system that will work and grow as needed. We can go to the next slide. You can see another piece that is laid out in the NACOL documents talks about the authority and the ability to review and stakeholder support and outreach and transparency. We can go on to the next slide. So the charge for the PPG subcommittee was to advise me on what's the best kind of civilian review board. Now, I know there has been correspondence written in by a number of respected members of our community saying that there should be an opportunity for a serious and a wide-ranging discussion about the best kind of civilian review board to have. Many had suggested we actually postpone the advertisement tonight. I mean, I think that the way the process had been set up, the police practices group was due to report to me. I've read their material very closely and taken all their recommendations quite seriously to come up with my recommendation. And now the issue is before the board for its consideration. So I know that I think Mr. Rodney Turner is here, and he'll probably do a better job than I can if we go to the next slide. We'll talk a little bit about all the work that the PPG subcommittee did. And you can see that in sort of a breathtaking number of meetings, they had 13 subcommittee meetings, a community learning session, got an extensive feedback from the community. If we go on to the next slide. So the recommendation from the PPG was to create and operate a hybrid system of civilian oversight with an auditor monitor and a civilian-run oversight body. The recommended authority recommended by the PPG included subpoena authority, investigative authority, and also laid out the manner under which a subpoena would be applied for, and laid out a suggested number of members, 7 to 15. If we could go on to the next slide. So what I've done is I've accepted the majority of the PPG recommendations. I acknowledged, as I did up front, is the importance of having a citizen body that can review policies, review investigations, and review disciplinary decisions, and follow up on completed investigations, ask additional questions, ask for additional follow-up. Follow up on completed disciplinary decisions, ask for additional follow-up, ask questions, hold hearings, review policies, issue subpoenas, and the gamut of policy proposals. And also, I'm committing to working with them on the hiring of an independent monitor. And they also will act to accept complaints, not just in a secretarial role, but in a role that adds trust to the community, that they will fairly take in those complaints, ask the correct questions, pass them along to Arlington County Police, at least for an initial set of investigation, and work on budget proposal, work to review the budget proposals that I may make. If we go on to the next slide. So my recommendations, there are some authorities, as I would acknowledge, that I have not adopted that were recommended by the police practices group, but I'm committing to, after 24 months, coming back to you and saying, let's take a look. We need to establish metrics of success, and say those metrics that will be established under the draft ordinance through a memorandum of understanding between myself and the Civilian Review Board would be established to determine the impact of the Civilian Review Board. Also, we would revisit the question of whether expanded investigative authority is needed. And I also would note, one of the reasons why I'm suggesting we defer the final vote on this until July is that we currently have a review underway by external experts to look at all our internal affairs cases and do an independent assessment of those to see how effective Arlington County Police is in doing the job of investigating its own. So for disciplinary authority, I'm recommending that we provide the CRB with the opportunity to review disciplinary decisions, but not substitute its judgment for that of the police chief. And there's differing research on this, but the research I've read that's most convincing to me shows that civilian review boards actually are less strict in their discipline than the discipline delivered by police chiefs. As to the question, the debate over independent investigative authority, I can't wish away the difficulties caused by having a group of investigators, I assume who would be very well trained, who actually don't do investigations except in very rare circumstances, limited circumstances, as acknowledged by advocates of the investigative authority, show up at a crime scene to begin an investigation without having the broad kind of experience that either the Arlington County Police Department has, or in those circumstances, such as what was faced in Minneapolis, where it was clear that there was misconduct by the police, a group of individuals, whether it's from surrounding jurisdictions or from the state or from the Department of Justice, that can come in and provide its expertise and preserve the evidence on site, ask the questions that are important, and make sure that the experience that you need to do an important set of investigative work is done. Now, as I noted in the board report, the area police chiefs, not all of them, but have signed a critical incident review team arrangement where staff from outside Arlington County would come in to investigate serious incidents. I previously briefed the board on that. That process was something that was negotiated among the police chiefs with the support of all the area Commonwealth's attorneys. So I really would like to give that an opportunity and a chance to succeed rather than building in another structure, which I have some serious concerns about how it would work, regardless of whether other jurisdictions have determined that they would like to go that way. For example, Alexandria. So I will just leave that there for the moment. I don't think Alexandria signed up for the CIRT process, and that's a separate conversation we can have. We go on to the next slide. What the CRB will be able to do, I'm not going to read all the things here, but these are all the things that we'll be able to handle and look into and ask and follow up on. I mean, there are some things like vehicle crashes and sort of missed court dates, which I think I would argue should be outside the scope of the Civilian Review Board authority. Let's go on to the next slide. So the process, and I think this is important, is that when an investigation is completed by the Arlington County Police Department, and again, I've seen a number of these investigative reports, they're very thorough. The Citizen Oversight Authority, the review board, would review those investigative reports. They would actually get copies of all the interviews that were done, which we videotape, be able to see if there are any gaps in the questions that were asked by the police, any gaps in answers, any gaps that need to be followed up on. So the CRB would take a look and either concur or disagree with the investigative findings. If it disagreed, they could go back to the police and say, please follow up on the following specific areas and allow our professional investigative staff to fill in those gaps. At that point, if they were still dissatisfied, they could return, ask for more, or what was more likely to happen, exercise their subpoena authority and pursue additional inquiries through the process laid out in the draft ordinance I provided to you. Let's go to the next slide. Okay. Now, certainly not insignificant, but which it hasn't been getting as much attention, is the role of the independent policing auditor. This is a person who hopefully we will work on hiring someone with some excellent skills who could work closely with the review board and closely with Arlington County Police to make sure that there's quality in investigations, that complaints that come into the Civilian Review Board have the right information and are tracked appropriately, and would work to support the review board and also work to maintain the integrity of our this element of the criminal justice system. Go on to the next slide. So when we've had conversations in the past, and I think that there was not a lot of detail on this in the report that was provided by the police practices group, but I wanted to provide to you all a sense of what happens right now in an investigation at the Arlington County Police Department when it comes to a matter of potential discipline of officers. So Captain Latasha Chamberlain is with me. She'd be happy to answer further questions on this. But you can see there's a 30-day timeline from the time when an investigative request comes in and is initiated to the time when the review must be completed. And then that 30-day timeline is followed up by a quick review by the police department and a finalized disciplinary decision. One of the things that's most pernicious, I think, is delay. If there is a sustained accusation of improper conduct on the part of our police, it's important that there be quick and swift adjudication of the underlying dispute. And the Office of Professional Responsibility has excellent experience in that. I will let the outside assessment that we're due to get by the end of June the assessors offer their view as to whether it's done according with best practices, and whether the judgments made in that process were sufficient. Because I do believe you need to lay out a predicate for a problem if you want to essentially replace this entire process with another process and give disciplinary authority to the Civilian Review Board that would be appointed by the county board. Let's go on to the next slide. Okay, I talked a little bit about the critical incident response team. You can see here how that is laid out. I'm not going to bore you with the details. We can go in and answer any questions you might have about that. But again, I wanted to emphasize that given the role of the Commonwealth's attorney in that this is not just my invoking the purposes of the CIRT investigations to get police officers from other jurisdictions here. Now, those jurisdictions, I think like Alexandria and Fairfax that did not sign up for the CIRT process have said they did not do that because in those circumstances, they would rely on the Virginia State Police to come in and do those investigations. And again, that's another level of support that we could call on if needed. Let's go on to the next slide. Okay, the question about costs, and I do want to apologize because I think there definitely was an error in the board report when I was talking about the NACOL estimates about 1% of a police department's budget. The maximum that I see this potentially costing under that rubric and that measurement is around $722,000, which would be 1% of the police department's budget. But I do think, as you can see, that what I'm recommending if you adopt this ordinance is fully funding the independent auditor monitor, an additional staff person for the auditor monitor as needed, and then a staff liaison for the Civilian Review Board. These costs are estimates. I can't really tell you that, you've worked with me enough on budgets to know the only thing I'll tell you about this number is I know it's wrong. Based on further experience, we'll get a better sense of what the annual cost would be. I imagine they'll be somewhere between $400,000 and $500,000. If we are to add on external investigative staff, I don't really know what that cost would be. Currently, there's a proposal in Richmond that would have salaries associated with 5 investigators. They've estimated that cost around $1.2 million. I don't know if that would be the amount we would use here, but that's an outer range if you were to choose to go with the concurrent investigative authority. Let's go to the next slide. This is essentially the last slide that talks about the next steps and timeline. We are here in May. With a request to advertise. That request has alternative language in it that addresses the question of whether you want to have independent investigative authority. In June, as I noted, we'll be receiving the data from the external assessment, and the board would be continuing to accept comment between May and July, and in July, we will hold the public hearing. I think what's really critically important to me is, regardless of where we end up as a community, I think it's going to be important by the fall to get in place that Civilian Review Board. It's no easy task. The county board will have to determine who they want to be on this board. And not only that, this is not light duty. This will require training, significant training of Civilian Review Board members. We've written into the ordinance, and I think it's absolutely important that the Civilian Review Board members get trained in a lot of the processes, a lot of the methods that our Arlington County Police use, and including ride-alongs and an extensive amount of training. And I think that we want to have that happen in place, so as soon as possible, this additional layer of oversight can be put in place. So, and in addition, we'll have to hire the auditor monitor. The last slide says questions, but I'm sure you will actually don't need a prompt to get questions from me. And with that, I will turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. We'll get a little feedback. We'll soon turn to public speakers. I do just briefly add one note. Thanks for muting, colleagues, and those on the line. The process, your last slide is pretty important. We will have public speakers, but for all to benefit, the stage that we're at is not adopting the manager's proposal finally, but this is an advertisement, and then we will have, the proposal is to have 2 months debate regarding the advertisement that has been put forward. So I thought that was important, particularly in the last slide and context for everyone to hear. So now with that, we'll turn to our clerk to call the first speaker. Oh, wait, sorry. We have Mr. Turner, the chair of the subcommittee, who has done quite a bit of work. And so, Mr. Turner, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the County Board, for having me this evening. I greatly appreciate the honor of presenting to you and discussing this with you. I understand I have 5 minutes to speak. I will not use all that time, I assure you. There are plenty of other speakers who want to speak tonight, and you've seen our work. First of all, I want to commend the County Board and the County Manager for being proactive in tackling the issue of civilian oversight. Many jurisdictions, as you may know, only get to this issue after a sparking event in their community. We didn't do that. We took a proactive approach on this, and I want to commend you and the County Manager for taking those steps. And it has been an honor to be chosen to work on these issues for the community. I also want to start by thanking the ACPD, members of the ACPD, first of all, for participating in this process and for the continued service to our community. I've heard some comments about this as sort of an attack on them, and this is not what this is. This is about making our community a more fulsome participant in what's happening and how it's being served. And so we want to, once again, thank the ACPD and its members for all they do for us. Now, although you have me here speaking to you, I represent but a number of people, and I want to acknowledge the subcommittee that worked on this issue. First of all, there was Kent Carter, a member of our community, Captain Latasha Chamberlain, who's on the call, I understand, of ACPD, Kim Phillip, and Saul Reyes. All of them worked very hard, committed much of their time and their free time to work on this. And let me give you a sense of what that entailed. We began our work in earnest in September. In fact, our first meeting was on September 3rd. And ultimately, approximately 16 weeks later on, we delivered our draft report to the full PPG. During those 4 months of diligent work, the CRB subcommittee accomplished the following. We conducted 13 subcommittee meetings, 1 community learning session, 1 stakeholder session. And in preparation for those meetings, we reviewed materials from NACOL, as mentioned by Mr. Swartz, and reviewed materials from other civilian oversight bodies, including some in the Commonwealth of Virginia. We also reviewed the proposed legislation that was ultimately adopted by the General Assembly. We consulted with a number of people in our community, the county attorney, members of the police department, the immediate past president of NACOL. We contacted and spoke with another police chief outside of our jurisdiction who has worked with different civilian review boards. We talked to our Arlington County Public Defender. We spoke with the Commonwealth Attorney. We heard from many stakeholders. And we also consulted experts who work in different forms of civilian oversight. First of all, we spoke to someone who was the independent monitor in Denver, Colorado, as well as the monitor for this county of Santa Clara in California. And we also spoke to members of an existing civilian review panel, 2 members of the Fairfax County Civilian Review Panel. And finally, but not least, we spoke to the current acting chief of ACPD. We took in all that input, as well as information or input we received online from the community. And with regard to that input, we received over 50 or so comments, closer to 60 comments at least, for the community on this issue in particular. Now, we had so many takeaways, and that's all in the recommendations in the proposal report that we put out. But the key takeaways that came from this was, first of all, Arlington County does not have a use of force issue. Our concerns are about transparency and accountability. Accordingly, our focus was on addressing those challenges. And it's with those challenges in mind that we put forth the recommendations that we did to the county manager. The CRB subcommittee and the PPG stands by our report and the recommendations contained therein. And as we continue this conversation about the civilian oversight of that community, we encourage those who are interested to read the report and recommendations and share your perspective on how we as a community should move forward with civilian oversight. With that, I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Turner, for your service leading the subcommittee and your report. Appreciate it. We may have questions for you later if you're willing to stay with us. Very much appreciate it. And now, Madam Clerk, we will turn to our public speakers. Would you call the first couple of public speakers, please?
Yes, our first speaker is Gabrielle Cantor, followed by Megan Brew.
Ms. Cantor. Ms. Cantor.
Hello.
Hi, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Excellent. My name is Gabrielle Cantor. I live in Penrose off of South Walter Reed Drive. I strongly oppose the current Civilian Review Board ordinance as presented by the county manager to the Arlington County Board. The county put together a stakeholder group to review county policies. He just mentioned all the work that they put into it, and they came up with many great suggestions, one of which was the installation of a civilian review board with discipline authority and independent investigative authority. The current proposed policy is counter to this suggestion and has not been adequately reviewed by the public. I'm calling for delaying considering of this ordinance until key community stakeholders can be included in this process.
Thank you, Ms. Cantor. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Megan Brew, followed by H. Kelly.
Ms. Brew.
Hi, my name is Megan Brew. I'm a resident of Arlington in the Virginia Square area of North Arlington. I similarly opposed the proposal by the county manager to reform the recommendation of the police practices group, particularly as it pertains to the review board. As I am understanding it, I think, and just echoing what Mr. Turner said, that need for accountability seems to be a huge theme in Arlington. The way that the review board is structured in the county manager's proposal, it does not allow for the review board to operate with the police department. And in fact, if issue is reported to the review board, then they need to report it directly back to the police department. And with that said, the police department will handle the review, at which point the review board can only weigh in after the police department's review is done. And at that point, the review board doesn't have a lot of ownership, just given that by the time they conduct their investigation, it could be perceived as an afterthought. So my understanding is, particularly like what Mr. Turner mentioned, we really need that accountability component, and as such want to make sure that the review board is maintained as was written in the original police practices group recommendation. Thank you very much. I'll yield my time.
Thank you, Ms. Brew.
Our next speaker is H. Kelly, followed by Gabrielle Rubalcaba.
Hi, good evening. This is Heather Kelly. Am I muted?
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Okay, good. Hi, I live in Penrose. I am a relatively new resident in Arlington County, spent 20 some years in the District of Columbia, and I have been delightfully surprised by how richly diverse this community is. I love living here, and I really value all that we have to offer to each other. And one of the things I think has been so great was the response of the county to the events of last summer and the willingness to participate with the community in establishing the police practice, or the PPG. And I think that the discussion that took place there, as I understood it, was very cooperative, very collaborative, and that there were good proposals that came out of that. I have a little bit of concern. I have quite some concern about the representations that were made in slide 11 of the last PowerPoint. I think it is disingenuous to suggest that the county manager has accepted the majority of the PPG recommendations, particularly with regard to the CRB. I think that it's very important to give independence and meaningful powers and responsibilities to the CRB, and the oversight that's available is somewhat illusory and does not actually provide the community and the public with the say and the stake in the outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly.
Our next speaker is Gabrielle Rubalcaba, followed by Wilma Jones.
Mr. Rubalcaba.
Good morning. Good evening. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can. Go ahead, Mr. Rubalcaba.
I'm here tonight to discuss my displeasure in the strongest terms at the recommendation of the county manager to implement a new Chapter 69 to the Code of Arlington. I fully support the efforts of the NAACP to ensure that the whole program is implemented. When I read the recommendation document that purports to be the sense of the people, in which it seems the public cannot be trusted to fairly and impartially investigate the police, frankly, I was a little bit more than annoyed. We are not children. Generally, you should never have an organization investigate itself. This can lead organizations like the Newark Police Department, which engendered patterns of constitutional violations that resulted in significant part from a lack of accountability and review systems within the police department. It had an internal investigation unit. I truly believe in the old adage, trust but verify. Moreover, if we find that this impacts ACPD significantly in its duties, we can change. Furthermore, I don't care what it costs as long as we get justice and we, the people, decide what that is. I remember the heated discussions that I had, unfortunately, to conduct with the last police chief to get information about the stops that ACPD was or is still conducting. When I pointed out that all races commit crimes in the same percentage and concentrating stops on Black people was not policing but harassment, it got hot. Effectively, you are not controlling crime, but what is going on is an attempt to control the poor and minorities to stay in their lane. Frankly, the county manager is not reading the tea leaves as to the direction of where the people want to go. I want to remind everyone that we already changed out the Commonwealth Attorney, changed public laws in the state, and will continue to ensure peace, justice, and Black Lives Matters are not just buzzwords. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rubalcaba.
Our next speaker is Wilma Jones, followed by Kent Carter.
Ms. Jones.
Good evening, County Board. I'm on here actually speaking personally rather than in my position as the president of the Civic Association, because I want to be really blunt with you. I believe that moving to a public hearing on this ordinance is premature. I believe that the county manager recommendation is out of sync with the community. We want a civilian review board with teeth, not lip service. Right now, we have one with insufficient subpoena capabilities. Let's be real. The reason that we are here is because of the aftermath of George Floyd. So maybe we won't have a police officer who kills a Black or brown person with their knee, but maybe they're in their car getting ready for an appointment with a customer in order to take pictures at their home, and then they're harassed. We have issues in this county, and the Black and brown community is telling you that we need a civil review board with teeth. Okay, I'm listening to the county manager with the subcultural characteristics and the circumstances fit and the best fit and the values plus experience. Well, let me tell you, the experience of a Black woman who has lived in this community for 62 years says that the Police Practices Board needs to have more teeth. The county staff don't protect the residents. They are not on our side, from zoning to where the fire stations are located to construction in our neighborhoods. And all of these recommendations need to be in line with what the community board said should be done. If Alexandria can do it, we can do it. You know how to write terms and conditions, write the fences that need to be written, and support the community. Stop this and to us with the Arlington way.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Our next speaker is Kent Carter, followed by Adriana Spain.
Mr. Carter. Are you there, Mr. Carter?
If you're on the phone line, it's *6 to unmute. Okay.
Mr. Carter, Madam Clerk, why don't we go on to the next speaker, and if we can get Mr. Carter on the line a little later, we will do so. Thank you.
All righty. Our next speaker is Adriana Spain, followed by Maya Jones.
Ms. Spain. Are you there, Ms. Spain?
Hello. Hi,
Yes,
can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Ms. Spain.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Adriana Spain, a resident of Arlington County since 2009. I am a Latina of Mexican descent, and I am here to strongly recommend the county board defer on agenda item 33. The proposed ordinance language you are planning to advertise was apparently not shared with key community stakeholders. The Latino community nor their community leaders were consulted for input after the PPG made their final recommendations. Right behind Blacks, Latinos constitute the most discriminated group in America. Advertising agenda item 33 is highly disrespectful to the hard work of the PPG and the Latino community, who is adversely impacted every day by improper police practices. This is not an equitable approach. Falls way short of your equity resolution of December 2019 and your pledge as a public servant to be transparent and inclusive. The details of the ordinance got the authority granted by the General Assembly and only pay lip service to effective and robust civil review. The ordinance is fundamentally imperfect. Therefore, I urge the county board to defer item 33 from tonight's agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Spain.
Our next speaker is Maya Jones, followed by Ann Bodine.
Ms. Jones.
Don't forget to unmute.
Are you there, Ms. Jones?
Okay. We will check back in with Ms. Jones. We'll move to Ann Bodine.
Ms. Bodine.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, my name is Ann Bodine. I'm a resident of Lyon Park and a member of the Arlington branch of the NAACP. I'm deeply committed to building a strong foundation of trust between our police force and the community it serves. I lived in New Orleans in 2007 and joined the NAACP there as they were addressing systemic, sometimes horrific problems of equity in policing exposed during Hurricane Katrina. Thankfully, relations between communities of color and the police are better here, but I believe Arlington can benefit from an effective framework that advances both social justice and law and order. Trust is the key ingredient. I therefore ask you do not adopt the paper tiger version of a civilian review board now before you. My concerns address both process and substance. I believe the review board process must better reflect community stakeholder inputs. The police department, of course, is essential, but we must give equal voice to communities of color most adversely affected by police practices. To do otherwise betrays the county's stated commitment and resolutions on equity. To showcase another process flaw, the staff report previews outcomes of an independent review of the police's ability to monitor itself. A vote today before the June report release implies the fix is in. That is not acceptable. On substance, I recommend you consider improving the existing ordinance to align it with Virginia's authorizing legislation and recommendations of the Police Practices Work Group. Virginia law allows the board to have oversight of law enforcement, whereas the proposed law yields more of an advisory-only process. The proposed board would not have the investigatory process powers that the state authorizes, nor the power to make binding disciplinary determinations the state allows. The verdict and new video footage of the Andrew Brown case today shows we need to get this right the first time. So please engage diverse stakeholders and give us a review board consistent with the intent and spirit of Virginia law and with the national dialogue on equity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bodine.
Our next speaker is Jill Marie DeWitt, followed by Michelle Woolley.
Ms. DeWitt,
Yes, can you hear me now?
we can. Go ahead.
My name is Jill DeWitt. As a lifelong resident of Arlington County and Lyon Village, I want to speak today to express my outrage that the county is not proceeding to adopt all of the recommendations of the Police Practices Work Group. What happened to the Arlington Way that is such a source of pride to the county? The Police Practices Group worked tirelessly to develop a thoughtful and well-researched set of recommendations, only to have many of them rejected out of hand by the county manager. I want to register my objection to this undermining of the work group process. Only one person on the PPG subcommittee did not endorse a robust civilian review board, and that person was an Arlington County police officer. The idea that the police can effectively police themselves, quite frankly, reads as if written by someone who has not witnessed the past year of American history. I urge you to fully adopt the authority granted by the state and not hide behind the legalese and complicated caveats that render the proposed oversight board into merely an advisory board with no true oversight function. Through letters and protests, the Arlington community has urged you to establish an independent civilian review board with both investigative and unconstrained subpoena power. Civilian oversight can transform policing only if it is done right. So I urge you to defer and rewrite this and get it right the first time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. DeWitt. I think we had a couple of other speakers in the 2-minute category. We'll go back to Mr. Carter. Are you there, Mr. Carter?
Mr. Chair, I don't believe that Mr. Carter or Ms. Jones, Maya Jones, is here.
They're not in the room. Okay. And go ahead with the next category.
Hi, my name is Maya Jones and I am on the call. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry, Ms. Jones. We can hear you. Go ahead.
My apologies. I had to.
No problem.
I don't. Yes, no, thank you so much for your time this evening. I am here to speak a little bit about the Civilian Review Board. I think that it is really important that the county pause its continuation of this ordinance because the community members have not been able to properly review this as this was just released in a very short time period. And we're having a turnaround within 3 days, not really giving a lot of time to make comprehensive decisions or to be able to make a comprehensive solution. We need a review board that is going to recognize and represent all people, especially the communities of color that exist within Arlington. Arlington County has a number of minority members, and by passing something that will not protect them, we are really giving up on those communities, and we are not doing our due diligence to make sure that those people have the type of representation or support that they need from their elected leadership. I am really disappointed that the county board has put forth an ordinance that would not provide the citizen review board the types of tools that it actually needs to be able to properly hold police officers accountable. In Arlington County, we do have incidents of police officers that have done things that are not necessarily correct. And I think that is improper for us to continue to protect those individuals without protecting our citizens that really do matter to make sure that we have a robust and safe community here in Arlington. And And thank you so much for allowing me to speak. And I appreciate this time today, but I really do hope that you consider to change your policies on this.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Okay. Our next speaker is Michelle Woolley, followed by Michael Heminger.
Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I speak tonight as a steering committee member of Arlington for Justice. I ask for you to delay consideration of the proposed ordinance. I am confident that with this extra time, we can find solutions to the concerns Mr. Schwartz mentioned as obstacles to more meaningful oversight. The problems with civilian review boards lacking sufficient authority like the one proposed here are clear. Minneapolis's weak civilian review board contributed to Derek Chauvin being allowed to remain in his position after dozens of misconduct complaints prior to him killing George Floyd. St. Louis's civilian review board was not able to review any of 21 fatal police shootings during the first 4 years of existence because the panel could not review investigations until the internal police criminal reviews were completed. The internal reviews were not considered complete even after 5 years. Arlington may not be Minneapolis, St. Louis, or whatever other city you want to use as a dog whistle, but there's plenty of evidence that ACPD would benefit from robust civilian oversight. We know effective civilian oversight is warranted based on the recent incident where ACPD harassed a Black man for doing his job, based on the video of an ACPD officer getting in a physical altercation with a teenage child because the kid oinked at him, and from the killing of Alfredo Riles Torres, a mentally ill man, in 2015. Before you say that the police were cleared of wrongdoing in that instance, I will note that they were cleared by the then Commonwealth's attorney, and that any prosecutor is heavily dependent on the police and not in a position to be an unbiased reviewer. I also want to note that while it's been repeatedly noted that we haven't had a sparking event driving police reform here locally, Mr. Riles Torres' death would have 100% been that sparking event had it happened during this moment of reckoning with systemic racism and injustice in policing. These tragedies can happen anytime and anywhere that policing exists. These are just the publicized incidents, not all the ones you hear about when you make an effort to speak to the people most impacted by misconduct in our community. But let's name the elephant in the room, because I don't believe for a moment that the limits on the civilian review board are really about what's actually best for a community like Arlington or budget issues. It is about ACPD and its opposition to oversight. So I ask you this. Why are our police so distrustful of the community they serve that they do not want that community looking too closely at how they do their jobs? I find that incredibly disturbing, and I hope all of you do too. And I know politicians and people in general tend to love a good Martin Luther King quote, so I want you to consider this as we move forward. Cowardice asks the question, is it safe? Expediency asks the question, is it politic? Vanity asks the question, is it popular? But conscience asks the question, is it right? Leaders in Arlington's communities most impacted by police misconduct have been clear that what is right is meaningful oversight. The Virginia legislature and governor showed what is right when they passed a law allowing localities to create meaningful oversight, including investigatory authority and full subpoena power. Community members spent 7 months diligently researching, learning from experts, and listening to the community as part of the police practices group, and determined that meaningful oversight is what is right. National experts have provided ample evidence that what is right is meaningful oversight. I've got one more line. Meaningful civilian oversight is what is right. Placating the powerful who are afraid of being held accountable is not.
Thank you, Ms. Woolley.
Our next speaker is Michael Heminger, followed by Gia Orlando.
Mr. Heminger.
Good evening, members of the board. Tonight, I'm here as a Black man in Arlington to express my deepest disappointment in county leadership as it relates to the Civilian Review Board request to advertise. To be honest, I was completely dismayed to learn that the Civilian Review Board, as it stands today, would not have subpoena power. I call the board's attention to Nate Cole's recommendation that the county manager mentioned in his own remarks. In step 1, and I do mean the very first step, Nate Cole advises localities should be able to give these bodies subpoena power. Full stop. We assembled the PPG, and what you have prepared to advertise deviates from what that body recommended and what the evidence-based practices tell us. Why is that? The nerve of this county to wait 24 months after last year and everything that happened in policing is honestly appalling. For the county to say that there are no use of force issues here and that's not the problem, I would defer this board to a memo from the police chief dated March 18, 2020 that stated 150 of our own police officers were involved in use of force incidents in 2019. Let us not forget the Lafayette Square incident as well. It's a matter of fact that the initial police reports that came out when George Floyd was killed simply stated that there was a police shooting. Thank God for the oversight in the form of a video camera that corrected those statements from the Minneapolis Police Department to reveal that a murder had actually occurred at the hands of the police, and that's exactly why we need a civilian review board with subpoena power. How dare some of you show up in the streets in defense of Black lives last year, yet not demand this on the CRB? We were counting on you before this moment, and you have let us down. You should already have guided the county manager on the CRB. We will fight like lives are on the line because they are. There is no dispute that trust in communities of color has been completely trampled on. This is your one opportunity, County Board, to show Black and brown people that you will not just show up for a photo op at a protest, but that you will do the necessary work to stand up in defense of Black lives. If the CRB moves forward as it currently is advertised, then we've all missed the mark and we should all be ashamed. We're not asking for a miracle or an act of God. We're calling on this body to acknowledge that Black lives do matter and to attempt to restore trust in the community. What is this county so afraid of? What is currently being done in the dark that you don't want the community to see? What have you discovered that would violate our Arlington community values? If your answer is there's nothing to hide, then we expect a civilian review board with significant and meaningful subpoena power. It's hard to even imagine that this is what it means to be progressive. Our community deserves a basic level of transparency and accountability that is independent. County Board, we expect you to make the right decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heminger.
Our next speaker is Gia Orlando, followed by Peter Raven Hansen.
Hi there. My name is Gia Orlando, and I am a board member with the National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement. I am also a past executive team member at the Denver office of the Independent Monitor. And I think you've actually, the PPG has been able to talk to some really good people and get some really good information. And I wanted to just be a resource, I think first and foremost, but I also wanted to talk about some of that best fit and best practice that you're quoting. So in all fairness, I don't have a pro or a con on any of this. You guys do have to find your own solutions in your community. It's super important that you go back to your goals for why you're doing this though. And if the goal is to actually increase trust in public safety because people actually feel like the police are being fair, then you really want to listen to your community and make sure that there's ample amount of community input and engagement to the process before you adopt any piece of oversight legislation. I do want to say that,
I think you're on mute.
Did I just go on mute?
Just go on mute about 2-3 seconds ago. Go ahead, Mr. Orlando.
So I do want to say that there's some really good practice in what has been proposed. Number one, there's a good understanding of the PPG of the kind of official function of what oversight does and how they actually change the way policing is done. I do see the subpoena power in there, although I think it's intense. The process is intense to get there. Outside counsel is a great practice, and more our members are using outside counsel or being able to use outside counsel when there's any kind of conflict. And then first, this is actually a really good thing. I'm going to go over my 3 minutes, but I can be available to you. But the evaluation after 24 months of any model is actually a really, really good practice. It allows for everybody to actually do an assessment. I wholeheartedly hope that you actually get somebody in there to do that from the outside. Some questionable things that I didn't really hear or understand well was exactly how the independence is scheduled and also the authority in real time to monitor ongoing investigations. You know, when you have incidents, you know, we just had one in Denver where there was 9 officers that were put on leave over an incident, and they all had body-worn cameras. There were halo cameras. You know, you're talking about 6, 8, 9 months down the road where, you know, you're going to really be able to actually turn it over to the CRB. And so I would really encourage you all to actually look at those 2 things really closely before you make this decision. And other than that, I want to say good job, really good job.
Thank you, Mr. Orlando.
Our next speaker is Peter Raven Hansen, followed by Julius Spain.
Mr. Raven Hansen.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
I've been an Arlington resident for 47 years and taught law for most of that. And I'm not going to repeat the criticisms that you've heard before here tonight, which I agree with. Instead, I'd like you to track with me what would happen, what would a complainant expect of the review board, and what would he actually get under the procedure that the county manager has recommended. First, he'd bring his complaint to the review board and he'd expect that they'd look at it and gather necessary information. That would be wrong. They don't have that function initially. All they can do is turn it over to the police department for it to complete an investigation in 60 days. The board basically initially just functions as a drop box for the police department. Second, he'd expect when the board finally gets to take a look at the complaint, 60 days or more later, that it would then collect all necessary information to evaluate his complaint. Wrong again. Even when the police department has completed its investigation, the current procedures provide that the board will not be allowed to access information that's involved in any other active investigation. And I don't just mean criminal investigations, which admittedly are in a special category, but it also lists disciplinary proceedings, grievances, civil litigation, EEOC complaints, Office of Human Rights investigations, pending claims that haven't resulted in litigation yet, and others, until they're completed or the county manager gives his permission. And these limitations apply also to the subpoena power. They can't seek a subpoena or ask the auditor to seek a subpoena if any of these limitations apply. And they go well beyond pending criminal investigation, and that's the reason that the General Assembly didn't include any of them in its enabling legislation. They are just invented out of thin air for the procedures that are in the proposed ordinance. Finally, if the review board gets the information it needs to complete its own investigation after 60 days or longer, the complainant would reasonably expect that it could overturn a police department decision if it finds it unsupported. Wrong again. The board can only recommend further investigation or review by the police department. And I want to be very clear on this. In other words, the best that a complainant can hope for from the review board as it's presently constituted is a non-binding recommendation that the police department continue the investigation that it concluded months ago and long after what Mr. Swartz called, quote unquote, completed disciplinary decisions. I think fat chance that a completed disciplinary decision will be reviewed and changed at that point. So I think that the proposed ordinance makes a promise to the community that it can't keep. And in that sense, it destroys trust rather than builds it. The county manager needs to go back to the PPG's recommendations and exercise or include in the board the authority that the General Assembly expected it to exercise, which is authority that the city of Alexandria has just given to its review board. And finally, I would hope that when he does that, he includes the stakeholders at every part of this process and provides ways in which they could consult with the police department along the way.
Thank you, Mr. Raven Hansen. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Julius Spain, followed by Robert Barnett.
Mr. Spain.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I don't think our state president is going to be with us tonight. It's a little bit too late, but I'm going to go ahead and get started. And I'm not going to rehash everything that you've heard here tonight because you've received a number of statements from the NAACP. And from my understanding, you received a lot of emails that came into your boxes regarding our position and other citizens' position. But I just want to point out a few things. My understanding of the state code, which covers ordinance, state code 15 TAC 2, TAC 1427, section F, which is govern adoption of ordinances. It has me to believe that we don't need to rush and we don't need to advertise at this stage, and that you at the county board can defer advertisement another month, another 2 months, and get community stakeholders in the mix on this proposed ordinance. But it is also my understanding that if you advertise tonight, and maybe the county attorney can address this tonight, that the board cannot make any substantive changes to the proposed ordinance as it is. Just work around the edges. You know, earlier today, I went on about 3 o'clock and watched you there at the county board tackle an issue as related to the logo, and everybody knows about the logo. And despite the thorough process and the inclusive process with over 250 submissions, you chose to kick the can down the road a little bit more. And let's go back out and do this again. Why is that? Why was that? Well, many of you said, well, it's because I saw Facebook posts. I saw things on Arlington Now, perhaps. People making comments, right? And I don't have a problem with it because I sit on that board. But what I want to know is, who did you hear from? What community members did you talk to? What stakeholders? We want to know that tonight. And how did you make that decision? I know it's not the same as the ordinance, but you've deferred many actions in the past. I'm going to also say that the members of the PPG, those citizens worked hard for 7 months, hundreds of hours by paid facilitators, selected by the county manager. And notably, the only member, you heard this earlier, from the PPG CRB subcommittee who voted against the PPG CRB recommendations was a police officer. So you've heard this tonight. This ordinance does not embrace fully independent, effective review and an audit process, nor advance the spirit and intent of the state statute. And the Arlington branch of the NAACP strongly recommends adopting a more robust CRB structure with independent staffing and someone who does not report to the county manager, and reevaluation of the other PPG recommendations that you're not taking on tonight, many of which were tabled. Specifically, again, the board should accept and adopt the full PPG CRB subcommittee recommendations. Let's talk a little bit about conflicts. There is definitely, my friends, a conflict of interest, having the locality pick and choose what authorities they want to grant to a law enforcement oversight board when it's in the locality's best fiscal and legal interests. The federal George Floyd Policing Act is looking not just at the past, but it's looking into the future. And it's not filled like this ordinance with all the caveats of and nuances. It's a clean, simple, and straightforward law. We talked a little bit earlier about an auditor. So we're thinking about having an auditor who's hired by and evaluated by the manager. That's not independent. Even Alexandria in their recent legislation, their recent ordinance, had the sense not to do that. Another conflict is requiring the county board perhaps to use our lawyers. Now, we talked a little bit about independent lawyers, but even through the state statute, it grants the right to independent legal counsel, and I hope we do that. The ultimate conflict of interest is that the people responsible for hiring and evaluating the police officers and the lawyers responsible for detaining them have wrote this ordinance. And it's a question, and I wonder why it appears this ordinance is so defensive, it's narrow, and it seems county controlled. The folks that are out here tonight, late in the midnight hour almost, we're not staying up here just to hear ourselves talk. And I know wholeheartedly since February, you have not done the good work in the community to speak with stakeholders. What's been going on between February and May? I appreciate what the county manager has done, but there's more work to do, and let's get to it. I respectfully ask you to defer. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members.
Thank you, Mr. Spain.
Our next and final speaker is Robert Barnett.
I believe Mr. Spain was indicating that Mr. Barnett may not join us. Is Mr. Barnett there?
He had to depart.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you there?
Mr. Barnett?
Okay, okay, he's not here. Did you want to check back for Kent Carter just in case?
Well, let's check back for Kent Carter, and then I thought I heard someone indicating perhaps Mr. Barnett, but let's start with Ms. Carter, please. Mr. Carter, please. We've tried Mr. Carter 3 times. So let's try one more time for Mr. Barnett, and then we will close our public speakers. All right, so we've tried to make sure that all signed up public speakers had the opportunity to speak. We have heard from, we've heard the presentation, we've heard from our Police Practices Group Subcommittee Chair, Mr. Turner, and we have heard from our public speakers. The discussion is now with the board. I will open the floor for questions. I see Mr. Karantonis. Mr. Karantonis, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, we heard testimony, and I want to point out that there was not a single, not a single person who testified for the advertisement of the ordinance as submitted. And in addition, I looked into my inbox and I don't see a single email or letter in support of the ordinance as submitted. So I wonder whether there is any support to go ahead and advertise right now. I am personally I listen very carefully to what is said. I have to also say that I really disagree with the county manager in several assessments, but this is for a different moment to discuss. My question is whether colleagues, what is your appetite to actually listen to the testimony and defer the item and engage with some more thorough stakeholder listening until we can get back. The issues that have been raised are significant. They are not around the edges. They are really fundamental. They're parts of a completely different philosophy and approach to this. So this is why I'm raising that with you. I would definitely be supportive of deferring the item for now and engaging in a more thorough process of listening before we come back to this.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. For my part, there's certainly, I heard the speakers and I heard the emails, and I want to come back to your questions. I think there are fair concerns raised, but I also want to discuss a little bit more the request to advertise process, because I will say, and I share some of your concerns. I will say that want to get to Mr. Dorsey's questions, but I will say, with your indulgence, Mr. Dorsey, I would just like to ask one question of our attorney, which concerns the ordinance as advertised. Just to clarify, I did a line-by-line comparison of the Alexandria ordinance and this ordinance, and it is my impression that everything that is in the Alexandria ordinance we could consider if we advertised our draft ordinance tonight. Is that a fair understanding, Mr. McIsaac? I'm hoping that you'll pop up, because right now I'm just feel like I'm talking to, there you go, Mr. McIsaac.
I'm still here.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, yes, I would say that I think Mr. Spain had it about right as far as the general rules regarding the scope of advertisement. You cannot really make substantive changes to the body of the ordinance without further advertisement. You can sort of, as he said, work around the edges. But in this case, the manager's proposal contains probably the most significant element that the Alexandria ordinance has, which the manager is not currently recommending, and that is a civilian review board that has investigative powers. And the subpoena power would go with it, and there's a whole waterfall of things that go with that investigative capability. So that is what is proposed to be advertised, so that at the conclusion of the hearing process, if the board was inclined to give the Civilian Review Board that investigative power, along with the other elements that the manager is recommending, then you could do that. It would be within the scope. And I think that would get you 9/10, if not more, of the way to what Alexandria ended up adopting. There may be some small nuances in there, but they're probably not substantive enough to prevent you from adopting them should you choose to after you've conducted the hearing.
Thank you. That's helpful, Mr. McIsaac. And just to clarify, the proposal here is for a hearing in July. We would advertise tonight, and then the hearing would be in July. So that's helpful. I don't want to duck the thrust of your questions. Thank you, Mr. McIsaac. I'm sure we will have other questions going forward, but Mr. Karantonis, I don't want to duck the thrust of your questions. But I do think that in order for us to have a productive discussion of this, I felt that question was useful to come to first. I ask your indulgence if we would go to Mr. Dorsey, and we will come back to you. I'm not finished trying to address your concerns, but let's get everybody a round or two of questions and then come back in due course to your question, Mr. Karantonis. So Mr. Dorsey.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll pick up right where you left off. Having done the same line-by-line consideration, I'm fully confident that if we were so inclined that this board could adopt what Alexandria did with the confines of the advertisement that we are asked to consider tonight. And I agree with Mr. Karantonis that there is a lot of conversation to be had, and a lot of that has to do with exactly what the ordinance says and what the options available to the board are. The question becomes whether or not there is a deferral that creates a desire of the community to change the county manager's recommendation, or whether or not that time is spent convincing us, the ultimate decision makers and creators of the Civilian Review Board, to adopt their particular point of view. So I just wanted to ask and I don't know who to ask this of, quite frankly, because we heard different things tonight, but if there were a deferral, do you have an understanding, maybe this is to Mr. Karantonis, would that deferral also include continuing the 2-month period for the community to discuss their ideas with the board? Because I have to say, that's extremely important to me. I don't want to have a period of time where it's devoted in what will probably be a futile attempt to change the county manager's mind. I want a community conversation with the board. So what are your thoughts there?
Mr. Karantonis.
Mr. Dorsey, there is absolutely no question that I have no doubt that this opens a direct dialogue between the community, the stakeholders, especially the police communities, with the board directly, based on the initial draft, or the ordinance as it has been proposed with the county manager, and then it's up to the board to issue different and more specific guidance to the county manager and to the county attorney to draft a amended, significantly changed ordinance for advertisement and then adoption.
So let me see if I just can understand what I heard, Mr. Dorsey. Sorry, that you would, Mr. Karantonis, you'd be interested in keeping that. Currently, we have a 60-day window where it would be open to the community. If there were deferral, you would still be interested in keeping that 60-day window. Is that right?
I personally.
Oh, you're on mute.
We lost your volume.
Lost my volume?
Okay, you're back somewhat.
Is it?
Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
So, what I was saying is that I'm optimistic that we have discussed already. First of all, I really appreciate the body of work that has been already done in the PPG and also the, on the side of the county manager, etc. So I believe that we will have a very substantive and to the point dialogue with the community on this. So I do believe that the 60 days, all in all, are still a reasonable time frame to get to adoption. My intention here is to bring to exhaust all means to bring as much consensuated and community informed ordinance proposal for adoption, maybe in June. If we see that there are such immense problems and immense difficulties to get there, well, we will cross that bridge when we get there. But at this moment, I don't anticipate that it will be so bad. I believe that these 60 days will be productive.
So if I can be clear, what I'm hearing is that you propose to shorten the amount of time that the community has to engage with the board on this issue, that you want to devote 30 more days to reframing, redrafting an advertisement, and then a 30-day period from that point until the board actually has a hearing on it?
I do believe that the 30 days of an open dialogue without the outside of their request for outside the RTS, previous to the RTA process, will be productive enough to get us to an ordinance proposal that will be, for lack of a better word, easier to negotiate until July. Maybe not, but I am optimistic that this would be this would be feasible.
Okay.
So I want to get to Ms. Crystal. I imagine, Mr. Dorsey, you'll have other questions. For me, that there are two. There's RTA today, which allows us to do the Alexandria ordinance. There's the proposal for 30-day delay, which I think I tend to agree with you, Mr. Dorsey, that would be futile with respect to changing. Much as I respect our manager, I don't think his proposal is going to change. I think it's going to stay the same. And then there could be another option that would seek to delay the advertisement, but still put a 60-day period between the date of advertisement and final adoption. And so I see those as three possibilities. I think that was inherent in your question, but that doesn't mean that that's your position, of course. So let's go to Ms. Crystal, if that's okay, and we can come back to you, Mr. Dorsey and colleagues.
Great. So I just want to anchor us in particular in what we're talking about with an advertisement tonight, because I think I have a sense of the board if we are to land on advertisement, but I want to be clear about it, and maybe Mr. McIsaac can guide us too, to confirm that this was what he was talking about. On page 9 of the draft, subsections D, there is a highlighted feature that says the option not recommended by the county manager, investigation of pending complaints and incidents. And so I just want to be clear that when we say there is an option within this advertisement to consider something broader, and I appreciate actually, Mr. DeFerenti, that Alexandria ordinance is a good shorthand, but let's be clear about what that means, right? Because this is directly responsive to what we heard from folks arguing for, which was concurrent investigative authority, independent investigative authority, right? So just want to confirm, and maybe Mr. McIsaac is our kind of voice of legal authority about what's in scope versus not scope. What we are all talking about is subsection D, again, literally entitled the option not recommended by the county manager, encompasses room to have a dialogue about all of the topics raised. We've not heard topics raised tonight or seen in Alexandria's ordinance that are out of scope of the option not recommended by the county manager. Can I just, Mr. McIsaac, would you mind confirming that?
Yes, that you are completely correct. If you were to, if the board were ultimately to adopt that optional section, which is really the independent investigative authority section, then upon adoption of that, you would be in a position very much like where Alexandria is. And I will point out that The Alexandria Review Board, as adopted, does not have binding disciplinary authority. At least that's my recollection of it. And this ordinance, even in that investigative section, does not give the review board binding disciplinary authority. It makes a recommendation as a process, basically, where it advises the police chief as to what the discipline should be, and the police chief has to respond to that recommendation, but he's not obligated to follow it.
I see. Well, thank you. I think that's really important because I think there's also a sort of maybe perception that we are advertising what the manager has recommended. And indeed, we have an option before us to advertise something much broader. I will take a moment and just sort of reflect that the purpose of request to advertise, which I recognize can seem like one of those legislative terms that feels like a cudgel to keep people out from following our processes. I have been at times frustrated with it myself. The principle that underlies it, or at least that I apply to it, is that things are different in concept than they are in draft. And we can think that we are all talking about the same thing. And then when we see a draft, we realize that we aren't. It clarifies the areas of real concern. It clarifies the areas of differences of opinion. And that is why we say we're not just going to keep talking about the concept of a civilian review board. There needs to be draft language out in the community. And I think about, some of the things we've heard folks talk about tonight, that the board has to, before we move forward on a civilian review board, share the proposal with Latino and Black community stakeholders, engage diverse stakeholders. We need to find time to find the solutions to the obstacles that the manager has cited in not adopting a civilian review board that is more expansive and has more independent power, to listen to the community and ensure ample input. And above all, community members need time to be able to properly review this. So, Mr. Carantonis, you asked, do we think the community needs more time to review this? Do we think the board needs more time to review this and hear the community? My answer is a resounding yes. And that is exactly why we need a request to advertise, because otherwise we're going to pull this back behind closed doors. We're not going to have language circulating out in the community for people to give us specific feedback on. We're going to just reach out to the hand-picked stakeholders that we know care about this, maybe just the folks that came tonight, and ask them for their perspectives. Not only is that not transparent, that's not effective, right? Get this language out in the community so that people can react to it. And again, by this language, not the county manager's language, the language not recommended by the county manager, which is as expansive as possible to allow us to have all of these conversations, but to have these conversations in context of real potential public policy in Arlington County, not hypothetical ideas. The only way we do that is with a request to advertise. So yes, I want a lot more community input, and I want that community input in all of the ways that our stakeholders tonight asked us to do, engaged with the specifics of creating an important and landmark new tool and new civilian review board for Arlington County.
So thank you, Ms. Crystal. And I think we do want to get to Ms. Garvey. It hasn't gone yet. Mr. Carantonis, you also were sort of, there's a direct, fair line of questioning there. With your indulgence, we'll go to Ms. Garvey and then we'll come back to you, Mr. Carantonis. I will say that just to one point that is there that is very important that Mr. McIsaac said is that binding disciplinary authority would not be within the scope of what is advertised. That is a request of our community. It is personally binding disciplinary authority. I've spent the last 48 hours trying to find out what this would mean and talk to legal experts. I personally believe the goals of transparency and recommendations are things that I want the review board to do, but I ultimately think that having two supervisors is not as effective. And so I don't, the binding disciplinary authority, as I understand it, forcing the police chief to take certain actions, I'm not there. I'm with the investigatory powers. And I do think it's fair to our community to at least be that transparent that that's something that wouldn't quite be within the scope of advertisement. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. And I won't go long. I really appreciate Mr. Dorsey kind of setting up and Ms. Crystal really outlining the RTA and what it means and why we want to do it. So I totally agree with Ms. Crystal's remarks. We want to have this discussion. This is the best way to do it. The other thing is, I want us to get this set up. And if we delay this, it'll just delay getting it set up. So I want us to keep moving forward and make this happen. And we're advertising quite broadly. So all of the important conversations we can have. If we get to July and we don't agree, or there's some, we want to put in something else, we can re-advertise. But I think we're advertising quite broadly. And I think request to advertise is one of the most confusing board actions that we take at times. I mean, I've had many a time we kind of go back and forth. What does this mean? And how's it? So I understand people, perhaps I think having a different understanding of it than what it really is in this instance. And again, Ms. Crystal, I really appreciate you kind of laying it out for everybody. In answer to your question, Mr. Carantonis, the way that it's stated here, I'm ready to go ahead and move forward because I want to keep moving forward. I don't want to just kind of keep going around in circles. And we need to have this conversation with the community, and then, a much broader community than the people that came here tonight, and even that we're hearing from. We're hearing from a number of people, but there are a lot of residents in Arlington. We won't talk to all of them. But I think this will help get it out there and have some conversations that we really do need to have. I think a lot of people are simply unaware of what's been going on and with this work, and they need to be more aware, and we need to have some conversations with them. So I don't know. I think I sort of answered your question, Mr. Carantonis, I hope.
Mr. Carantonis.
Yes, you have. So I perfectly understand, I hope at least, the mechanics of the request to advertisement, but also probably also the politics of that. For me here this is in many ways a special case. We are discussing something about creating trust and accountability. So the draft, as Ms. Crystal puts that, sends the first signal, sets the frames the discussion, starts as somebody. What I listened here from most of the people who testified today, also from most of the people who I connected with in the community, is not just a concern about, deficiencies or, things that need improvement, etc., is a deep-rooted concern that we are not going to do the right thing altogether, and we are not going to put a ordinance that, addresses what the systemic part when we talk about systemic racism, this fundamental checks and balances, this fundamental foundation of trust and accountability, this measure wants to accomplish. So the drafts, also the advertised ordinance sets the tone of the conversation. And I do believe that it would be very beneficial at this moment to give us time to discuss that without this undertone first, and then request to advertise and then go on from there. That's my opinion. This is how I see it. This is how I hear the community. This is how I want to do. I have absolutely no question that if we advertise today anything, we will have very thorough conversation with everybody, and a lot will change. I very much hope we are not going to, hit an impasse somewhere, and we will have to stop and re-advertise and things like that. I'm just proposing. You understand. I believe that everybody understands why I'm proposing that, right?
So, Mr. Carantonis,
and Mr. Referendum, binding disciplinary authority. Personally, I'm also not there, but I recognize the fact that members of our community are there, and maybe they have excellent arguments for that. I heard some, by the way. So.
Sure, thank you. That's helpful, and I want to get to Mr. Dorsey. For my part, I think it's very important to see the purpose of the request to advertise, and I will note that Ms. Jones spoke of Alexandria's proposal, and that is a test for me. There are a number of other residents who spoke. I do think that there is a particular importance. I wouldn't say it's dispositive, but it is very important to be considering, I'll speak for me, to be considering the views of those unlike me who may have suffered in the past. I think that there is a particular, and so when we're thinking about process, Mr. Karantonis's arguments, because I fundamentally believe that the PPG's recommendations are quite distinct from what was, are in some ways at odds with what was in the end proposed by the manager. And to do that on a Thursday while I'm trying to line by line the Alexandria ordinance, it's my job as a board member to do that. But I also feel that there are, the process argument carries some weight for me. And that's probably enough. I want to make it a full discussion. And Mr. Dorsey, go ahead.
Thank you. So many thoughts, Mr. Chair. I'll try and be succinct. You know, like I did that review with you of Alexandria line by line, and unless I miss something, I really think the differences between the police practices group, the Alexandria adopted ordinance, and our draft ordinance with options is that unlike the PPG, we have put a number requirement on the number of members of the police practices group that is needed to authorize a subpoena. The concurrent and independent investigative authority that the PPG wants and Alexandria provides a model of is something that is a non-staff recommended option that is available to the board to adopt whenever we consider it. And the third piece is the binding disciplinary authority, which is in the PPG recommendation, but is not contained in the Alexandria adopted ordinance or in the scoping of ours. So with that, you know, for me, binding discipline, what I couldn't reconcile at the end of the day was that we are at some point in the next few months about to enter into, thankfully and gladly, a collective bargaining regime in our county. And I just do not find it tenable to change the terms and conditions of employment through a police practices group in advance of starting collective bargaining. It just, to me, it's a tension that I can't quite resolve at this point. And, you know, absent a clear issue that you're trying to solve, that to me speaks as something that you add on to a review board if you find that it's necessary down the road. So I'm actually very comfortable that we can ultimately be responsible to the things that we have heard most matter to people in our community. We do have that opportunity. But as Ms. Crystal eloquently noted, you know, there really is no way to get there unless, and Mr. Karantonis, I don't know if you were suggesting this, but effectively, you know, you were calling on the board to direct the county manager to change his opinion. And that's also not something that I can reconcile, because I think a community works well where everybody is willing to give their honest, thoughtful, and informed perspectives. And if we short circuit, direct the manager to alter his recommendation to fit with the views of some, that discredits the opportunity to discuss it with all. And it also undermines the capability of professional people to provide us with their best advice. Just because they provide it to us doesn't mean we have to take it. That's on us. And I'm ready for it to be on us.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. I mean, I think we're moving towards a motion. I do want to be clear. My view is that it's a very close call. I would support deferring, and I would support deferring. I don't have quite the same concern with respect to 30 days. That is too short if the process is correct. My impression, pretty strong, is that that is not where the majority of the board is. I don't know where the board, and I don't think that the board is quite supportive. There are costs to delaying 1 month to June and then doing a 60-day. Then we would be June and September because we do not meet in August. but that's sort of, I do want to at least be honest about where my view is. But I also, we had one speaker passionately speak about the subpoena power not being in the ordinance. It is in the ordinance, and it is very much within scope to expand and do away with some of the process points. I believe in the 2/3 piece, but do away with some of the process points. So I just wanted to at least express where I am. I think it's important to know that the advertisement, I do think that getting a draft out there is very important as well. So I would be for deferral, but I think it's a very close call. And I want to be blindingly clear that the investigatory function is something that we will discuss if we advertise today. I feel like I should say that again. The investigatory function is something we will discuss, and I will be asking colleagues for strong language on if we advertise today. And so that's, for me, that's what makes it an extraordinarily close call. And I think we're getting close to ready for a motion. I do want to clarifying questions. I do think there's one other very important point that is probably better made by our attorney than I would make. We received a number of correspondence saying that we're concerned with the staff report. And I will say that the language that precedes the ordinance is not going to be adopted. We can argue about the staff report and argue about the function, but the language in the ordinance is what matters. And perhaps nothing is more important to me than after this meeting that the advocates who came tonight come to us and say, change the language of the ordinance, because that's where the result is. That's where, leaders like those who are in our PPG can help work to maintain strength and trust from communities that I know have not always felt it. So, I guess, Mr. McIsaac, can you confirm that the staff report is one thing? When we adopt, the staff report will be shunted to history, and it's the ordinance language that will matter. Is that a fair way to describe it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, absolutely. The staff report is not legislative language. It is not an ordinance. It's an attempt to, discuss the issues and summarize what's before the board. But the only substantive piece is the ordinance itself.
Thank you. That's helpful. I mean, very helpful. And I will take one last. I have a different view of the way I would have described the staff report than the manager. I respect the manager's view, but I just wouldn't have written it that way because it's so easy to disagree about concepts, but I feel that legislative language is where we need to be. So, Mr. Dorsey.
So this is not necessarily my preference. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't know if this speaks to Mr. Karantonis's concerns or even, some of what we've heard tonight. Ultimately, I think we've thought that 60 days, since it's 30 more than our customary month after we issue an RTA, is sufficient. If for some reason, the nature of the year that we've experienced, the upcoming summer, provides that 60 days is even not enough. Although I am just as eager to get this started as Ms. Garvey, and I think everyone is, I would be open to 90 days to have the community engage on this issue. But I do think it's important that they be able to engage on, as Ms. Crystal said, a draft with clear options so that they can provide real feedback instead of theoretical feedback.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. And Mr. Karantonis, I want to give everybody a chance to ask sort of final clarifying questions, and then we could certainly entertain a motion as well. And I will want everyone to have an opportunity for closing comments, which I haven't gotten to quite thinking through. There were a number of speakers who spoke powerfully, and still we have this request to advertise function. So I don't see hands or eyes saying it's that you want to speak right now. So I am going to see if there are any other clarifying questions of the manager or Mr. Turner. I do want to take a chance just to thank Mr. Turner for, it's so clear how thoroughly you worked through things. And this is why, you know, I very much appreciate your comments. Ms. Crystal.
Well, I don't have any clarifying questions, Mr. Chair. I would be happy to make the motion and then maybe speak to it if I have a second and give some concluding thoughts that way.
Sure.
Colleagues, I move that we authorize the advertisement of a July 17, 2021 public hearing to consider the attached ordinance to amend the Code of Arlington, Virginia to add a new Chapter 69 establishing a law enforcement civilian review board and independent policing auditor.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Ms. Crystal, do you want to speak to your motion?
Just going to emphasize again, that motion is inclusive of the option not recommended by the county manager to create a civilian review board with authority to investigate pending complaints and incidents and to do so proactively and independently. You know, I do agree very much with something Mr. Carriontone said, which is that the advertisement can set the tone for what we expect. And so I think you meant, Mr. Carriontone, as the language itself. What I mean is this conversation. And so I hope that we can set the tone. The reason, again, not to belabor it, the reason I am moving forward is because I want to create the structure for a specific conversation with our residents and with a broad swath of residents, including those who will find this language when we advertise it and not just know, you know, sort of the right back channel doors to try to open to reach the board on this. I think this needs to be far and wide. The one thing I would say, in noting that I think the specific language facilitates a much more meaningful conversation, is that I think it already has. And so I just wanted to say, for those who've come tonight, your testimony was immensely powerful, has already had an impact on my own thinking about the idea of concurrent or independent investigative authority in particular. That's how I intend to spend my next couple of months, really, is trying to glean more expert perspectives as well as more community member perspectives. But I really appreciate those of you who have already engaged. We have heard from you. We have, one of the things I found tremendously helpful is a matrix that the NAACP prepared that showed ways in which this language differed from what the PPG recommended. That is a text that I will be using as I study this more deeply and hear from more community members. You know, I don't want people to feel like they have to keep coming back and opening a vein to the county board for us to take your lived experiences seriously. And so please note that even if the total of your engagement on this issue is your testimony tonight, it has made a powerful impact, I think, on all of our thinking about this issue as we continue to study it with your partnership. I just, you know, Mr. DeFrente, your repeated point was exactly the right one, that this is the language that will be the basis for that discussion. And so to just end with a point that I made prior, I actually don't think we can have this conversation without moving forward. Mr. Dorsey put it well when he said, you know, we can't direct the manager to change his opinion. I don't think that would be especially responsible of us. And so absent that, the only way to get draft language that is different would be for maybe the board to draft something ourselves and try to introduce it, you know, on our own motion. But again, you know, we have this alternative option included in what's being drafted. And so let's open this conversation, right? Like, let's not get hung up on misunderstandings about what an RTA is. Let's open the doors and move this conversation out from behind closed doors, out from behind the conceptual into the real. And I'm really looking forward to that dialogue.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. Mr. Dorsey.
I too have found tonight's public hearing to be incredibly informative. And as I think about it, while there have been a lot of concerns about process, I think where I am interested in spending a lot of time is on substance and making sure the ordinance is right. And that's why I've been especially focused on making sure that the draft and its scope provides the ability to do all that we have independently thought about doing, and what we've heard from our police practices group and what we've heard from many members of our community. I am very confident that the scoping fully allows that. And ultimately, we are moving closer to being one of the relative few communities in this country, fewer than somewhere around 1%, that are going to have civilian review boards of their police departments. So I look forward to getting there as quickly as possible, but of course, making sure that we do it right. And I do believe that the scoping allows us to do that. I will note that our friends in Alexandria, much like us, are going to respond to a draft that was developed by their city manager and professional staff, which ultimately differed from what they adopted, which could be the case of what we do here in Arlington. Even though I won't preordain it, I want to assure anyone who believes that what is put on the street will ultimately guide what is adopted is certainly not true in Arlington. It's certainly not true with recent considerations of this subject in our neighboring jurisdictions. So over the next couple of months, I am going to be incredibly interested in making sure that I have conversations, continue to have conversations with many of the people who were on the public hearing tonight, the police practices group, as well as people who've been criminally involved in our community who I've begun to have discussions with about this issue. And having options to discuss with them, to me, is going to aid in that outreach and engagement. And I look forward to hopefully having that being a greater part of the public hearing when we convene again in July. And I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. I'm not sure, Ms. Garvey or Mr. Karantonis, who is next? I don't see clamoring. Go ahead, Ms. Garvey. But you're on mute. Sorry.
No, I think between my forgetting and my computer being weird, I think I've hit it every time. I have one quick question actually for staff, because we're all talking about how much we want to have this discussion. And that's why I'm not going to repeat everything Mr. Dorsey and Ms. Crystal said far more eloquently than I could. But I wonder, Mr. Schwartz, if you'd like to talk a little more, elaborate a bit on how we're going to get the word out, how we're going to get this out, because advertising, there are people who look, I'm sure who look for our advertisements all the time, but there are a lot of people who don't. So if you want to elaborate on that, it would be helpful. Thank you.
Yes, so I think that the information that was included in the board report and the actual underlying ordinance that if you choose to advertise it tonight, we first off, and I hate to do this to poor Mr. Turner. I mean, I think that the PPG may have a future role here and re-educating people, because they had a lot of sessions making those more widely available. A number of them were recorded where there was a lot of information garnered there. And I think to push that back out to the community, and also to the extent that there are, as Mr. Dorsey said, digging into the underlying models and the differences and sort of what the language actually means, I'd be open to having further engagement with the community and all elements of the community. I'll have to get back to you on that. I'm open to suggestions. So let me think.
That would be great. Let's think about it a little bit. It's late. Maybe none of us are thinking as clearly as we might. This will give me a quick, these are my concluding comments, but I also want to thank Mr. Turner and the group. I think Mr. Turner and I first got acquainted when I asked him to head up the Fire Station 8. Is that correct, Mr. Turner?
That is correct. Yes.
Yeah. So, no good deed shall go unpunished. You're just doing a really good job, and we keep giving you the tough ones. So thank you so much for doing that. Thank you for doing this, and I look forward to catching up with you a little bit sometime, because we haven't talked in person for a while with everything going on. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm prepared to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Mr. Karantonis.
Mr. Chair, colleagues, I have difficulties to support the motion, and I'm not going to support it, especially because I believe that setting the tone is extremely important, specifically in this issue. And with dealing with systemic racism and the change of culture we want to signal and we want to engage our community. I respectfully disagree with Ms. Crystal that somehow the RTA process elevates the issue and brings it to the surface, and this somehow engages even a broader public, etc. I hope it does, but I don't believe that this is any different than what I proposed. This is a very public issue. This has been thoroughly discussed. I have to credit Mr. Turner and all the members of the PPG of having done an amazing job to socializing the issues that are related to reform, to policing reform, to community policing reform. And actually, I also think that we owe to be upfront and discuss it also with our men and women in uniform as well, because this is about trust and it cuts both ways. So I do think that this is not an ideal starting point. It is really deficient in many, many, many ways. Especially, the exclusion of the investigative authority of any case. What kind of a signal, what kind of a base does it set? I think it's really a deficiency that's significant here. And I have many questions about disciplinary powers. Anyway, we have talked a lot about that. I see that the board is not its majority not on my side. I will, of course, engage in the dialogue as it goes, very intensively so. But at this moment, I'm not going to vote for the advertisement.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Certainly respect your view and share many of your concerns. I guess for my part, I want to, Ms. Kelly's remarks struck me, and she pointed to slide 11, and she talked about the PPG's recommendation, and then the draft that we see is very different. And so, I do, this is a difficult vote for me, and I share the view that a delay in advertisement could have been helpful. I also share the view that if we don't advertise, then we won't be discussing specific language. So I'm keenly aware of the comments that we've had from our a number of our speakers. I agree on at least these things. I might not agree with you with each speaker on everything, but I think it is critical, as Ms. Spain said, that we hear from our Latino community. I also will want to hear from Mr. Turner and members of the PPG in greater detail. So I do believe I'm inclined towards the option D that is advertised as an option that the manager disagrees with, but I want to look at the details of each of it. So with that, I will be supporting the motion. I would have preferred a deferral. I respect everyone's views, but I still think that we do need to move forward. And I really would like to reemphasize that everything that was drafted in the Alexandria ordinance, to my knowledge, with the exception of binding disciplinary decisions, which I respectfully don't support, would be possible. So, and will be possible as we debate this over the coming days. So the question is on Ms. Crystal's motion, and we'll start with Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey?
Aye.
Ms. Garvey?
Aye.
Mr. Karantonis?
Nay.
Mr. DeFerranti votes aye. The motion passes 4-1. With that, we will continue on to our next item, which I'll ask Madam Clerk. We are now to our capital improvement plan, and we will have first the presentation by the manager. Mr. Manager, would you like to escort us to the next person who will show up and teach us about the capital improvement plan?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Given the hour, we're going to reduce the number of our slides down to 235 to make it quick. But I'm pleased to present the proposed 3-year CIP. And, a year ago when we were dealing with the pandemic, we had to take a hard pivot and really cut back on a lot of our investments and say, this is the time to hunker down. We're again, as we did with the operating budget, we're in a transition. So this 3-year CIP is meant to transition us to next year at this time when we'll be talking hopefully about a 10-year CIP. And so we're focusing on our priorities over the next few years. And with that, you're not going to see a huge amount of investment. But one thing I would like the community to focus on is even though we're not going to be investing in a lot of new things, our CIP carries with it the legacy of all the investments we have made over previous years. The debt service that we are paying is now going to deliver this year a completed Lubber Run, a completed Longbridge Aquatics and Fitness Facility, an opening of Jenny Dean Park, the beginning of Fire Station 8, and then some pretty, I think, significant capital plans that we will end up including in our final CIP from Arlington Public Schools, including the work that's being done on the new Cardinal Elementary School. So we will take the next 2 months, which seems to be the magic amount of time, to have an opportunity to talk about this. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our DMF team and Michelle, Maria, and Richard for a brief presentation.
Good evening, members of the board. I know it's late. I'll try to get through these slides quickly. Richard, could you move on to thank you. Though this 3-year COP that the manager is proposing tonight is constrained, as he mentioned, it includes continued investments across all the areas on this slide, from Metro, which is one of our largest annual investments, to our parks, related amenities, to technology, maintaining our roads and infrastructure, to stormwater, and maintaining the wide array of assets we have in a state of good repair and protecting them from premature failure. While our bonds and CIP are constrained by our financial policies with a ceiling of debt service as a percent of general fund expenditures not to exceed 10%, this year we looked especially closely at the annual growth of debt service, minimizing that growth on the operating budget while we still have some COVID-related economic uncertainty. Additionally, while investments in the CIP are more modest than in some years, we're still paying for, as Mark, the manager just mentioned, debt service for some of those large recent capital projects. As the manager discussed during the operating budget process, this CIP2 provides a bridge to next year when we hope we will have less uncertainty, and we hope to bring back a 10-year CIP before you. The proposed CIP provides more investment than we thought would be feasible this time last year. And that is good news, and it prioritizes projects that address failing end-of-life infrastructure with continued focus on state of good repair, now I'm trying to talk too fast, such as some of our significant bridges, trails, technology systems, roofs, and more. And the CIP meets our legal and regulatory obligations, most obviously funding Metro, and it focuses on investments as part of the planning processes such as Crystal City. It also invests in technology and facility investments with considerations of the new work environment post-pandemic and provides flexibility for how we use our space. The 3-year $1.25 billion CIP, proposed CIP, is funded by, as you can see on this slide, a wide array of sources. It ranges from general obligation bonds to cash to state and federal funding, other taxes. It's important to note that the majority of these sources are legally restricted in nature. For example, the commercial and industrial taxes for transportation, sanitary tax for stormwater. Bonds are not allowed to be used for operating expenses, and bonds designated as parks bonds must be used for parks, for example. The highlight of this CIP for your consideration is the proposed 2021 bond referenda. The manager is proposing $62.5 million of investments to be included on the bond referenda in November. While it isn't typical to have an off-year referenda, the request is largely intended to cover the next year of mandatory funding needs for Metro, paving and critical preventative maintenance projects in parks and facilities, and a portion of fiscal year 23 projects. As this slide shows, our largest category at more than 50% is Metro and transportation, with Metro, as I said, is a legal obligation along with our regional partners and our continued investment in paving. It does include modest investment in parks and $17 million largely focused on facilities. Richard's going to touch on these a little bit further in our presentation.
So with that, I'll walk through some of the different
areas, a variety of programs that we have. As we showed on the opening slide, the capital plan funds a number of different areas across the breadth of our organization. So beginning here with our regional commitments, we fund Metro through both local support and state funding of over 90 million in this 3-year CIP. This includes local bond funding support of just over 20 million each year in 22, 23, and 24. Stormwater, as we all know, has been a particular focus in our capital plan, especially as a result of changing weather patterns, which have put significant attention to our aging infrastructure. Over the next 3 years, additional investments of 96 million is proposed for a variety of projects. Some of these include the Ballston Pond Watershed, Cardinal Elementary School Stormwater Detention, which is the renamed Breed School in Westover, and projects in the Spout Run Watershed. In the water sewer area, we continue to implement projects in the Solids Master Plan, provide the county's share of funding capital improvements to the Washington Aqueduct, which is the county's wholesale water supplier, and a variety of underground infrastructure supporting our water and sewer distribution. In the general government category, the proposed CIP has over $700 million in transportation and street safety projects, and this excludes Metro. We continue to invest in our paving program with a combination of bond and pay-as-you-go funding. And though we are proposing a slightly lower bond funding level this CIP cycle for paving, it is projected that we will still maintain our targeted PCI level, and that's the pavement condition index level of 75 to 80. And then with a mix of local, federal, and state funding, as Maria mentioned earlier, we are proposing some significant investments in bridge replacement and renovations, namely the replacement of the West Glebe Road and Mount Vernon bridges along with other bridge maintenance. And we continue our investment along the Columbia Pike Corridor and are focusing countywide with resources to the county's Vision Zero street safety program. To highlight just a couple more transportation projects we're proposing funding, one's to the county's ART Bus Operations and Maintenance Facility, and we have 2 new Metro station entrances, one at the east end of Crystal City Station and the other at the intersection of Fairfax Drive and Vermont Street for the west entrance of Ballston. In the area of parks and recreation capital, we continue our investment in parks maintenance capital, master planning, replacements and expansion of fields in the synthetic turf program, and our trail and bridge modernization program. Some of the specific projects here on the slide include the planning and design funding for the Arlington Boathouse. As you all know, a program which has been talked about and discussed for many years. Also, the replacement of Bluemont tennis and picnic areas, which will include replacing the courts there with new court lighting, restroom building, picnic shelter, and other site amenities. And of course, the maintenance on a number of other park facilities, and as I mentioned, parks, trail, and bridge maintenance. For our community conservation program, we're proposing additional bond funding of $6 million over this 3-year CIP, and using existing balances and previously approved bond funding to support the current projects in the NC pipeline. With almost $24 million in funding in the CIP, the NC program can continue the planning and construction of approved projects and continue working with the community for out-year planning in a variety of important NC areas, which typically include street improvements, street lighting, and intersection improvement projects. So the county is responsible for almost 2 million square feet of facility space, ranging from 24/7 facilities like the detention center and fire stations and group homes to various libraries and community centers, which all require reinvestment. So for this year, the 3-year CIP, we have focused on the most critical investments in our existing infrastructure. Our aging Courts Police Building, which is almost 30 years old, and it needs a variety of technology and space upgrades. There's also the need to relocate staff from other county boarding buildings into the courthouse complex. And funding is included for the planning and space updates in the 2020 North 14th Street building. That's, I think you talked about it in an earlier item today, the Thomas building, which is across the street from Courts Police. And we have a number of county buildings which need updates and replacements to various electrical, mechanical, and HVA systems. And then as one of our projects, roof replacements is typical in a CIP. One this year is for the Equipment Bureau. And so as we look at replacing or renovating roofs, we are planning for solar and solar readiness on those government facilities. Whoops. Thanks. Let's see, technology. There we go. And finally, we continue to invest in our technology and technology infrastructure. With the workforce and public interaction changes post-pandemic, we are proposing a variety of conference and audiovisual investments in other county facilities outside of the Bosman Center to support our commissions and the public as they interact with county government. Also, we have investments in a variety of public safety equipment, which is essential to their operations. And this includes equipment like public safety radios and fire defibrillators as they reach the end of their useful life. And as we've discussed in previous budgets, there's a need to replace several systems over the next few years, which support the county's financial, human resource, real estate assessment system, and court systems. And so we will spend a lot more time on these and other projects, that I've mentioned in the last several slides in the upcoming work sessions with the county board, and Maria will highlight that in a few minutes. So I will turn it back over to Maria.
So this slide is about our debt policies. I know everybody's heard about us talk about the 10% ceiling for our debt service, which is a percent of debt service as a percent of general government expenditures, and it's a best practice for maintaining our AAA rating with the major rating agencies, who we're actually even meeting with later this week. As I mentioned before, our focus was more on constraining debt service growth in the development of this CIP and the impact on the operating budget. And by doing that, we are not bumping up against the ceiling. You can see here that we are below that 10% level. It's important to note that no out-year bonds are reflected here beyond fiscal year 24. And as we transition back to a 10-year CIP, the out-year assumptions on debt and affordability will be modified accordingly, certainly adhering to that 10% limit, as well as our other county financial policies on debt. Mark, the manager spoke to a lot of this at the beginning. We have a number of existing commitments and projects across all of our investment areas underway that will continue. These slides show some of the highlights. I had intended actually to walk through these, but I think Mark covered most of these in his opening remarks. So let's just skip on to the feedback slide. We were unable to collect feedback in person this year, though we did use an online survey tool to collect thoughts and priorities from the community, having heard from over 700 participants. You can see there was strong interest in our parks, water and wastewater systems, and transit at the top of the list. Just to touch on schools a bit, the superintendent has proposed a 3-year CIP also, and it includes bond referenda for November 2021, totaling about $23 million. His proposed 2021 bond referenda includes several kitchen renovations, entrance and security renovations, and parking turf field work at the Heights building. The Career Center proposal is still being analyzed and was not included in his proposed CIP. And the school's CIP and referenda request will be incorporated into the county CIP after the school board completes their adoption process. So just looking at our calendar, here we are today on May 18th, almost May 19th. The board work sessions, there will be a joint session with schools, the school board on June 9th. There are 3 work sessions where we will get to talk about all of these areas over the course of May and June. So anything I rip through too quickly tonight, we obviously can cover and answer lots of questions. June 29th, there'll be a public hearing, and then we will be back to you for adoption of the CIP at July 17th meeting. That's it.
Thank you, Ms.
Happy
Meredith.
to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Meredith, for providing that last coda that kind of signaled to me that I needed to be focused here. So thank you also to you and the DMF team for all the work that is implicit in getting us to this point. It is 10:57. We have 3 work sessions that are coming on this. And we will have, certainly if we have big picture questions, ask away. But maybe we won't do 2 rounds of questions on this one. And so on this, I don't know if colleagues have particular questions or if we want to get a motion on the table.
I don't think we actually need to.
No motion
tonight.
Thank you. I appreciate that. As I said that, I was.
There is no motion. This is an informational item.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis, for keeping me on course. So with that, colleagues, I don't know if there are any questions. We do have the 4 total sessions, 1 with the schools and 3 work sessions. And Ms. Garvey, I see your hand.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you. This is an impressive setup. The one thing that struck me was that our water infrastructure got almost the most votes for people being interested. I was really delighted with that because a lot of times our CIP is things that are really absolutely crucial, but nobody sees. So it's nice to know how aware people are and how crucial that is. And I think I'll apologize now for missing our first CIP work session. I'm going to be in the air. I'm visiting my mother, but I will watch the recording and look forward to that. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. So colleagues, unless there's any other questions on the CIP at this stage, we just to reiterate that for Ms. Meredith and colleagues, not having questions at this time is not an indication that we aren't interested, and we will have lots of questions as we get to the work sessions. But not seeing objections.
Maybe
Mr. Karantonis, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, maybe Ms. Meredith can repeat how residents, Arlingtonians can provide feedback on the proposed CIP. So where exactly and what's the best way to do that?
Ms. Meredith, or maybe Mr. Schwartz, or go ahead, Ms. Meredith.
Actually, I was going to ask Richard if the link is going back up live. I'm sorry, I don't recall.
Mr. Stevenson, maybe.
We were just updating the website. We'll have the CIP posted first thing in the morning with other material. And we'll take information through that site, through the board office that gets, we work with your office, and through the manager's office. So all the normal channels that we use for the operating budget, we're going to use the same for the CIP.
And the DMF mailbox as well.
Okay, as long as it is open, accessible, and understandable for everybody, and maybe also in language that other than English as well, that would be much appreciated.
So we are posting the manager's message. That's the first part of the CIP in 4 languages, English,
Great.
Spanish, and there's several others. And we are posting our presentation from tonight is also being translated and will be posted in 4 languages. And then the press release from tonight, and then we are intending to do each of the work sessions coming up. The presentations by the departments will be also translated and posted.
Wow, between that.
Much appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis, for the question to make sure that our public engagement process is full, and between the answer you provided, Ms. Meredith, and Mr. Stevenson, the fact that I think you are still in the office doing this presentation, just appreciate your diligence. So that will wrap up our discussion and the information on the capital improvement plan. We do have one other item that I know of to come before us tonight, and this will be a motion that I will make, but I'll start just by describing the big picture, which is after more than 20 years of service to Arlington County, our attorney, Mr. McIsaac, is going to be leaving us to return to where he started, to work for the Virginia Railway Express. and this has been reported a little bit, but we are going to take action tonight to appoint our acting attorney. And I'll give colleagues, everybody a chance to offer, brief thoughts, but I will go ahead and start with a motion, and that the motion is going to be appointing Min Chow Kaur as acting county attorney. And Ms. Kaur has worked for us for a number of years and has served as the deputy county attorney for several years. We all have worked with her. And so this is in some ways a continuation of the leadership that our county attorney's office has had. And we will certainly miss Mr. McIsaac, but with a passion for working on the Virginia Railway Express, we could not persuade him to stay with us, but we also are in great hands with Ms. Kaur. So I move, I'll go ahead and make a motion. We'll get a second, and then maybe everybody can comment, and then we'll vote on the motion if that works. I move that the county board appoint Min Chow Kaur as acting county attorney effective May 28th, 2021 at the close of business, and adjust her compensation in accordance with the provisions of Administrative Regulation 13.4. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been moved and seconded, and I'll just reiterate, this is we have a great deputy that we are asking to serve as acting. We will do a search process that will be thorough, and we also are both, it's sort of bittersweet, sweet in the sense that Mr. McIsaac is pursuing a legal passion of his, and he'll be close in proximity, and we'll be able to stay in touch as possible, but also too bad in that, having been a city attorney, I can tell you that Mr. McIsaac is an outstanding county attorney. So that's plenty of words from me. And other colleagues, if you wanted to offer remarks, I do want to give an opportunity. I'm also mindful that Mr. McIsaac doesn't pine for the spotlight. So Ms. Crystal, and go ahead.
Sure. I'm just confirming that Mr. McIsaac is still with us. Hey, yeah, okay. Yeah, still over there. Thinking that he was going to get away with a total lack of recognition with this board meeting being at 11 p.m. I think you were probably deeply uncomfortable, and I can tell you're blushing at the thought of board members saying nice things about you. I just, what an absolute pleasure it has been to get to work with you. You've served this county with such distinction over the last couple of decades. And while board meeting watchers may know you as the stentorian and sometimes dry voice of interpretation of the Code of Virginia, I think we all know you as a spirited counsel and an advocate for your client above all. And that client has been the people of Arlington County and Arlington County government. And it has just been a real pleasure to get to work with you on, wide-ranging issues, particularly those involving worker rights and labor, a series of issues that are close to my own heart, on which you have a great deal of expertise, and on transportation. And for that, I am actually the one silver lining. Is that I'll have the opportunity to continue to work with you on the Virginia Railway Express. And for those who don't know the context, Steve was not only present at the creation and deeply involved in the creation of the VRE, but has guided it to the point at which the system finds itself now, which is on the precipice of pretty massive system expansion and transformative rail offerings for the region. And so to have an attorney as skilled as Steve, well, I can say that the operations board and its two parent commissions appreciate having Steve coming in as much as we are sorry to see him go. So just a profound thank you for your service to Arlington.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. We'll go next in the order of appearing on my screen, Mr. Dorsey.
Man, Mr. McIsaac, and I'm so full of many different emotions at this point. One, utter happiness for you that you get to pursue a love a love of VRE, a love of rail operations. And so as someone who holds you in the highest esteem, I am happy for you that you get to exercise that sort of professional bucket list opportunity to go full circle. But I gotta be honest, at the same time, I probably focus a little bit more on the bitter, Mr. Chair, because we are losing, in my opinion, the finest county attorney in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And that is a tough pill to swallow. Even tougher to know that you were poached by Ms. Crystal and the VRE Operations Board. I mean, that's amazing. I don't know how to reconcile all that. But no, with all due seriousness, Steve, I have just been so incredibly impressed at your legal acumen, but even more important than that, your ability to treat every issue and concern that this county confronts as if it is the most important thing that requires the best of you and your office, and that you never shirked from a challenge, and that you never lost sight of your role to give this board and all other boards that you've worked with the best possible advice and all kinds of considerations of the impacts of their decisions. You have inexorably made the work of this county better by what you've done. And unbeknownst to many people who've had a chance to sort of see you on the dais or to sort of see implicitly your work product, you've built a heck of a team. And I think the only thing that serves as a salve in all of this is that you have well prepared Ms. Kaur to lead and succeed in your absence. And that's just a great testament to who you are as an attorney, as a manager, and as a leader. And so I just thank you for all that you have meant to me personally, all that you have meant for this county, and for making sure that we're going to be okay in your absence.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. And we'll go to Mr. Karantonis next. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Mr. McIsaac, my thanks to you, and recognition is 99% the recognition of a citizen in Arlington County, of just a normal resident, because this is how I perceived your work, saw your work, and I definitely think that there was never a 1% that was so present and important and overwhelmingly convincing when it came, which is my time, a very short time I shared with you, and I could benefit from your work at the county board. So I do believe that this is a bittersweet moment for most Arlingtonians, because we're losing exactly what Ms. Crystal and Mr. Dorsey have said, a absolutely excellent attorney, county attorney. As I am myself a big train policy fan, and rail transportation, or is it called the fixed, guideway transportation? So I am actually very happy to see such talent going into VRE. I know how much VRE will be investing in us in Northern Virginia, putting us actually in the middle of hopefully soon in the middle of an amazing transportation system that will transform the region. And it's just comforting for me to know that we have a friend working there, and a person who we can call and help us through. So, and of course, I cannot overstate the importance of leaving an office that is absolutely ready, to seamlessly take on the duties. We've seen today how delicate and important these duties are. So, welcome, Ms. Kaur, to your new, job duties. We are excited to look forward. And again, Ms. McIsaac, thank you so much. I am sure that we'll have the opportunity to talk more about that. So.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis, and thank you, Ms. Kaur, for visually being present because we were in the boardroom, then we would point to you and recognize, and we'll give you an opportunity to say just a brief remarks. But first, if you don't mind, we'll go to Ms. Garvey and you can consider how you want to roast or respect Mr. McIsaac. But I do, just before we go to you, I don't want to forget this, Ms. Garvey, and all. Mr. McIsaac's last day is still to come. It's the 28th. So I plan on bringing him a long list of legal questions 8:30 tomorrow morning. But that's just meant to give the added reassurance that the institution is in good hands with Ms. Kaur and the rest of the county attorney's team's leadership. And Ms. Garvey, I'm sure you have thoughts about Mr. McIsaac and want to share.
Yeah, probably the same. It's really mixed emotions. Although, Steve, you and I go back, I think it's almost a quarter century, because when I got on the school board, it was shortly after that you came on. And colleagues, Steve and I have we've kind of not always been on the same side on things, that we've had a few, it's things where we haven't agreed, but it was all fine. And I think what I've always appreciated, there are two things about it, Steve, I've really appreciated about you, Steve. One, is how much you understand politicians, if you will, or elected officials. I don't know, public servants. I hate the word politicians, so negative. But you kind of understand what makes us tick and what our concerns are. So we come to you with legal issues, but you got the political overlay. And I can't say how important that is in the kind of job you're in. So that was really crucial. And then the other thing I got a kick out of, I forget what our conversation was, when I said, oh my God, this guy loves local government as much as I do. We're all crazy. I mean, you got to be a special kind of person to love local government the way you have and devote your entire career to it. So thank you. And I would be a lot sadder if you weren't going to, you're just here. We'll be in meetings together and I'll start thinking up some tough questions to ask you. So anyway, congratulations. And I think we'll be doing some sort of celebrating. So congratulations. I look forward to seeing you in a different capacity, but here. And I think this is a great capstone for your career. It's really great. Min Chao, looking forward to working more with you, and glad to see you here. Transitions is what this is all about. It's just, I don't know, since last year, 2020, this just feels like a huge set of transitions, and this is just kind of part of all of it as we move on ahead and everybody's in good positions moving forward. I think we are in good hands. And I look forward to getting to know you and working a lot more closely with you, Min Chao. And as I say, we'll find ways to needle you, Steve. Don't worry. We'll give you a tough time. We'll give you trouble.
So with that, thank you, Ms. Garvey. And I want to give both Mr. McIsaac, in case you want to add anything, but maybe start with Min Chao. Ms. Kaur, if you wanted to say anything, give you a quick chance to do so about Mr. McIsaac, or we're thrilled to have you taking on this role. But you don't have to. Steve is giving the he's fine, and it is now 11:14. So last call. Certainly, Ms. Kaur, if you wanted to say something, go for it.
Yeah, Steve is threatening me, but he's out the door, so he can't do anything to me, and I can actually give him the recognition that he is trying to avoid. But he has been a great boss, a tremendous mentor to me, and as much as he has shaped the county, he has also shaped the office and me as an attorney. It is daunting to think that he is leaving. But I look forward to serving you in the same capacity and the same tradition that he has set forward for me and for the office. And I will spare him more maudlin sentimentalities because I know he's not into that. But that will be saved for the office to present to him as a tribute. You're not going to be able to sneak away completely.
Yes.
Well said. Thank you. Steve.
Yeah. I mean, I thank you very much for your very kind remarks. I mean, I think everyone's gotten the message that I am far more inclined to just slip out the back door. But I really now feel compelled to say something after all of that. But I know how late it is. And I was talking with Matt earlier. I did prepare some remarks. And, I did want to kind of go through them, but I thought I'd try to synopsize that since it is late. But I got a couple things, and this is I did think about this. It's funny. I will always say that I'm one of these people who is like always looking ahead, like what's next. And this has forced me to kind of look back a bit. But I have to start by saying thanks to you folks, to the 5 of you for sure as board members. And there were many that came before you, I can say. But, it's been for me a real pleasure to work with you. I've seen boards that don't show their personality and they're not pleasant people. And I mean that sincerely. It's really been enjoyable to work with you. I think the one thing I've found about Arlington that is so gratifying is that you are generally a bunch of policy wonks. I mean, you're not personal in your politics. And I think that's a tribute to you as individuals, but also it's a hallmark of the county. You folks are serious about the work you're doing. I admire your dedication to the county and to public service. I just cannot fathom how difficult it is for you to take on this barrage of new challenges that are constantly coming at you. But you just seem to do it with relish. For me, that was great because it was intellectually challenging. I mean, that was what was so great about it. It was like I was constantly awash in all these new ideas, particularly in a Dillon Rule state where everything was a challenge. It was always, how do we let's figure out how we can get this done. So I've really enjoyed working with you, and I will definitely miss that. I will definitely miss it. I got to thank Katie in particular. She was absolutely dogged and passionate about getting me this new position at VRE. It drug on forever. So I really owe you a special thanks. All of you have said nice things about going to VRE. I mean, the real reason I want to go to VRE is because, as someone said, it's a capstone to the career. But I've just always wanted to be able to retire and say that I've been working on the railroad. I think that's important to me. But no, in all seriousness, Katie was at this, pushing these elected officials throughout the region to make this happen. And if it weren't for the fact that I had a sense that she was really sincere about it, I would have thought maybe she was just trying to get rid of me. I mean, truly. But anyway, there's a number of people I would thank. I'm not going to bore you going through all that, but I do have to call out the manager. And I noticed that I'm not sure he's even here. He's got that ominous or that very pleasant picture of himself up there. But I have to say, who would have thought a young man coming out of Sharon, Massachusetts, would end up in the place he's at now? I will say that Mr. Schwartz is no doubt an acquired taste, but I have to admit that I have grown very fond of him over the years. He has been someone I've really enjoyed working with. I will say that in public service, I've worked with a lot of chief executives, and I will say that in my career, the best was left to last for sure. Yeah, no doubt. But anyway, I will just say one other thought I want to say is it's a little bit reflective. I had a little bit of exposure to Arlington through some of the regional work I was doing years ago, and I had an opportunity to work with some Arlington notables, Ellen Bosman, Mary Margaret Whipple, John Milliken, and others. And I always had this sense of, Arlington's an interesting place. There was something always distinctive about the perspective they brought to the regional table. And it always interested me about what is going on in Arlington anyway? And it really wasn't until I got here that I realized that, it's more than just some governmental organization. Arlington is really all about this idea. It's an idea. And, you talk about the Arlington Way and people think, well, that's a process, and it's not really. It's this sort of pursuit of an ideal. That's how I see it. And it's a very cool thing to be part of. And I see it all the time in the work you folks do. It's easy to lose touch of that or lose your sense of it. But I think you all sort of have your own touchstones and remember, why am I here? Why am I doing this? And I really think that's what is distinctive about Arlington. This isn't just the usual government business. This is really a sort of a collective effort to achieve something much better than we know. And I have a lot of respect for that. So my hope would be that I and the county attorney's office generally just had an opportunity to sort of advance that. You know, we were here to help you figure out how to get stuff done. We wanted to participate in that, achieving that ideal. We weren't here to annoy staff with a lot of technicalities. We were actually trying to be helpful. But anyway, I'm hopeful that I have contributed in some way to that. As you have all pointed out, there's a good office up there on the 4th floor. I think that my most significant achievement has been building that staff, assembling them and having them there ready to do the work of the county. And I got to tell you, I know I'm very comfortable leaving knowing that you're in Min Chow's hands. She's very capable. She will do you well, along with the staff that she's leading. So I feel good about that. I am sad about it. I know I'll see at least 3 of you at MVTC meetings. And you know, I'm going to be around. So thank you. It's been a great ride, and I thank you for that. So good night. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. McIsaac.
Sure.
The thought about the ideal is really powerful, and we'll get after you later, Katie, for the persistence that he mentioned. But I will tell you, when I think of all that you said, Steve, public servant is what comes to mind. And so thank you, true public servant. And we are glad you will be close. Certainly, I have your phone number, so I'll be ready to call it. But
feel free. Yeah.
I thank you. And with that, seeing no other comments, believe it, Madam Clerk, there's nothing else on our agenda. So I will adjourn us for the evening. Thanks.
Did we vote?
Oh.
I'm not certain we
I
did.
think you did.
Well, you know, I like all 4 of you
We
and
did vote.
Mr. McIsaac on your toes.
That was
And
the
I've done-
idea, right? We didn't actually vote, so we can't go.
That's right.
We were just talking around that so that we avoid both.
We just wanted to see if Mr. McIsaac was still paying attention.
And there you
You
go.
passed. Good job.
So the question is on the motion to appoint Ms. Kaur, as I mentioned earlier in the motion, acting attorney, and we'll start on the motion.
Second.
We have a second. We'll start with Mr. Karantonis,
Aye.
Ms. Garvey,
I guess I have to. I
Ms. Crystal,
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey,
Aye.
and Mr. DeFerranti votes aye as well. Thank you, colleagues, for catching and making sure we actually voted. And Mr. McIsaac, one more test. With that, I think we are ready to adjourn. Everybody, good night.
Good night.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Take care, everybody.
Good night.